Hello and welcome, guys. Make yourselves comfortable and enjoy. This is Affinity, Chaos. Chapter 951. You're quite sharp, kid, but it's too late for you, the old man said calmly. He put up a relaxed expression as he looked at Gray. This was a secret technique that he had used to win countless battles. There were even times when he would be on the verge of death, but once he uses this technique, he would be able to turn the tides of the battle and defeat his opponent. As long as that energy was inside Gray's body, it would continuously corrode Gray's essence, and the moment Gray get within a few meters of him, he would be able to even absorb the essence directly from Gray's body. While the old man wore a calm expression, he suddenly noticed that nothing was happening to Gray. All the things he expected to happen weren't happening. Who? He looked at Gray weirdly. One of the things these two dominant things in my body hates the most is intruders. Gray thought to himself, not too worried about the foreign energy in his body. As soon as he noticed the foreign energy, the blue flames in his body, as well as the orb he got his powers from, started to react to it. It was already a miracle that the orb tolerated the flicker of blue flame. Now that another one wanted to enter, and it wasn't even beneficial to Gray, it was incensed. Within a second, the energy was wiped out without a trace. Gray chuckled at the overbearing nature of the orb, then he turned to the old man. What other tricks do you have? His question shocked the old man. It was obvious that his special technique had no effect on Gray whatsoever. It entered his body. How come he is able to deal with it so easily? The old man was confused. He had grown to become confident in this technique, hence seeing how easy it was for Gray to deal with it, he couldn't accept it. However, he didn't let this change his mindset. He still knew that he had to take the battle seriously. Especially now that Gray was able to deal with his special technique. He charged at Gray once again, using his darkness element with every attack. Gray defended himself while his inscriptions lit up in the air. He created two inscriptions, one made from the fire element, while the other was made from the lightning element. The two inscriptions attacked the old man, making him retreat from Gray's area. This gave Gray the chance he needed to get himself back before attacking him once again. Gray wasn't one to shy away from a physical battle. Even though the old man seemed to be stronger, it didn't mean that he would not face him head-on. He drew closer to the old man, and just as the old man was prepared to attack, the gravity in the area suddenly increased and he found it difficult to move as fast as he was previously moving. Gray, being the creator of the gravitational force field, didn't feel any, and his speed remained the same. With a blink, he was standing beside the man and he unleashed an attack. The old man hastily tried to dodge, but after realizing it was impossible, he could only struggle to block it. Gray's fist, which gave off the aura of the fire and the lightning element, struck the man, sending him flying. The old man slammed into the wall and bounced off. Just as his body was falling to the ground, he felt his body being dragged by a mysterious force. When he raised his head, he saw Gray's outstretched hand, and he realized he was being drawn in Gray's direction, with no way to control his body. With a powerful roar, he exploded out with a black substance that covered his entire body. Tentacles shot out from the black substance and shot at Gray. Gray evaded the attacks, but he lost the chance of dragging the old man to himself. However, he wasn't pressured by this. He used his dimensional slash, while already preparing a lightning bolt that shot behind the space elemental attack. When the attack hit the black substance, it easily created an opening, showing Gray a glimpse of the old man. The lightning bolt shot through the opening and struck the man. The old man screamed from pain, but gritting his teeth, he used the darkness element to remove the rest of the lightning bolt, trying to recover. However, his pupils shrunk when he suddenly saw an orb inside the small space he created with the darkness element to protect himself from Gray's attacks. The orb exploded in the confined space, making the power stronger than normal. Gray watched all this with cold eyes. Even though the old man was powerful and experienced, in front of Gray, who had too many tricks, it was still not enough to have these. The only hope for the old man was if he broke through and became an elemental venerable. The explosion soon died down and Gray saw the body of the old man, standing in the same position, but his shorts were burnt in some places and there were burn marks all over his body. It was evident that the attack hit him cleanly. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood before looking at Gray coldly. He wasn't even in the mood to say anything this time. Gray also prepared for the old man's attacks. He knew that this time, the attack power would go to its peak. A dark shadow appeared behind the old man, with bright golden eyes. Seeing this, Gray was taken aback. What the hell is that? He felt chills run down his spine. He could sense a deadly aura coming from the body of the shadow. If he was touched by it, it wouldn't be a good experience. The shadow seemed to sense Gray's fear and looked into Gray's eyes. The second their eyes made contact, Gray froze. Crap! Chapter 952. Gray's eyes lit up with blue flames as he fought against the mental attack the phantom behind the old man sent at him. He didn't even know when the attack struck him. All he knew was that he was unable to move, as if terrified by something. The old man moved closer at this moment, attacking Gray with powerful attacks. Gray was still fighting against the mental attack, so he saw the attack of the old man a little late. He scrambled to block the attack, but he didn't block it properly and was pierced through on his shoulder by the sharp short spear the old man made from the darkness element. Blood started to flow out of the wound, but Gray was more concerned about the second attack of the old man. He used his inscriptions to try to stop the old man. But when the attacks almost hit the old man, the phantom behind him opened its mouth and spat out a black beam that destroyed the attacks as well as the two inscriptions. Gray couldn't help but curse when he saw this. The phantom behind the man was a little too overpowered. He used the light element secretly as he healed up his injury. While doing this, he unleashed another attack at the old man who was already almost in front of him. The old man created a darkness screen, blocking the attack before slicing the large heavy sword he made in Gray's direction. Gray made a cutting motion with his right hand, and the heavy sword was cut in two by a strange force. It was none other than his space elemental attack. The old man didn't let this stop him. Since he had gotten this close to Gray, he tried to punch him on his shoulder where he was injured from his last attack. However, just as his fist was about to make contact, he felt a powerful repulsion force that sent him flying from where Gray was standing. Before the old man could balance himself, Gray appeared in the air beside him and unleashed an orb made from the lightning and fire element. He added a bit of the earth element as well, unleashing a catastrophic attack on the old man. The old man covered himself with a darkness dome, hoping it would protect him from the attack. When the orb made contact with the darkness dome, it exploded and the earth dome started to have cracks within a second. After the cracks, it broke apart and the figure of the old man shot to the ground with unprecedented speed. Bang! The body slammed into the ground heavily, causing dust to rise up in the small cave. Gray steadied himself, waiting for the next attack of the old man. He was certain that this would not be enough to keep the old man down. Just as he predicted, he saw something coming fast at him from where the old man crashed. He created a large hammer from the earth element and slammed it in the direction of the figure coming his direction. When the hammer was about to land on the figure, the size of the figure suddenly inflated. The old man grabbed onto the hammer with one hand before tearing it apart with his hands. Gray's expression changed lightly. The old man wasn't the only one who increased in size, even the phantom behind him saw an increase as well. With the increase, Gray could sense the increment of their strengths. He was already having a tough time dealing with them the way they were previously. Now, they increased their strength in his presence. It was a little infuriating. With all this, he decided not to hold back any longer. Just as the old man got close to him, Gray's eyes shone with a blue light and his fire domain appeared. Having two types of fire domain, he used the one he felt was the strongest, the icy flame. The old man as well as his phantom froze momentarily when the domain appeared. Just as they were about to continue, Gray used his lightning domain as well. He would not let the old man get any chance. Since he had already come to the decision of not holding back, the result of the battle was naturally decided. The lightning from the lightning domain electrocuted the old man, and he was unfortunate enough to suffer from a seizure. The icy flame started to freeze the old man as his phantom alongside him. Gray appeared in his front, a long sword made from the lightning element in hand. Without wasting any time, he drove it into the body of the old man. The eyes of the old man showed reluctance and disbelief. He didn't want to believe that he was defeated by Gray, neither did he want to die. Struggling, he managed to open his mouth. Wait! Gray, who had already driven more than half of the long sword made from the lightning element in the body of the old man, paused to take a look at the old man. What? He asked with a straight face. You can have it, the old man said in defeat. He was already defeated by Gray. Instead of waiting to be killed by the other party, it was best he preserved his life and thought of another way to advance. Even though his current lifespan was not great, it might be enough for him to search for another solution. After all, when there's life, there's hope. This was what he felt at this moment. Gray thought about it for a bit, but after thinking of what the old man did with the excuse of wanting to break through, he decided against letting him live. Originally, he planned to leave the old man alone as long as he gave him what he wanted, but now that they fought such an intense battle, he didn't want to let him live. If the old man was the stronger one, it was unknown if he would let him go. Being a decisive person, he didn't waste any time and continued on his attack. When the old man saw that Gray was not stopping his attack, his eyes turned red. Since you want it that way, fine. The old man's aura suddenly started to change. The moment Gray noticed this, his expression changed. He couldn't stay here and witness what the old man wanted to do. The old man wanted to self-destruct his essence orb. The self-destruction of a peak sage plane elementalist was not something even the current Gray could deal with. Damn it! Gray cursed and fled immediately. Void, run away with Arya now, he said to Void as he brought out the body of Arya's brother and left the cave. Ha ha ha, how far can you run, kid? Since you want it so bad, I'll take you and it with me. The old man laughed with a crazed look. He already knew what Gray wanted to do after Gray left, but he couldn't stop the self-destruct. Even if he did, Gray would most likely come back to finish him off. Since that's the case, he would take Gray with him. He already made his calculations. Even though Gray had the space element, he couldn't go too far with just his teleportation ability. As long as he exploded on time, he would be able to take our Gray. Also, the link to the place where the tree was located would be severed as well, so there would be no way for Gray to locate it even if he were to survive the explosion. With the strength of a sage plane elementalist, the self-destruction could cover a range of over 1 kilometer. Outside the cave, more people were rushing in while Gray was coming out. Void and Arya were nowhere to be seen. Taking his time, he located the mark he placed on Arya and disappeared from where he was standing. If he tried to escape on his own, it would take longer for him to cover such large distance, but with the help of the mark, he could cover over 1,000 kilometers with ease. This was the main reason he told Void to leave immediately. This way, he could cover a larger range without having any issues. Over 2 kilometers away, Gray appeared beside Void and Arya, with Arya's brother on his shoulder. Arya wanted to scream when she saw him, but what followed was a resounding explosion that came from where they left. Boom! A bright light shot out from the cave, and it gradually started to expand. Gray's expression changed as he saw this. What did you do? Void couldn't help but ask. Move, talk later, Gray said with a dark expression. Void could only shut up and run away. Even at this distance, he was scared out of his wits. This explosion might still affect them. He didn't want to take any chances. Chapter 953. Gray and Void rushed away from the area, followed by the echoing sound of the explosion. Some seconds later, they were finally out of the range of the explosion, and they turned to take a breath as they looked at the destruction caused by the old man's self-destruct. What happened? Void asked with a long face. He was truly scared. The old man self-destructed. Gray replied with a green face. That serious? Void was taken aback. He didn't think the old man would actually self-destruct. What the hell did Gray do to him that would make him take such a decisive step? I planned to kill him, but he wanted to drag me down with him. Gray still felt some fear in his heart. If not for Void being around and him telling him to move out first, then he would have been in a difficult position. Maybe he might survive it, but his situation might be the same as when he was attacked by that man in the Lutra realm, when even when he tried escaping, he was still heavily affected by it. Gray and Void watched on from a far distance. Arya, on the other hand, was more focused on her brother who was on the ground. Gray naturally couldn't be too bothered with Arya's brother, so he dropped him on the ground when they stopped running. "Big brother." She shook her brother who was lying motionless on the ground. She could tell that he was still breathing, and he didn't seem to have suffered any physical injuries, but his eyes were shut. Gray's attention soon turned to them. His expression changed slightly when he saw Arya's face. "What happened to him?" Void asked Gray telepathically, since he didn't want Arya to hear them. "His consciousness is injured," Gray replied. "Oh, that's not good," Void said. Injuries to the consciousness were very difficult to heal. Even those experts at the peak would find it difficult to heal them. "So, what's the plan now?" Void asked. "Can't say. There's something there that might be able to help him, but unfortunately, the old man was greedy and refused to give it to me. I'll try to see if I can enter the place once the explosion dies down," Gray explained. This was his only hope at the moment. Arya's brother was currently in a coma, and there was no saying if he would be able to recover on his own. There are cases where injuries to the consciousness heal on their own, just like the situation of Void. But it was quite rare, and Arya's brother couldn't be compared to Void, so he wasn't putting his hope on that. "Okay. So, what do you tell her?" "The truth, I guess. Her brother is injured, and although she's still young, I presume she should know some things. Lying to her will only make it difficult." Gray and Void were still talking about the matter when Arya turned to them. "Big brother Gray, why's my big brother not waking up?" Arya asked with a somewhat tearful expression. "He's injured." Gray went straight to the point. He didn't explain much to Arya, only saying that he was injured. She didn't need to know the details. "Will he be fine?" Arya asked. "Yes, but it'll take some time. Don't worry, I'll make sure your elder brother gets healed," Gray said with a soft smile. "Hopefully," he added internally. This was by no means an easy thing to achieve, so he wasn't too optimistic about it. First, he would head back to the place of the explosion and try to find the spatial tunnel that connected to where the tree was located. After they waited a little while, they headed back to the place. Gray marked it before leaving, but when he tried to sense his mark, he was stunned when he didn't find it. He expected it, but he was still irritated by it since he would have to journey there once again. On the way, when they entered the place where the explosion impacted, they couldn't help but suck in a deep cold breath. The previously buoyant forest was completely destroyed. From above, it was an empty patch of land with nothing on it. Looking into the distance, there was a particular place that had a huge crater on the empty patch of land. That was the place where the explosion started. Since Arya's brother was still alive, there was no way they could keep him in their spatial storage. Even Void attempted it, but he was unable to. So they had to carry him all the way there. Getting to the place, Gray looked at the spot where the cave was previously located and couldn't help but frown. "It's not here." Void spread out his spiritual senses, and after some time, he nodded. "It has been wiped out. Only those space elementalists above the elemental venerable plane can still locate it at this moment." Gray sighed heavily. This was the only thing he placed his hopes on. Now that he couldn't get it, he had to look for other ways. Of course, he could also postpone this matter for a little while. Traveling with an injured individual would slow him down. Thinking about it for some time, he summoned the triplets. They were the people he usually used for getting some information and other things. "My lord, what can we do for you?" The space elementalist amongst the trio asked with a bowed head as soon as they appeared. They rarely came out and knew since Gray brought them out, it meant he had a mission for them. "You'll have to take this to the next town." Also, one or possibly two of you will have to go out in search of anything that can help with healing an injured consciousness. Gray explained to the trio. He had something to meet up to, so he didn't want to waste too long searching for a way to heal Arya's brother. If not for the fact that he had already taken in Arya as someone like a younger sister, he wouldn't be this bothered by their matter. Chapter 954. Gray handed Arya and her brother to the triplet before he continued on his journey. He explained to Arya that the trio would take care of her while he went in search of what he would use to heal her brother. She could only follow the triplet reluctantly, after bidding farewell to Gray and Void. "Aren't you going to tell her it might take a long time?" Void asked as they watched the triplet take Arya and her brother away. "It's not necessary. She's still young, it wouldn't be good if her hopes are crushed. I'll try to fish out for news on items like this whenever I pass through a city. If possible, then I'll get it for him. If not, he'll have to wait till I'm stronger, then I can travel far in search of it." Void agreed with Gray's reasoning before they started their journey once again. The days went by quickly, and before the duo knew it, 2 months had already passed. After traveling for months now, they were already in the Middle Continent. They've been in the Middle Continent for around 2 weeks now. Just before they entered the Middle Continent, Gray broke through from the 3rd to the 4th stage of the Sage Plane, thereby increasing his strength once again. Now that he was in the 4th stage of the Sage Plane, he was 110% confident in winning the battle. Well, that was if the person he wanted to fight against hadn't broken through to the Elemental Venerable Plane. At the time when he was still in the Origin Plane, the young man was already in the Overlord Plane. It has been almost 2 years now, and it could be said that no one matched Gray in terms of advancement speed. He felt that even if the young man who arrogantly attacked him that time had gone far in his cultivation, he would be at the peak of the Sage Plane. This was him giving him the benefit of being from a powerful family. "Why haven't you started to search for that lady by now?" Void asked. Compared to the other continents, the Middle Continent was not even half the size of the other continents. So Gray could easily find the family Sylvia was from by asking anyone he saw. According to Sylvia, her family was a top family, so they were pretty famous. "I don't want to meet up with her now. She's too troublesome," Gray replied. The small time he spent with her the last time was a little hellish. He went from tournament to tournament, and it was exhausting. Even though he gained a lot from it, it was still tiring to fight. All he did was train and fight. Even for the normal Gray who was a training addict, he felt mentally exhausted from all the battles. Now that he came a little earlier, he wanted to spend some time alone. Besides, he was still working on his arrays. When he digested everything he learned from the Laurel region, he was certain he would make significant progress in his training in the art of arrays. The stronger his knowledge in arrays, the better his inscriptions would be. He could even unleash power that is at least 100% of his power, even going as far as 150% attack power. Not just that, but when fighting, he could easily draw arrays faster and use it to bolster his strength while weakening his opponents. Currently, he had been thinking of a way to intricate his gravitational force field into arrays. If he could do that, then it would be a significant boost for his strength. He could even create a large area where he would use it. Take for instance, he was fighting against a large army. He could use the gravitational force field to slow them down and release a barrage of large-scale attacks on them. A shame I wasn't able to get that phantom technique from that old man. He thought when he recalled the phantom he fought when fighting against the old man. In his journey so far, however, the greatest gain Gray had seen so far was not his, but it was that he had finally seen a way to clean the mark off his body. With the help of Sega, as well as his own ability in arrays, he was able to remove some of the mark. Unfortunately, the price paid was a little over the top. Just to clean around 3% of the mark, he actually used the life force of over 100 people. These were people who were bandits that he decided against killing and instead using for his experiments. It was a little overboard, but since he would kill most of these bandits and experts who tried to kill him, it wasn't really too different. In the end, they still died under his hands. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of a way to get more bandits and criminals. As long as he used these types of people, he wouldn't be too worried since it wasn't against his morals. Only when he used innocent people would he feel guilty. So, what do we do with our time here? Void couldn't help but ask. He wasn't one who liked idling. If Gray wanted to sit alone, he didn't want to entertain him. We should travel around. Even though this place is small, it's still quite large. We might find some interesting things before the time of the battle. Gray replied. They still had around 2 months left, well, not up to 2 months, but it was very close. He wanted to travel around for a month or so, before going in search of Sylvia's family. It shouldn't take more than a week for him to locate her. Void was elated with Gray's decision since he wanted that as well. The duo soon walked out from the forest they were in and a city appeared in their line of vision. Chapter 955. Gray and Void entered the city, which was quite lively. As they walked around, they searched for news of any item that might be able to help with Arya's brother's injury. This was the Middle Continent. After all, it was regarded as the best place in the entire Aurora continent, so it was natural that he was a little hopeful about being able to find it. Entering the city this time, they only wanted to explore this place for the time being. They weren't there to cause any trouble. Gray even made sure to warn Void multiple times that he was not allowed to cause any trouble or else he would be punished. Void could only agree to this since he had no choice. Even if he wanted chaos, he knew this was not the place to do so. They just entered the city, but he was already seeing people in the elemental venerable plane. This place really has what it takes to be ranked first amongst the other continents. Gray and Void concluded in their heads. They moved around for a little while and Gray was a little upset that he didn't know where the young man who attacked him was from. He didn't ask much about them since at the time, he wasn't too interested in joining the competition for the Burchard family. Only after he was attacked and almost killed did the thought of revenge flash through his head. He was almost killed with a single blow. This was something he would never let go of, not for anything in this world. I recall Sylvia saying they are the second strongest faction. It shouldn't be too hard to find him then. Gray thought to himself. And truly, after asking around, he got to know the name of the second strongest faction in the Aurora continent, the Nether faction. It wasn't that hard to get information on the young man who attacked him at that time as well. Actually, he found out that the young man, although strong, was not the strongest genius below 25 years of age from the Nether faction. Rather, it was a youth called Bill. Bill is said to be the strongest below the elemental venerable plane. It was even publicly acclaimed that he had exchanged blows with an elemental venerable and lived to tell the tale. Of course, it was unknown if it was fabricated or not. Presently, Bill was already at the peak of the Sage Plane, preparing for his breakthrough to become an elemental venerable, while the young man who attacked Gray was only in the 7th stage of the Sage Plane. Finding out that the young man was still in the 7th stage disappointed Gray. With his current strength, even without using the fusion state, he had confidence in being able to defeat the young man. How did he know that the person who attacked him was not Bill? He just had the feeling. From the description of the duo, he felt Bill wasn't as arrogant as the other figure who attacked him. The person who attacked him was clearly arrogant to his bones, hence, he wouldn't have attacked him, a nobody. The only reason this young man did it was to scare him away from the competition. Gray and Void stayed a little while longer before Gray finally decided to ask about the Burchard family. He got to find out that they were staying in 3 cities from his current location. Thinking up to this point, he decided to head in that direction, while also searching for interesting things to do. 2 weeks later. Kale City. This was the city under the jurisdiction of the Burchard family. Just like the first city Gray entered when he came to the Middle Continent, this one was also busy, filled with activities, as well as gossip. Before going to search for Sylvia, Gray decided it was best to get the latest gist around as well. 2 days passed in this fashion. Unfortunately, Gray didn't get any news about the Burchard family. Apparently, they were very mysterious and secretive. However, Gray got to find out that Sylvia was not in the city, which came as a shock to him. Given the fact that the time for the competition was almost upon them, it was shocking that she was not in the city. Could she have returned and no one knows about it? He thought to himself. The possibility of this happening was quite high. He didn't dilly-dally any longer and headed in the direction of the Burchard mansion. He would only find out if she was around when he got there. Gray and Void soon appeared in front of a large building. Staring at the mansion, they couldn't help but nod their heads. It might not be as big as the other ones they had been to, but its design was one of the best. Not just that, but just by standing outside, Gray could feel the abundant essence inside. They walked to the big gate and Gray was about to knock when someone walked out. The figure was dressed in guard's clothing, so it was easy to guess his identity. "Who are you?" the guard asked softly. "My name's Gray." After saying this, Gray paused. He didn't know how to address Sylvia. Although she was quite powerful, she was still relatively young. If Gray's guess was correct, then she should be above 27, but not above 32. "You're Gray?" the guard asked with a hint of surprise. Seeing the guard's expression, Gray was a little taken aback, but he still gave a nod. "All right, come in. The lady had already told us of your arrival. She's not around now, but she will be coming back soon." The guard was already aware of Gray's identity from the moment he saw him. He only wanted to confirm. According to Sylvia's instructions, a youth who could almost be called beautiful would come looking for her before the competition, and his name was Gray. Seeing Gray's appearance from the start already reminded the guard of Sylvia's words. After Gray introduced himself and paused, the guard didn't need any more words from him. Gray, on the other hand, didn't think he would be allowed in just like that. Sylvia wasn't even around. Chapter 956. They didn't even try to confirm if I was the one. Gray wore a somewhat odd expression on his face as he followed the guard inside. The guard looked at him and smiled. It was as if he could tell what Gray was thinking as he mumbled, "The lady told us at the time that you should be around the first stage of the Sage Plane or so when you come looking for her, and if anyone below the Sage Plane showed up with the same name, we should not allow them in." "Oh, so it's like that." Gray nodded in understanding. However, he didn't think that Sylvia would have so much confidence in him. When they separated, it was just barely around 2 years. Gray was only at the peak of the origin plane at that time. The fact that Sylvia believed that he would break through to the Sage Plane in the short space of 2 years was quite stunning. She might be a brute in some way, but her judgment was absolutely spot on. "Did she say anything else?" he couldn't help but ask. "Yes, you're not allowed to cause trouble," the guard replied with a smile. "Who?" Gray was a little surprised. He wasn't the type that caused trouble wherever he went. Seeing Gray's expression, the guard clarified with a smile, "I'm talking to the cat." Only now did Gray recall that Sylvia was familiar with Void. She even dropped this warning because from the small time she spent with Void, she knew he was a troublemaker. Void snorted coldly, while Gray chuckled when he saw this. Sylvia knew them, and it was quite rare that she was able to know their personalities from the short time they spent together. Gray and Void followed the guard and were led to their quarters. On getting there, Gray saw that there were other youths there as well. Seeing Gray's gaze, the guard explained, "They are just like you, geniuses recruited by the family for the battle. There would be a small screening and only 5 of you can make it to the competition." The guard looked at Gray with an apologetic expression as he explained. Although Gray was stronger than Sylvia said, he was still a little too weak compared to the others. Of all the people present, he was the only one in the middle stages of the Sage Plane. Including Gray, there were 10 youths in total. And the rest were either at the peak of the Sage Plane or were in the late stages. Just as Gray was studying the others, they were doing the same to him as well. When they sensed that he was in the middle stages of the Sage Plane, they lost interest in him. Each one of them was a young genius who took pride in their ability. Seeing that someone like Gray who was in such a low stage appeared and would actually compete for a place with them, they were dissatisfied. "I'm sorry." The guard apologized to Gray when he saw how the others treated Gray before taking him to his room. Gray nodded. This wasn't the first time he was being looked down on, so he wasn't annoyed by it. After getting to his room, he once again started his research on arrays. Due to this, he hadn't been able to focus on increasing his cultivation stage. Even though it wouldn't add much to his strength since the fusion state could easily take him to the peak, he still wanted to break through and become an elemental venerable as soon as he possibly could. There was still around a month before the competition. He would use this time to try and see if he could increase his cultivation stage to the 5th stage of the Sage Plane. The essence here was more than double what it was outside, so his cultivation would naturally be faster here. The guard left, promising Gray he would notify him the moment Sylvia returned. Gray thanked him for his help before shutting himself inside. He didn't want to associate with these geniuses now. They had the capital to look down on him since his cultivation stage was at least 2 stages lower than the others. Although strength was the most important, without a good cultivation stage, he would still fall behind others. 2 weeks after Gray's arrival, Sylvia returned. When she heard of Gray's arrival, she rushed there the moment she arrived. Standing outside Gray's door, she was about to knock when she sensed something. Oh, still breaking through? Such a freak. She shook her head as she decided to leave Gray alone. Gray wasn't breaking through at the moment, but he was already very close. If she were to disturb him now, it might distract him, which wasn't good. Before the other geniuses could step out to welcome Sylvia, she was gone. It was almost as if she never arrived. If not for the fact that they sensed her aura, they would have thought she was never there. They all turned to look in one direction simultaneously, Gray's door. Since Gray came to this place, the door hadn't opened, not even once. Even today when Sylvia came to personally see him, he still didn't come out. Who does he think he is? One of the youths snorted coldly before going back into his room. He couldn't be bothered with the others. Sylvia wasn't the only one who went out to pick geniuses, others from the family also did the same. However, she was the one who found the most, 3, including Gray. Those who weren't brought over by her didn't have as much respect as those who she brought over had for her. They all went back, waiting for the day of their selection round. Since they would have to compete against each other, they were all trying their best to see who would be able to make any last-minute breakthroughs, and who was stronger. 3 days before the competition, it was time for the group of 10 to compete against each other. The others were already out, but one figure was missing, Gray. Chapter 957. Sylvia looked around, waiting for Gray. There was no way she was going to agree to the competition starting without Gray. It's already over 10 minutes, we should start. An elder from the Burchard family said with a cold expression. Just like Sylvia, he was also one of the people who went out to recruit geniuses for the competition. When he heard that Gray was only in the 4th stage of the Sage Plane, he lost all interest in him. To him, even if Gray were to participate in the competition, he would still lose. He will be here in 5 minutes, if he's not, then start without him. Sylvia said. Even though she would like for Gray to participate, if he was too late, there was nothing she could do about it. Just as they were still speaking, Gray stepped out of his room. He knew what was happening outside thanks to Void. As soon as he stepped out, he walked straight to where the competition was being held. It's time, we should start. The elder said. Sylvia sighed in disappointment. Originally, she wanted Gray to be part of the competition, but since Gray was nowhere to be seen, there was no way she could delay them any further. Just as they were about to start, Gray walked into the place. He's here. Sylvia said, ecstasy evident in her voice. The elder seeing Gray snorted coldly, but didn't say anything. They hadn't started, so Gray had every right to still be part of the competition. The other elders, as well as the family head of the Burchard family, nodded. He was very confident in Sylvia's judgment. Since she recommended Gray, then there must be something special about him. Gray stepping in changed the entire event. There were originally 9 people, with him, there were 10 people. He walked over to where the others were standing. When they sensed his aura, they still felt a little better. He was in the 4th stage when he arrived. Although he managed to break through to the 5th stage in little over a month or so, it wasn't really anything compared to the others. The weakest amongst them was in the 7th stage of the Sage Plane, and Gray only recently reached the 5th stage. The battle for a spot will start now. Try to get a spot so you can get to the competition. The family head told them the rules of the battle. Since there were 10 of them, all each of them needed to do was to challenge someone else. Once they won, they already got a spot in the competition. The competition would be according to those with a higher stage. The person with the highest realm would have the right to challenge first. When Gray heard the rules, his expression was the same. Naturally, having the lowest realm, he would be the one targeted by others. Even if those at the peak didn't challenge him, others in the 7th or 8th stage would try to challenge him. Those at the peak didn't try to challenge him since they knew it wouldn't show their strength. Of the other 7, 2 of them were at the peak. Challenging a 5th stage Gray was beyond them, so they set their eyes on those in the 7th stage. The 2 at the peak naturally won their battles against those in the 7th and 8th stage of the Sage Plane. Of the 10, 2 were at the peak, 3 were in the 9th stage, 3 were in the 8th stage, 1 was in the 7th stage, while Gray was the only one below the 7th stage. The 2 peak Sage Plane Elementalists defeated a 7th and an 8th stage Sage Plane Elementalist. Currently, there were no 7th stage Sage Plane Elementalist present in the contest. Gray was the only one below the late stages, and he was ignored by those at the peak. When those in the 9th stage stepped on, one of them challenged him. Naturally, they wouldn't want a 5th stage Sage Plane Elementalist to progress. They wanted the easiest way in. If 5 of them were defeated, only those who were stronger would advance. 2 had passed, only 3 more people would advance to the competition. The 3 in the 9th stage had the advantage since they would challenge whoever they wanted. One of them who wanted to advance easily was the one who challenged Gray. He was a young man who was around Gray's age. The first 2 battles soon passed without any hitch. The 9th stage Elementalists won their battles easily. Now, it was the turn of Gray and the last 9th stage Elementalist. So long as the 9th stage Elementalist won, there would be 2 peak Sage Plane Elementalists and 3 9th stage Elementalists. Gray and the young man stepped onto the platform. "I suggest you give up, rather than hurting yourself," the young man said as soon as he stepped onto the platform. Naturally, being a genius, he was very confident in his abilities. He felt that he wouldn't have to expend much effort to deal with Gray. Gray, on the other hand, smiled before saying, "I want to test my abilities. If I'm not your match, I'll naturally give up." "Fine, I wouldn't want to injure you since we're on the same side," the young man replied. Gray nodded, not too bothered with the young man. He had fought with old fogies who had been at the peak of the Sage Plane for a long time, and some of them were even above the Sage Plane, and he survived. Fighting against a 9th stage Sage Plane Elementalist was not a problem for him. The youth nodded. He felt Gray only wanted to see the strength of a 9th stage Sage Plane Elementalist, and he would give him just that. When the elder in charge gave the go-ahead for the battle to start, the young man moved out. Surprisingly, he was a multi-elementalist, having both the space and the lightning element. When he vanished, he appeared beside Gray and attacked with his lightning element. Already expecting such an attack, Gray blocked the attack. But he was pushed back by the impact of the attack. The young man looked at Gray before sneering, "Want to give up now? I'm just getting started. Don't bother me about too much," Gray replied. The young man already forced Greg back with only the first attack, so he felt that he would win easily. He attacked once again, disappearing from view. Gray didn't show any signs of pressure. Seeing that the young'un vanished, he smiled, and to the surprise of everyone, he attacked his right-hand side. Boom! His attack exploded, and the young man appeared in everyone's sight, his eyes showing surprise. "You're not the only space elementalist here," Gray chuckled playfully. The young man looked at him with a surprised expression. "Oh, looks like I took you too lightly." Gray didn't reply as he vanished. The young man, being a space elementalist as well, was able to sense where Gray was going to appear. He attacked the place where he felt a ripple in space. Unfortunately, his attack passed through. He was taken aback as he looked in another direction. However, Gray appeared in the place he predicted, but he used the space element to phase through the attack. He didn't know Gray would be able to use this technique, so he didn't think Gray would be able to phase through this. Gray appeared and looked at the young man with a smirk as he countered. The young man already placed his focus on another direction, so when an attack came from the same direction he was previously facing, he was dumbstruck. However, he managed to act quickly as he vanished from the spot. Gray sensed where he was going to appear in and attacked. The young man was forced to block the attack since he couldn't use the space element once again in such short notice. He was pushed back, and Gray didn't give him the chance he needed to escape from his hands. When Sylvia saw this, she heaved a sigh. Also, she was a little stunned that Gray managed to actually learn such a comprehensive ability. Phasing through attacks was an ability space elementalists had, but not all of them could learn it. Gray being able to learn it showed his level of ability. The young man who was forced to block Gray's attack fell into Gray's hands, and he was forced to continue blocking. Gray was a very offensive individual. Since the opportunity presented itself, he would not let his opponent off. He continued his attack as he made sure his opponent was forced to only block and not have the chance to attack. In the space of a few seconds, he had unleashed multiple attacks, and his opponent was finding it difficult to block the attack. The elders, as well as the head of the Burchard family, watched the battle closely. Chapter 958. Gray was one of the talents Sylvia brought back. Not just that, but he was the one with the weakest cultivation stage amongst all of them. Generally speaking, fighting across stages amongst geniuses was rare. After all, they were all geniuses who could fight across stages themselves. If Gray managed to actually defeat his opponent even after being in such a lower stage, then his talent was top-notch and far above others. While the elders were still making their conclusions about Gray, the battle got to its peak. Actually, there was no need for it to be this long. They were only challenging for a spot, so when one of them realized they were not a match for the other, they would naturally give up, but Gray's opponent didn't want to give up. He felt this was a battle he would have won easily. But Gray was not only beating him, but he was also completely subduing him, which was out of his expectations. He couldn't accept this result. He decided to fight with Gray to the end. I don't believe I won't get the chance to counter, he thought to himself. As if Gray could tell what was in his mind. There's no need for you to hang on for so long. You cannot beat me. Even if you plan to exhaust me, I'm afraid that won't work as well. While saying this, Gray didn't stop attacking. Forget the fact that the young man was in the 9th stage of the Sage Plane. Even those at the peak of the Sage Plane would not last as long as Gray when it came to the elemental essence reserve in their bodies. Gray had 8 elements. This alone meant that he needed a large amount of essence just for cultivation alone. He can save as much as 8 times what a normal 5th stage Sage Elementalist could save up. If this wasn't even enough to outlast a 9th stage Sage Plane Elementalist, then Gray could just give up his spot. Of course, even if he didn't fight a war of attrition, he was still confident in his abilities to defeat the other party. There was no need in fighting a war of attrition with the young man. Hearing Gray's words, the young man sneered. There was no way he was going to believe it. His eyes moved anxiously. As things were, he would lose if he didn't change the tide of the battle. With a powerful roar, his aura exploded out and spatial distortion started to appear all over the platform. Even if Gray was freakish, there was no way he could neglect such an attack. He retreated back as he made sure none of the attacks hit him. This gave the young man the chance he had been waiting for. Without saying anything, he charged at Gray, his intentions clear. This time, ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. If Gray didn't give up, then he shouldn't blame him for killing or even fatally injuring him. The young man unleashed a lightning attack on Gray. Gray, expecting this, moved to the side to dodge the attack. However, he noticed the spatial distortion closing in on him, so he was forced to block the attack head-on. With the spatial distortions in the platform, using the space element to teleport away was very risky, hence he didn't dare to do it. With no other option, he threw a fireball at the incoming lightning bolt. The two attacks collided and caused a small explosion. The spatial distortions close to the area of the explosion seemed to roar out and greedily absorb the explosion. Gray's expression changed when he saw this. The spatial distortions increased in size, and Gray could actually sense a destructive aura around it. Is it possible that it can release attacks? He looked at the spatial distortions with an inquisitive look. This one was different from Void's spatial distortions, which were purely destructive. At least he hadn't seen it absorb other attacks before. All it did was wipe out all existence of the opponent. The young man, finally gaining the advantage, didn't want to let it go. He had already concluded that he would best Gray until he begged for mercy. Well, that's if he did not admit defeat first. Being subdued by a 5th stage Sage Plane Elementalist infuriated him. The other party had stepped on his pride as a genius. Even the other 9th stage Elementalists in the place seemed to be looking down on him at the moment. When they fought against the 8th stage Elementalists, although the battle was long, they weren't overpowered at any time. It was mostly their opponents who were trying to hang on. Gray didn't know what was going through the head of the young man, and honestly, he didn't care. His interest was piqued when the spatial distortion started to absorb these attacks and seemed to be preparing one themselves. Void taught him how to use this spatial distortion attack, so he wanted to see if he could learn how the young man did his. The young man unleashed a wide-range lightning attack that covered the entire platform. Gray raised his head to look at the sea of lightning before creating an earth dome to block the attack. He had only used 2 elements since the start of the battle, so the young man thought he only had the space and fire elements. Seeing Gray use the earth element, he was a little surprised, but it wasn't uncommon to see elementalists with more than 2 elements. Gray blocked the attack with the help of his earth element before he shot out a fire arrow at his opponent. The speed of the arrow was beyond words, and even the young man who was already in the 9th stage didn't see it on time. However, he didn't get to the 9th stage just by cultivating alone. He had also gone through multiple battles. With a wave of his hand, a powerful destructive force shot out of one of the spatial distortions close to him and destroyed the fire arrow that was sent in his direction. Gray didn't stop here. He continued attacking, but the young man did the same thing, blocking the attacks with the spatial distortions. He even started to willingly let the spatial distortion swallow up the attacks. As Gray continued attacking, the strength of the spatial distortions continued to increase. Gray's expression became ugly as he saw this. It was okay if it was only for a few spatial distortions, but more than 10 which were previously the size of a fist had grown even larger than his head. The auras they emitted were not something he could dare to joke with. Looks like I underestimated this guy's ability. He shook his head. He had been too confident and felt that he would be able to forcefully break each of the spatial distortions with his attacks. But things were not as he thought they were. These people weren't regarded as geniuses for nothing. They each had special techniques that made them different from others. He was witnessing it now. Just when Gray was still thinking of how he underestimated his opponent, the young laughed out loudly. Admit defeat now, if not, you'll not get the chance again even if you want to, he said arrogantly. Gray didn't bat him an eye. Instead, his focus was on these spatial distortions. Things are a little more complicated now. He could even sense a thread of danger from each of them. These few things could take his life if he was not careful. On the side of the Burchard family, an elder laughed. Sylvia, you should tell that kid to admit defeat now. Even those peak Sage Plane Elementalists over there don't have any confidence against Aldrin at the moment. Sylvia didn't say anything as she watched. Of the people she brought over, one of them had gotten a spot. It was already a good thing, but she had high hopes for Gray. Unfortunately, his opponent was Aldrin. Without sufficient information about this particular young man, it was very difficult to defeat him, especially with this technique of his. I'll admit defeat on his behalf if he can't hold on anymore. She didn't want to give up now. Even though she knew the chances of Gray winning were slim, she felt it was best to give Gray a chance. Don't worry, he can still hold on. She turned to the elder. The elder didn't pressure her into making a decision. Gray would lose sooner or later, so it didn't matter if it was now, or if it was later. Back on the platform. Things were not going well for Gray. With so many spatial distortions on the platform, he had to be sensible with the way he moved around as he tried to dodge Aldrin's attacks. Also, he had stopped attacking for the time being. he needed to come up with a plan to destroy these things. Chapter 959. The only way you can destroy these things is if you use a strong attack. Void's voice sounded in Gray's head. I know. But it seems like my current attack power will not be able to destroy them. Gray replied with a downcast expression. Even though he wanted to destroy these things, there was nothing he could do at the moment. He truly wasn't a match for a 9th stage Sage Plane Elementalist if he didn't use the fusion state. Having so many elements naturally gave him some advantages, but now that Aldrin had used such a troublesome technique, it has almost wiped away Gray's advantage of having multiple elements. So what if he had multiple elements? If he couldn't even attack, then they were useless. Aldrin became more confident as the battle progressed. Gray was already backed into a corner. If he couldn't even beat up such an opponent, then he was useless. He wasn't the only one who felt like he had won the battle. Everyone watching, except for Void and Sylvia, felt that Gray had already lost. What Gray was doing was only trying to delay the inevitable. Why don't you try combining 2 elements? The attack power should be good, Void suggested. Gray also had this thought, but he was waiting for a chance to use the attack. Even if he wanted to attack, he couldn't attack carelessly. He had already fed these spatial distortions so much, if he continued, he would only bring about his own defeat. Such a hateful technique. I have to learn it, Gray concluded in his mind. Fighting against this was terrible, but being the user would make his battle somewhat easier. Of course, he knew a technique of this caliber would be one of 3 secret techniques of a powerful family. Even if Aldrin isn't from a top family like the Burchard family, he was still from an above-average family, and he joined a top space elemental faction. Gray quickly implemented his plan. An orb formed on his hand, and it was made up of 2 destructive elements, the fire and the lightning element. When the attack was sent out, Aldrin used the spatial distortion in front of him to block and gobble up the attack. However, things were a little different this time. The spatial distortion shook after the attack entered, but it soon stabilized. Gray's expression turned a little ugly when he saw this. I'll have to put in more effort, he thought as he looked at the spatial distortions around. Aldrin was a little shocked, but seeing that the spatial distortion stabilized, he laughed heartily. Ha ha, even someone in the same stage as myself can't destroy it, and you think you can? Gray didn't bother with the mocking words of Aldrin. He once again dodged the attack sent in his direction before preparing another attack. This time, the orb had 3 elements in it, the fire, lightning, and the space element. Although Gray didn't know too many space elemental attack techniques, he didn't have any problems with adding it to this orb to increase its power. The orb shot out once again. This time, Gray aimed for the spatial distortion that swallowed the previous attack. After unleashing that attack, he sent out another one, and another one, and another one. In the space of a few seconds, over 5 orbs shot at the same spatial distortion. When the first orb touched it, the spatial distortion continued its dominant attitude and gobbled it up. It shook after the first attack was swallowed. Just as it was about to stabilize, the second attack entered, then the third, then the fourth. Aldrin, who had a smug smile on his face, had a change of expression when he realized what Gray wanted to do. It was already too late for him to stop it. Moreover, Gray was still sending attacks at it. After the 8th orb entered, the spatial distortion started to tremble as a powerful aura started to circulate. At this moment, even Aldrin, who was standing close to it, had retreated. He knew what was about to happen, and he couldn't stop it. Boom! The spatial distortion exploded out. With it, a chain reaction followed suit. The other spatial distortions started to explode one by one. Aldrin's face was ashen at the moment. Gray wasn't the only one who would be affected by this explosion, he would be affected as well. He gritted his teeth as he prepared to block the attack. Just as he set up a defensive wall with the space element, he saw a bright light shooting towards him. The next moment, his expression changed. Damn it! Gray attacked him at this vital time. He thought Gray would be too focused on defending, but who knew that Gray not only defended, but he even attacked him as well. The defensive wall was broken through by Gray's attack. From the strength of the attack, it was easy to deduce that Gray had been preparing this attack for a while now. Those watching the battle from outside were stunned by Gray's boldness. Most people would be flustered by the explosion and think of only how to defend, but Gray didn't only block, but he also unleashed an explosive attack as well. This was a true battle veteran's move. Even some of the old guys here didn't think they would be able to make such a move at a time like this. The face of the elder who brought Aldrin over was dark. It was evident that he didn't expect this to happen. He already felt that Aldrin had defeated Gray, but everything changed so quickly. Useless, he complained internally. Aldrin could only block the attack and rush back. However, he was affected by the explosion and his clothes were torn. His hands were injured and bleeding, while he also spat out a mouthful of blood. On Gray's end, he was relatively safer. Compared to Aldrin, who had to face 2 attacks, he only focused on defending against the explosion. Even though the explosion was powerful, since it was covering a large area, its strength was limited. Gray didn't expend too much effort to block it, and he even used an ability almost similar to Aldrin's spatial distortions to block the effect of the explosion. When the explosion died down, the 2 figures appeared in the line of sight of everyone. Gray was still looking the same since he didn't have to go through much. But Aldrin, on the other hand, was in a sorry state. His hands were bloodied, and his clothes were torn. It was easy to see who suffered more. Some people didn't catch the sight of Gray's attack, so they were taken aback by Aldrin's appearance. Hee, you're really vicious. Void's voice rang in Gray's ears. Of course, after making me go through such a stressful situation, do you think I'll let him off easily? Gray sneered. His facial expression was the same, he only looked at Aldrin, who no longer had a smug smile on his face. No need to talk too much. Only admit defeat or continue fighting. Gray interrupted Aldrin, who was about to talk. He had already spent too long on the platform. He originally wanted to end the battle quickly, but this guy was a little stronger than what he predicted. Aldrin's face showed anger before he launched an attack on Gray once again. Gray knew the effect of his provocation would be strong on this genius. Without delay, he instantly used the fusion state and his aura shot to the 7th stage of the Sage Plane. He didn't want to go further than this. Boom! Bang! They started to exchange attacks. This time, the attack power of Aldrin was higher, and so was Gray's. This was by far the most intense battle of the entire 5 battles. The others were more stunned by Gray's abilities. They didn't think that Aldrin was weak, rather, they felt that Gray was just too strong. Boom! Bam! Gray drew closer and unleashed a fire attack, while Aldrin used the lightning element to counter. Gray vanished as he evaded the attack, before attacking. Aldrin was also a space elementalist, so he dodged with ease as well. Having a higher cultivation stage, his control over the space element was actually stronger than Gray's. 3 inscriptions soon lit up in the sky as they started to attack Aldrin as well. With Gray also attacking, Aldrin was soon put in a passive situation. Being attacked from 4 different sides, he was unable to hold on against Gray. The fight continued, but Aldrin was continuously forced back. Before long, Gray soon gained the complete advantage. He exploded out with a fire blade that broke through Aldrin's attack and shot at him. He tried to block it but was sent flying. Before he could recover, Gray was standing close to him as he unleashed a punch. The punch sent Aldrin flying, sending him crashing into the platform. Chapter 960. Bang! Aldrin's figure slammed into the ground. He couldn't fight against Gray any longer. If the battle continued in this manner, there was a huge possibility that he would not only lose, but he would die as well. However, being a 9th stage Sage Plane elementalist, he didn't want to give up to someone weaker than he was. He felt that if Gray didn't attack him at the crucial moment when he was trying to block off the explosion, he wouldn't have lost. His eyes were bloodshot as he was continuously suppressed. I admit defeat. A sigh came from the area where the members of the Burchard family were sitting. The elder who brought Aldrin over could only admit defeat on his behalf. Everyone present could see that Aldrin didn't plan on giving up. Gray instantly stopped his attacks and looked at Aldrin, who was blooded. He retreated to the side, taking a glance at Sylvia, who gave him a nod of approval. He walked off the platform. His expression was the same as always, blank and indifferent. Aldrin was disappointed, but he couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. Gray was a freakish talent. He was not the only one who thought of this, others did as well. The elder from the Burchard family stepped onto the platform to tell them the rules of the competition they were going to engage in. It was a battle between 20 participants. Both families can only bring in 5 external participants, while the remaining members must be from the family. Gray and the others were the external participants the Burchard family was bringing over. Of all 20 people, they were all below 25 years of age, and unsurprisingly, none of them had broken through to the elemental venerable plane. Going from the sage plane to the elemental venerable plane was not easy by any means. Of course, for someone like Gray, who had awakened multiple domains, it wouldn't be too difficult. From the elemental venerable plane and above, it didn't completely rely on one's ability or talent to absorb treasures and essence, rather, it had to do with one's comprehension of their said elements. Awakening a domain already shows that an elementalist has an amazing grasp over their elements. Of course, having a great comprehension of their elements wasn't the only thing, but it was more or less the most important. Without sufficient essence, it was still useless even if one has the greatest comprehension of their elements. While speaking, the elder told them the benefits of entering this particular secret realm. It had a great ability to improve one's understanding of their elements. In short, it was the best place to go for youths who were on the verge of breaking through to the elemental venerable plane. It's quite common for those who went in to come out awakening a domain. Sylvia felt that with Gray's uniqueness and talent, he shouldn't have any problems with awakening a domain or two if he spent some months there. When the elder was done speaking about the place and the rules, those who advanced to the next round were sent back to their residence. They would be setting out soon. "I didn't think you'd have advanced this much," Sylvia said as she sipped a cup of tea. Gray was sitting opposite her. "I was a little fortunate," Gray replied calmly. They couldn't be said to be close since they only traveled for some time, but they were still acquaintances at the very least. Gray was here, which meant that he honored her invitation. "How have you been able to cope with that thing?" Sylvia asked. Although she didn't mention the thing, Gray knew she was referring to the mark he had on him. "Not so good. I can barely travel." "And you know about the ancestors of those necromancers?" Gray answered truthfully. "Yes, they're from another realm," Sylvia replied. Everyone from the top families knew a thing or two about these guys. "I've encountered them quite a few times. Also, they've tried to kill me repeatedly, and one of them increased the scope of the mark's range," Gray said dejectedly. "If that's the case, then you shouldn't go to this realm," Sylvia replied. "Who? Why?" Gray asked, confused. "It's connected to the realm those guys are from. To put it bluntly, it's actually a war zone between us and their race. Well, there are 2 more races that are able to enter that place as well. Once an elementalist gets to the elemental venerable plane, they would be moved to the area for elemental venerables." Sylvia told Gray what she knew about the secret realm. It was a place filled with opportunities, and also danger. Having a link with 3 other realms other than their own meant that people from other races would enter the place as well. Having such a feud with those guys, it's natural that they would fight whenever they encounter each other. As for those in the other races, they were usually spectators. Gray listened attentively, not cutting off Sylvia as she explained. "How does the place work? And is there a way an elementalists can hide their true strength from it and stay at a lower level?" Gray found this issue to be more important. Sylvia said those at the sage plane were all in a specific area, while those in the elemental venerable plane are moved to another one. Even if someone were to be in the area for the sage plane, once they break through, they would automatically be transported to the area for elemental venerables. The thing is, there are places where those from the elemental venerable plane can actually enter into the area for those in the sage plane. There is naturally a flaw in this thing. Sylvia explained. She paused to let Gray digest what she said before continuing. I think this realm was created by our ancestors thousands of years ago. Of course, they would be in that God plane to be able to do that. Actually, thinking about it, it's not only created by our ancestors alone, but multiple races God plane experts. It was generally a place to grow. No one was allowed to go from one realm to another. Meaning, if we humans try to use that place as a link to enter the other realm, we would be killed by the experts there in an instant. Chapter 961. Gray listened attentively. This was the first time he was hearing anything about the God plane since he started cultivating. He had read some things about it, but there wasn't much in the books. If this place has such opportunities, why is it only in the hands of your family or that faction? If I'm correct, given its value, it should be a place where geniuses from other factions and families get to enter and train. He said after some time. He didn't want to speak of the God plane for now because there was nothing to be said. As much as he would want to learn about it, it's still too far away from him. In older times, it was, but there was a conflict and it fell into my family's hands. Of course, we still have to let some geniuses from other families and factions enter, but their quotas are quite low. The same can be said for the Nether faction, but they reduced the quota compared to when it was in our control. Sylvia explained. Can't the other factions and families just decide to get it back for your family? After all, it's more beneficial that way. Gray didn't see the sense in leaving such a valuable holy land for cultivation in the hands of people who didn't want to help others with it. Yes, he felt it was a holy land for cultivation if what Sylvia said was true. That place is a double-edged sword. Having it means that you have to not only fight against those from other races, but you have to make sure the survival of those geniuses from other factions and families is also high. Even though everyone knows the survival of an individual rests solely in the hands of said individual, some families and factions might use that as an excuse to find fault with the Guardians. The more people who go in, the more dangerous it is. But if too few people go in, then it would be dangerous for them against those from that race. And each family and faction have its holy land for cultivation, so even if this place was enticing, it wasn't to the level of going to war with a powerful opponent. Although no one is afraid of the Nether faction, it was better not to offend them. Sylvia explained carefully to Gray. Is there anything worth taking note of when I go there? Gray asked. You'll know after we get the right to the place. But for now, this is all I can tell you. Sylvia replied. Gray nodded before asking about the other participants, as well as the geniuses he would have to fight against from the Nether faction. Sylvia did her best to tell him all he needed to know. After hearing about them, Gray asked about a particular person. From the way Gray was able to describe this person, Sylvia was left astonished. Have you seen him before? She couldn't help but ask. Yeah, once. Gray didn't hide it and told her of when he was attacked by a certain young man after they parted ways. The audacity! Sylvia was incensed when she heard this. To be honest, here's the reason I came for this competition, Gray said after Sylvia calmed down. Sylvia's expression was a little strange. She didn't know if she should be happy that Gray was attacked or not. She had high hopes for Gray and wanted him to take part in the competition, but finding out that he only decided to come after being attacked was out of her expectations. She soon threw the thought of how Gray came here to the back of her mind. Since Gray was here, that was all that mattered. From Gray's last battle, she was still a little pessimistic, but after thinking about it, she knew that Gray didn't show his full strength. There was no way he was going to struggle against an opponent who was only 2 stages or so above him. She had seen him fighting while at the peak of the origin plane and knew at least to some extent what he was capable of. After growing by so much, it was not odd if he was even stronger than what she expected. He already passed the level she thought he would be in. That was already one surprise. They spoke a while longer before she left. She couldn't spend too much time with him. He wasn't the only one she brought over. Of the 5 external people, 2 of the people she brought got in. It was quite a remarkable feat. This showed that she had a good eye for talent. She spoke with the young lady before leaving the courtyard they were staying in. Gray, just like when he first came, went inside to study. He didn't bother to cultivate since he knew he wouldn't make any improvements in the short time. He focused his attention on comprehending the elements and also testing out his knowledge of arrays. Time went by in a flash, and it was soon time for them to head off to the place where the competition was going to be held. Remember, you're not to say a word. You will all follow Scott's command. He'll tell you all how you will head into battle. The elder who came to the courtyard where Gray and the others were staying gave them a series of orders as they walked. He didn't even bother about what they felt since he didn't think much of them. He also looked at Gray and the young lady in the group with cold eyes. Seeing his gaze, Gray didn't even bother to think of the reason why this elder had an issue with him. Once he was done with the battle, he would get into the secret realm and train. That was all that was important to him. The young lady, on the other hand, was a little frightened by the gaze and moved closer to Gray and whispered, "Did you see how he looked at us?" "Who?" "Oh, I wasn't paying attention." Gray looked at her with a blank look, stunning her. She didn't think that he wouldn't be paying attention to what the elder was saying. Chapter 962. The young lady tried communicating with Gray as they walked. She felt since they were brought over by the same person, it was best if they formed a team or something. Gray entertained her conversation, but he didn't really input much as they walked to an open field in the Burchard Manor. When they got there, they saw a group of youths around their age. All of them were in the Sage Plane. The age limit is 25. Gray thought as he looked at the youths in front of him. In total, there were 15 youths, and of them, there were 2 who were already at the peak of the Sage Plane. To get to the peak of the Sage Plane before hitting 25 was an amazing thing. Gray felt he wouldn't need that long to do it since he was already in the 5th stage, but he couldn't be compared to others. Normally, it would take at least 4 to 10 years to go through the entire Sage Plane. But for people like Gray and some other special people, it wouldn't even take more than 2 years. There are some who even go through the entire plane in as little as a year. Sylvia nodded at Gray and the young lady. She felt a little relieved seeing that the 2 of them were talking to each other. The group walked over and the elder introduced them to their leader, Scott. He was one of the youths who were at the peak of the Sage Plane. He had a short beard and narrow eyes, which almost seemed like they were shut. His hair was around Gray's hair length, with brown eyes. Scott looked at the group of youths walking in their direction. Seeing that there was someone amongst the externals who was below the late stages of the Sage Plane, he couldn't help but raise his brow. "Fifth Elder, why would someone below the late stages be with the group?" he asked. His tone was one of arrogance, but he was genuinely curious about the matter. Normally, they would go for a genius who was around the late stages or even the peak of the Sage Plane. However, there was someone in the 5th stage of the Sage Plane in the group, and it was quite surprising. "He was brought here by your sister, you can ask her about it," the 5th Elder replied, clearly not happy with Gray's being able to join in. Scott turned to look at Sylvia. "Do you want a beating?" Sylvia asked with a snicker when she saw Scott giving her an inquisitive look. Scott withdrew his head like a turtle and didn't ask about it any longer. He knew his sister's personality. Also, from what he knew, there was no way his sister would do something that would bring shame to the family. Although he didn't chase the matter any longer, it didn't stop the others from looking at Gray. Having the lowest stage, Gray knew he would attract a lot of attention, so seeing how they were all studying him, he couldn't help but feel a headache. If even the people he was going with were already looking down on him, then what would happen when he gets to the place of the competition? She's fiery. Void laughed when he saw how Sylvia handled Scott. "I wonder how much she bullies him," Gray could help but say. From how fast Scott retracted his head when Sylvia asked the question showed how much he feared her. The entourage waited a little longer, and 5 more people appeared. A middle-aged man who had the same appearance as Scott alongside 2 old men and old women. "Let's go." As soon as he arrived, he said, before casually waving his hand. Gray felt a powerful suction force coming his way, and before he knew it, his vision went blank. Time slowly went by, and Gray didn't know how long it took before he saw light again. He noticed they were standing in another place at the moment. Looking around, he realized they were standing at the top of a mountain. "You're early once again. Looks like the results will be the same as the last time." A mocking voice came from the surrounding before a figure stepped out of the void. Behind him was a group of youths as well. Just like the group Gray was in, there were 20 youths below the age of 25, all in the late stages of the Sage Plane. Gray's eyes trailed from each of them before stopping at a familiar figure. The young man who attacked him the last time. His gaze changed a little when he realized the young man was unexpectedly in the 9th stage of the Sage Plane. "Thought they said he was in the 7th stage?" Gray asked Void to confirm. When he first came and asked around about the young man, it was said that he was in the 7th stage of the Sage Plane. How long has it been since then? Yet he was already in the 9th stage. Yeah, you didn't hear wrong. Either our informant is a little behind in getting news, or he didn't know his true stage and assumed. Void replied. Sensing a gaze, the young man looked in Gray's direction. He was originally looking at the youths, his faction's opponents, but sensing a strange gaze he turned to look at the source. When his eyes met with Gray, he paused for some time, seemingly trying to recall where he had seen his face before. After some time, his eyes enlarged and it was evident that he remembered something. His gaze towards Gray turned murderous for only a quarter of a second. He smiled before moving his gaze away. Gray didn't miss the intent to kill that flashed through the eyes of the young man, but he wasn't bothered. He looked around and his vision fell on one of the 6 youths who were at the peak of the Sage Plane. The Burchard family had only 4 people at the peak of the Sage Plane, while the Nether faction had 6 people at the peak. Unlike the Burchard family, they didn't have any external helpers. All 20 members were from the Nether faction. This showed the strength of the Nether faction. Chapter 963. Gray's eyes trailed on the body of the 6 peak Sage Plane elementalists from the Nether faction. Of the 6, 4 were young men while the other 2 were young ladies. He was still trying to figure out who Bill was when Sylvia leaned over and whispered, "You see that guy with the bushy eyebrows?" Gray looked at the figure Sylvia spoke of and nodded. "That's Bill. No matter what happens, if you come up against him, give up," Sylvia warned. Gray raised his brow but didn't say anything. If he really decided to put his all, he didn't feel he would lose against Bill. "The competition has not started yet, but just as usual, you're trying to dampen the spirit of my group." The leader of the Burchard family group replied with a straight face. His expression didn't change one bit. The leader of the group from the Nether faction laughed out loud before turning to his group. "Remember to go easy on them, we don't want any accidents, like the last time." When saying this, his voice wasn't particularly loud, but since everyone here was either in the Sage Plane or above, they had no issues hearing his words. The faces of the elders from the Burchard family changed when they heard this. During the last competition, 5 people died, 2 from their family and 3 externals. Not just that, but 2 more people were crippled. Although they hated to admit it, those from the Burchard family knew that their chances of winning this competition weren't up to 30%. Some of them even felt their chances had reduced since there was actually someone below the late stages of the Sage Plane in their ranks. The few elders who watched Gray's battle felt that he won by luck. Gray and those geniuses from the Burchard family were not the only ones studying their opponents. Those from the Nether faction were doing the same, and as expected, Gray was the one who caught the most attention. The reason for this was simple: his realm was just too low. They even brought someone in the 5th stage. How badly do they want to lose? Bill smirked when he saw Gray as he commented, "It's natural. Instead of wasting too much time, they should give up early." The geniuses from the Nether faction were brewing with confidence, and it was clear they didn't think much of their opponents. To them, they had already won the competition and all they wanted to do at the moment was to step into the secret realm and train, breaking through to the elemental venerable plane as fast as they could. Both groups separated, each heading to their sides. Just like in the case of the Permand and Syphilis factions battle, there was a third party here as well to make sure the situation was kept under control. A single individual appeared, but the faces of the leaders of both groups changed, and respect appeared in their eyes. In this world, strength reigned supreme, and the figure who stepped out of the void was an old expert from the #1 faction in the Aurora continent. His eyes were hollow, and his hair white. He wore a white robe with both hands placed behind him. When he appeared, he didn't speak a word, nodding to both leaders before going to take a seat on the highest seat set up. After he took his seat, both groups took their positions. The rules were quickly stated and Gray's expression couldn't help but change. Why do they always make it hard for the weaker side? He couldn't help but complain. It's life, the strong are always favored. Void said calmly. The rule of the contest was simple: there would be a one-on-one battle, and whichever side has more people wins. Given the advantage the other side has in terms of cultivation stage, it means that they have a higher chance of winning more battles. Take for instance, of the 20 people on the other side, 15 were to win, which means 15 people who fight against the remaining 5 people from the other side. When both sides are on the same level, it was a fair rule, but with as much as a small difference in strength, the stronger side had a higher chance of winning. Those from the Burchard family already knew the rules, and so did most of those participating. Since it was 2 sides against each other, it was almost always like this. After the rule was stated, it was time for the battle to start. Since the Nether faction is the previous winner, they had the privilege of challenging first. Bill was the first to step on stage. His eyes trailed on the body of those at the peak of the sage plane before looking away. He knew the plan, and he had to follow it. His eyes moved to those in the 7th and 8th stages. After some time, he picked a young lady in the 8th stage of the sage plane. He didn't even bat an eye for Gray since he felt it was beneath him. The young lady stepped on the platform. In such a battle, life and death could be decided in seconds. As long as the other party does not give up, one could continue attacking. The only time they were not allowed to attack was when they saw that the other party couldn't defend any longer. If they attacked after that, they risked getting killed by the old man at the side. With both fighters on the platform, the battle started. Bill moved like a lightning bolt. Before the young lady could make a sound, he was already standing before her. Boom! With a reverberating explosion, the young lady was sent flying. The figure of the young lady crashed into the ground, lifeless. Insta-kill. Bill killed his opponent with a single, ruthless strike. Gray sucked in a cold breath when he saw this. It was almost impossible for a peak sage plane elementalist to insta-kill someone in the 8th stage, but Bill pulled it off with ease. He's strong. Chapter 964. Gray had to admit it, Bill was stronger than he anticipated. If he were to fight against Bill without using the full power of the fusion state, he would stand 0 chances of winning. He had a few things that could help him survive his first attack, but winning was out of the picture. The only way he could win was if he was also at the peak of the sage plane. Maybe he only has explosive power. Void commented on the side. Gray thought about it and nodded. This might be the case. There are some people with terrifying explosive force. Once they explode out, their attack power would be frightening. However, in the long run, they were not that powerful. Nevertheless, he didn't dare to underestimate Bill at the moment. No matter what, he would have to go all out from the start if he were to fight against such an opponent. The faces of those from the Burchard family turned dark. Only the leader of the group still had a blank face. On the side of the Nether faction, there were smiles all around. The person killed was from the Burchard family, not an external member, so those youths from the Burchard family were angered by this, and this boosted the morale of those from the Nether faction. Bill left the platform and walked back to his seat. It was soon the turn of the Burchard family. Scott, the leader of the youth, stepped forward and glanced coldly at those from the Nether faction. His eyes rested on the body of a young man in the 9th stage of the sage plane. The young man shivered slightly, but Bill tapped him on the shoulder as if to tell him he would be fine. Resist the first attacks and you can admit defeat. This was his order. He knew he stood no chance against an infuriated Scott, but he had to step on the platform first, and only after the battle had started could he give up. The battle started and Scott immediately went on the offensive. The young man was already prepared for this and had already taken his defensive pose, preparing everything he could to survive the first series of attacks from Scott. Boom! Bang! Bam! Scott's first attack destroyed his entire defense. Before he could prepare for the next set of attacks, it had already gotten to him. Striking him cleanly, he was cut into two by the shocking fire blade. The glow in his eyes faded off and he died instantly. Another instant kill. The first two battles showed the stance of both sides: kill from my side, and I'll kill from your side. Gray took a glance at Scott, before taking in a deep breath. It seems like those I've been encountering are not the true geniuses of this continent. Scott's display of strength was even more domineering than that of Bill. Bill killed an 8th stage Sage Plane Elementalist, while Scott directly killed someone in the 9th stage. Gray couldn't help but wonder who would be victorious if the duo fought against each other. They were both top fighters at the peak, and there might be a chance that they were not equal in terms of strength. Scott walked back to his seat. Even though he had killed someone from the other side, he didn't feel good. One of his relatives was dead, and if things continued in this manner, more would follow suit. What was worse was that compared to them, the Nether faction had 2 more peak Sage Plane Elementalists, which meant having 2 extra chances of killing their opponents. Of course, not everyone was as strong as he and Bill. But the chances of them killing those in the 7th stage were not low. His eyes trailed to the handsome youth sitting on the side who had a comparably calm demeanor even after witnessing how brutal the battle was. Of everyone here, he should be the weakest, yet he was the calmest. There didn't seem to be any ripple in his eyes. He had studied Gray from Bill's first attack, and he noticed his blank expression hadn't changed. Could his face be deformed or something? He thought to himself. Even the elders have had a change in expression, but Gray's face has been the same from the first time he saw him. One person from the Nether faction stepped forward and challenged someone in the 7th stage of the Sage Plane. Their plan was simple: kill them before they could give up. The result of this battle was just like the rest. It ended with the weaker person dying even before they could admit defeat. The battle continued in this order, and before long, all the peak Sage Plane Elementalists from the Burchard family had fought a battle, and they had killed their opponents. The same could be said for the Nether faction. The only difference was that they had 2 more people at the peak. So they could challenge 2 more times. They both stepped out and only one of them managed to kill his opponent, the other was unsuccessful. In this battle, there had been 9 deaths, 5 from the Burchard family side and 4 from the Nether faction. However, of the Burchard family's original 20 participants, 6 had been eliminated, leaving only 14, while the other side had 2 more people. With those at the peak done, it was time for those in the 9th stage to step onto the platform and challenge an opponent. Originally, the Nether faction had 7 people in the 9th stage, but now they had 1 less. The Burchard family had only 5 people in the 9th stage of the Sage Plane, so once again, they were on the weaker side in terms of numbers. The first person who stepped on stage was none other than the young man who attacked Gray the last time. When he stood on the platform, his eyes stopped on Gray's body for a while before letting out a smirk. Come out. Chapter 965. Everyone turned to look in the direction the young man was looking, and their eyes fell on the body of the young man sitting close to Gray. The young man was among the externals. He was one of the few 8th stage Sage Plane Elementalists on the side of the Burchard family. The young man stood up and walked straight to the platform. He knew what was coming and he had to prepare himself to survive the young man's first attacks. As long as he successfully defends, he could give up later. Look around properly, this will be the last time you see anyone. The young man said. While saying that, his eyes didn't leave Gray's body. He felt after his attack, Gray wouldn't show up. He didn't think he would even when his realm was still so low. I'll let someone else kill him. If he survives till the next round, I'll personally kill him. He thought internally. The only reason he didn't pick Gray was that there were weaker people in his group. Even though the Nether faction was strong, there were still a few 7th stage Sage Plane Elementalists who came, so he was leaving Gray for them. However, he knew Gray was no pushover, especially after Gray managed to survive his attack even though he was in the origin plane, a plane lower than him at that time. Now Gray had advanced at a speed that shocked him to the core. Although he hid it, he was astounded when he realized Grey was already in the 5th stage of the Sage plane. When they last saw each other, there was a gap of almost an entire plane. However, the gap was only 4 stages now, and he only broke through to the 9th stage of the Sage plane a week ago. If Grey can successfully defeat his opponent, then he wouldn't mind fighting against him next. He threw the thought of fighting against Grey to the back of his mind and focused on the figure in front of him. He wanted to assert his dominance, and killing his opponent with a quick move was the best choice. The start of the battle was announced, and he moved with the fastest speed possible. His body was covered with the lightning element as he charged at a terrifying speed toward his opponent. The young man he challenged was already prepared for a relentless first assault, so he prepared all the defensive skills he had. When the young man got close to him, he unleashed them, trying to fight for his life. The young man attacking didn't see his defenses as anything. Without even blinking, he blazed through it with an attack. Seeing the attack, Grey recalled what he was attacked with. It was the same technique, a single strike, but holding unimaginable power. After getting to the Sage plane, the young man's strength and mastery of these attacks were on another level. The attack cleanly struck the young man from the Burchard family, and he was sent flying. Before his body could touch the ground, the young man from the Nether faction who was on a move from the start was already upon him. Boom! He attacked once again. Against an opponent who couldn't fight back, it was easy to see who the clear winner was. Just as the figure of the young man was about to hit the ground, it was covered by a light and it flew away from the platform, landing beside those from the Burchard family. "You're not allowed to kill a defenseless opponent." An aged voice sounded in the area, and everyone turned to where the old man was sitting. The old man had a nonchalant expression, but it was obvious that he was the one who saved the life of the young man a few seconds ago. "I'm sorry, Elder, I didn't know he couldn't defend any longer." The young man from the Nether faction apologized with a soft expression. He felt a bit indignant inside, but against such an old figure, he didn't dare to show it. Originally, he thought his first strike would be enough, but the young man was able to survive it, even though it caused horrific injuries to him. The old man snorted coldly before looking away as if uninterested in the whole event. Grey, on the other hand, looked at the young man from the Nether faction with a serious expression. From his assessment, he wasn't that far off from those at the peak of the Sage plane. If Grey were to know that he only broke through to the 9th stage a week ago, he would also be astounded at the talent of the young man. Nevertheless, no matter how high the young man's talent was, it didn't change the fact that he tried to kill Grey once, and Grey would never let that slide. Even if he showed most of his cards here, he wouldn't mind it as long as he took down someone he perceived as an enemy. The young man glanced at Grey before walking away, heading back to the side of the Nether faction. Of the 20 people the Burchard family brought over, 4 had advanced to the next round, while 6 had been eliminated. Adding this young man who managed to escape with his life thanks to the old man, 7 had been, leaving only 9 left. From those on the side of the Nether faction, 7 had advanced to the next round, while only 4 had been eliminated. In contrast to the numbers on the side of the Burchard family, they had a clearer advantage. The other 5 at the 9th stage of the Sage plane naturally challenged those of lower stages, and only 2 of them had to challenge those in the 9th stage since they all felt that they had to leave Grey for someone in a lower stages. One of those from the Burchard family managed to defeat the person who challenged her, and she moved on to the next round without having to challenge anyone. Only 4 of them won, and in total, 11 of those from the Burchard family were eliminated, leaving only 5 who had advanced, and 4 who hadn't challenged anyone. Chapter 966. The faces of those from the Burchard family weren't pretty. Looking at the options they had left, they felt a tinge of sadness. Of only 4 people left, 2 were in the 9th stage, 1 was in the 8th stage, and the last person was Grey, the young man who was in the 5th stage of the Sage plane. Although he managed to qualify for this, his opponent was merely in the 7th stage of the Sage plane. In a battle of high ranks, they had little to no faith in him. On the side of the Nether faction, they still had the same number of people left, and 3 of them were in the 8th stage of the Sage plane, while the last one was in the 7th stage. As things stand, they felt there was a chance that Grey might win his battle since he had defeated someone in the 7th stage once, but that wouldn't be relevant once he advances to the next round. From that round onwards, there would only be people in the 8th stage and above. The 9th stage Sage Plane Elementalist from the Burchard family stepped out and challenged someone in the 8th stage. He won easily. The next person won easily as well. With both 9th stage fighters from the Burchard family winning their battles, it was time for those in the 8th stage, and just like before, the Nether faction was the first to challenge. They had one person left in the 8th stage of the Sage Plane, and one in the 7th stage. Both parties had the same number of fighters, one in the 8th stage each, while the others were in the 7th and 5th stages respectively. How confident are you in fighting against someone in the 9th stage? Bill walked up to the young lady in the 8th stage and asked. This was the last person in the 8th stage for them. She was quite powerful, and if he had a choice, he would prefer she didn't take the risk of fighting the person in the 8th stage from the Burchard family. About 80%. I can't fight against someone on his level though. She pointed at the young man who attacked Gray the last time. That's enough. Challenge the guy in the 5th stage. Bill said before walking away. It would be right for her to challenge the other person in the 8th stage since she was more powerful, but Bill didn't want any complications and felt this was the best choice. Although doing this will mean an 8th stage elementalist from the Burchard family would advance easily, he wasn't bothered about him. The young lady nodded and walked to the platform. Stepping on the platform, she pointed at Gray. You, come out. Gray was a little taken aback, and the faces of the old men from the Burchard family changed once again before most of them sighed in defeat. The only chance of Gray advancing had been cut off. Actually, they didn't have too much hope for him. What they wanted was for the young lady to challenge their 8th stage Sage Plane Elementalist, and if she was defeated, and Gray manages to defeat the other, it would make things easier for them. Gray didn't say anything. Taking a small glance at the young lady, he walked to the platform nonchalantly. His expression, the same as usual, blank. Standing before the young lady, he didn't show a shred of emotion, simply waiting for the battle to start. When the old man saw that they were ready, he announced the start of the battle. The young lady moved immediately. She was a lightning elementalist, like most from the Nether faction. Gray was already prepared for her attacks. Just as she was about to get close to him, he vanished. The young lady only paused for a quarter of a second before charging in another direction. Boom! She attacked, and Gray's figure was sent sliding back. Although he managed to block, he was pushed to the edge of the platform. His hands felt numb from blocking the attack, and small cuts could be seen on them. He moved his hands as if to get the blood flowing on them once again before taking a glance at his opponent. The young lady looked at Gray with a little smile before attacking once again. Gray didn't waste any time and used the fusion state without hesitation. It was acceptable to use this technique as long as it was not help from any outside individual. Boosting his stage to the 7th stage of the Sage Plane, he took the young lady's attack head-on. Boom! An explosion louder than the first one rang out, and they were actually tied. Those from the Burchard family were stunned, while the eyes of the young lady showed doubt. Although this wasn't her full strength, even a regular 7th stage elementalist would not be able to block it. It's not simple. Her heart skipped a beat. For some reason, she started to have a bad feeling. If she were told she would ever have such a feeling from challenging someone at a lower stage, she would never believe it. Bill's expression changed slightly, but it soon went back to the same. It's just petty tricks. He won't be able to keep it up for long. He was not the only one with this thought in his head. Most of the elders from the Nether faction felt the same. As long as the young lady manages to hold him off, then she would win. For some reason, they all suddenly accepted the fact that Gray had the advantage. What was worse was that none of them felt that it was odd that they felt that way. One has to know that this was more like their first exchange, and Gray was still a stage lower. Yet, they had all placed him higher than his opponent. Amongst those from the Nether faction, only one person felt that things might not actually go the way they think it would. It was none other than the young man who attacked him. He had attacked Gray with almost a complete plane difference, and Gray survived. Someone like that would definitely have his ways of dealing with an opponent just a stage above him. Chapter 967. Gray took the initiative to attack this time. After he blocked the young lady's attack, he started his attacks. The young lady covered herself with lightning before sending out a powerful bolt of lightning Gray's way. Gray dodged the attack before closing in on his opponent and using the fire element to attack. The young lady blocked with the lightning element but was pushed back from the impact of the attack. This lifted the spirits of those from the Burchard family, while the eyes of those from the Nether faction showed shock. The young lady prepared herself when she saw Gray coming closer once again. This attack showed her that she should not take him lightly. Gray attacked with a fireball, but she retreated. "Explode," Gray said internally as she retreated. An explosion erupted from the position the young lady was retreating to. Not prepared for the attack, the impact pushed her forward, into the attack in front of her. She was still covered in lightning, so it helped block most of the attacks. She bolted through the fireball explosion in front of her and shortened the gap between herself and Gray. Just as she was about to attack, she suddenly felt a strong pressure on her body. Bam! She slammed into the ground. Gray had unleashed his gravitational force field when the young lady got within its coverage. This was something that, as long as she had never seen him use before, would always work as a surprise attack. Taking advantage of the opportunity the gravitational force field brought about, he appeared beside the young lady and sent her flying with a kick, packed with the strength of his fire element. The young lady was still trying to adjust to what just happened when she saw Gray's incoming kick. She used all her strength to set up a lightning defensive wall that covered her, but she was still sent flying by the kick. She slammed on the platform before rolling a few times. Gray stood on the same spot, staring at her with his blank eyes. The young lady stood up and stared at Gray with furious eyes. Even though she felt Gray wasn't ordinary, she didn't think he would be able to overpower her so easily. "I'm done playing." She spat out the small bits of blood in her mouth before the clouds started to change. It was as if a storm was brewing. Gray raised his head to look at the sky. A smirk appeared on his lips before lightning started to dance across his body. The young lady who prepared to attack almost stumbled to the ground when she saw this. Gray had already used 3 elements. Now, he was showing the lightning element, which meant he had 4. Elementalists with more than 3 elements were quite rare. We'll see whose lightning is stronger. With a cold snort, she moved her hands to perform some seals and the storm suddenly roared fiercely. A bolt of lightning shot out from the storm, heading in Gray's direction. Not just that, but multiple lightning danced around the body of the young lady that took the shape of a lightning snake, and they shot at Gray as well. Gray took in a deep breath before fire and lightning started to dance around him. Lightning on his left, while fire on his right. Boom! The bolt of lightning falling from the sky struck within a moment's notice, but Gray's figure started to fade. An afterimage! The young lady exclaimed softly. The appearance of an afterimage showed that Gray didn't use the space element to escape. Instead, he moved with unprecedented speed. The young lady hurriedly looked around and tried to find his location. She soon spotted his movements, but he was already almost in front of her. He unleashed both his fire and lightning attacks at the same time. With the aid of the lightning element, the young lady dodged the attack, but she was soon met with another attack from Gray. Scrambling, she dodged again and again. Before she knew it, she was finding it difficult to keep up with Gray's attacks. She couldn't even defend properly, much less counterattack. In the seating area of the Burchard family, everyone turned to look at Sylvia with dazzled eyes. They had seen Gray fight against someone in the 7th stage and win, so even though they had hopes for him fighting against someone, the person must be in the 7th stage. Gray was currently doing something out of their expectations. Suppressing this young lady showed that he was not in any way weaker than a typical 9th stage Sage Plane Elementalist. Even if he used a secret technique to boost his strength, it was only to the 7th stage. "Where did you get such a figure from?" An elder couldn't help but ask. "I saw him on the way during one of my travels. I didn't think he would be this good, to be honest," Sylvia replied. Although she didn't give them too much information, they could already tell that she knew he was powerful, but not on this level. They continued speaking about Gray. Scott looked at Gray with surprised eyes. Those from the Nether faction were just as shocked. Bill's expression was even worse since he was the one who told the young lady to challenge Grey since he was weaker. His seemingly foolproof plan seemed to be on the verge of crumbling. Even if he wins, we still have the advantage. He consoled himself. Yes, so what if Grey won this battle? It doesn't change the fact that they had 2 more Peak Sage Plane Elementalists, and 3 more 9th Stage Elementalists as well. What can one man do? This was what he concluded in his head, and he gave up on the thought of the young lady winning. From how Grey was suppressing her, it would take a lot from her to come back into the battle. While all these thoughts were running through the heads of multiple people, Grey's attacks were getting fiercer by the second. He didn't want to give his opponent the chance to fight back. Chapter 968. The young lady was sent flying once again, slamming into the platform. She was still capable of fighting, so the old man didn't try to interfere in the battle since he didn't see a need to. Grey's figure shot toward the young lady as he wanted to continue his attack. But a lightning bolt shot at him. The attack forced him to stop for a moment since he had to deal with it. The young lady used the opportunity to get back on her feet and used a secret technique to boost her strength. Before Grey could even react, her strength had shot to the 9th stage. Boom! A powerful explosive attack shot out from her body and crashed at Grey. An earth wall rose from the ground and blocked the attack as it was about to hit Grey. The earth wall soon had cracks running down across it. Grey was in the middle of reinforcing the earth wall when the young lady attacked once again. Boom! Another attack struck the earth wall, and the already crumbling earth wall fell apart, revealing Grey. The impact of the attack didn't die down, and almost 50% of the attack was still there. It shot at Grey, who was still trying to find his bearings. The attack struck him, and although he managed to move to the side, he was still grazed by it and pushed to the side. The young lady attacked once again, but this time, to her surprise, she didn't overwhelm Grey. Grey steadied himself when he saw her coming. With a tap of his foot, the gravity around him dropped once again. Even though the young lady already knew of this skill of his, she was still taken by surprise. Grey's timing for using his gravitational force field could be said to be top-notch. He only uses it at the best opportune time, so even if his opponent could defend against it, it would definitely provide the opening he needs to escape, or in this case, attack. Grey unleashed an orb mixed with the fire and lightning elements. The young lady had freed herself from the impact of the gravitational force field, but she was directly hit by Grey's attack. Even though she managed to set up a defensive wall at the last second, she was still sent flying. She crashed to the ground and rolled a few times before coming to a stop. Those from the Burchard family cheered when they saw this. Grey had once again shocked them. Even when his opponent had increased her strength to the 9th stage of the Sage Plane, going ahead of him with 2 stages, he still managed to overpower her. This spoke volumes of his talent. Of everyone in the Burchard family group, only a few didn't have excited expressions. The leader had a shocked expression, while 2 elders had dark faces. Sylvia was dumbstruck. She didn't even know what to say. Just when she felt Grey was impressive while fighting against an 8th stage opponent, he started to do even better by overpowering a 9th stage opponent. Grey didn't continue his attack as he waited for the young lady to get back to her feet. The young lady struggled, but she managed to stand up after almost a minute. She looked at Grey, and her eyes couldn't hide the shock. Just like everyone present, she was dumbstruck. Originally, she felt she would be able to defeat him from the start after he started to show his terrifying power. She felt, once she used her secret technique to increase her strength just like him, then she would beat him up. Unfortunately, reality proved to be different. Even with her upgrade, she was still on the losing end. I can't lose to an opponent in a lower stage. This was the only thing going through her head. She clenched her fists and, with gritted teeth, she started to draw a symbol with lightning that converged on her fingertip. Grey, seeing this, moved out immediately. He could sense a powerful force converging on the symbol the young lady was drawing. The young lady naturally saw his movements and used her other hand to send out attacks his way. Grey dodged the attacks as he shortened the gap between them. When he got within 20 meters of her, he unleashed a lightning rain. His motive was to disrupt whatever she was planning to do. The young lady created a powerful protective screen above her to block the attack of the lightning rain. Seeing this, Gray's figure shot to the sky. With both hands spread apart, he muttered to himself. Meteor descent. Large boulders, covered with flames, appeared in the sky. Their appearance amazed those watching. She's lost. The leader of the Nether faction shook his head. Not necessarily. Bill commented. The leader of the Nether faction looked at Bill but didn't say anything. Compared to Bill, he was more experienced. He knew why Bill said what he said. The young lady was done with the symbol she was making. However, he knew for a fact that Gray's main attack was far stronger than hers. Only those above the elemental venerable plane could tell what Gray wanted to do. Behind this attack of his lies an even more powerful attack. The symbol the young lady drew sent out a powerful lightning strike in Gray's direction. It clashed with the boulders shooting down, and it was able to disintegrate the first few boulders with ease. Just as the attack was about to hit Gray, the young lady felt her heart skip a beat. However, it was too late. Dimensional slash. Gray's somewhat eerie voice resounded softly on the platform. The lightning attack that was shooting at Gray was cut in two by an almost invisible force that soon turned into a black slash. The young lady felt a chill run down her spine as she felt an intense threat to her life. No, she knew her life was in danger. If she doesn't block or dodge this attack, she will die. She wouldn't even have the time to admit defeat. Chapter 969. With a powerful yell, the young lady summoned all the strength she had left and attacked. Since she couldn't dodge the attack, and the possibility of being able to defend it was very small, she decided to attack. The impact of the attack might be able to push her away from the jaws of death. This was her only hope at the moment. Boom! Both attacks clashed and the impact successfully forced her back. However, she suddenly felt a powerful pull. Before she knew it, instead of leaving the area, she was actually being dragged into the zone of the attacks. With both attacks exploding at the same time, even a peak Sage Plane Elementalist would have to tread carefully or they might lose their lives, much less an 8th stage Sage Plane Elementalist like herself. Even if she boosted her strength, it still didn't change the fact that she was still in the 8th stage. No. Her shriek was heard from the explosion. It died down some moments later. Gray stood on the same spot, staring emotionlessly at the place where the explosion occurred. The explosion died down and the result was evident for all to see. The young lady was dead. Her figure was so badly mutilated by the explosion that it was almost impossible to associate her with the figure who stood proudly on the platform some minutes ago. Elderbrook, you let him kill her on purpose. A voice filled with displeasure rang out. It was the leader of the Nether faction. When the young man who attacked Gray wanted to kill his opponent, the old man stopped him, but in Gray's case, he let him stop his opponent from escaping. The old man referred to as Elderbrook turned to look at the leader of the Nether faction. Both cases are not the same. He didn't explain any further and gave the nod for Gray to step down from the platform. Gray left the platform and headed back to his seat. He had successfully shocked those from the Burchard family as the surprise was still evident on their faces. He's strong, Scott said with a serious expression. He didn't think Gray had shown his full strength yet. The fact that Gray hasn't shown his full strength while fighting against an opponent 3 stages ahead of him showed that he was on another level. Even with the help of the fusion state, Gray was still 2 stages below the young lady, but he not only won, but he killed his opponent as well. Such a terrifying figure, where did Sylvia find such a freak? An elder commented. While those from the Burchard family had nothing but praise for Gray, the feelings of those from the Nether faction were different. 2 figures had remorse written all over their faces, Bill and the young man who attacked Gray. I made a mistake. I should have killed him when I got the chance. One regretted sending the young lady to her death, while the other wished he could go back in time and kill Gray. The last battle soon started and just as everyone expected, the person from the Burchard family won easily against his opponent, but he was unable to kill him, unlike what Gray did some time ago. With that battle completed, the first round was over, and even with Gray, the anomaly, the Nether faction still had more people, which made them confident. On the side of the Burchard family, they had 9 people who advanced to the next round, for Peak Sage Plane Elementalists, 3 9th Stage Sage Plane Elementalists, 1 8th Stage, and Gray, who was in the 5th stage. The Nether faction had 6 Peak Sage Plane Elementalists and 5 in the 9th stage. With just this alone, they were the clear favorites to win the competition. The old man quickly called for the start of the next round. Just like before, those at the peak would be the first to challenge an opponent, then followed by those in the 9th stage. The Nether faction was the first to go once again. Bill stepped forward. He gave Gray a long hard look before moving his eyes away. Those from the Burchard family heaved a sigh of relief, since they wanted Gray to fight someone in the 9th stage of the Sage Plane. Bill's eyes rested on a young lady in the 9th stage. The young lady didn't waste any time and stepped on the platform. The battle didn't last up to 3 minutes, as Bill was able to bulldoze past his opponent with ease. Luckily for the young lady, she survived his attacks and admitted defeat on her own. Bill snorted coldly before turning away. The next person from the Nether faction stepped out. Just like Bill, he challenged someone in the 9th stage and won. Before long, there were only 2 Peak Sage Plane Elementalists from the Nether faction. The previous for who fought had won their battles. This meant that 4 people had been eliminated from the side of the Burchard family. All 3 9th stage elementalists were gone, and the young lady in the 8th stage was also eliminated as well. She almost lost her life if not for a timely decision she made. Although she lost her right hand, it didn't matter as long as she survived. Now, there were only 5 people left on the side of the Burchard family, and of the 5 people, all but Gray were at the peak of the Sage Plane. At this moment, the result of the battle was almost fixed. The Nether faction still had 7 people who hadn't stepped on stage, and they already had 4 who had advanced to the next round. If things went this way, they might win with ease. The next person at the peak stepped on the platform. He looked at Gray before letting out a smirk. There was no one else below the peak of the Sage Plane except Gray. Even if Gray defeated someone in the 9th stage, no one felt he would be a match for someone at the peak. Come. Chapter 970. His Lost. Those from the Burchard family gave up when they saw Gray being challenged. Once Gray was defeated, they would have only 4 people left, and all of them were at the peak. Even if all 4 were victorious, it still won't put them in a favorable position. Sylvia and those from the Burchard family had dull faces. This competition seemed to be taking the same path as the previous ones, ending in their defeat. Gray walked to the platform. He knew everyone felt he had lost, but he wasn't too concerned. Until the battle was fought, no one knew who would win. Personally, I'd like to fight against that guy, but unfortunately, I have to show my hand now. Gray thought, a little sad he didn't get to fight the young man who made him come. Are you sure you want to fight this battle? Since you're weaker, you can give up. The old man's voice rang on the platform. Those from the Burchard family and the Nether faction turned to look at the old man. Even Gray was a little confused. Clearly, the old man seemed to be favoring him for some reason unknown to him. He was certain he had never seen this old man named Brooke before, yet the old man was making things easy for him. He even said he could give up. Thank you for your concern, Elder. I'll go ahead with the battle. If I can't, I'll give up. There's no harm in trying. Gray replied respectfully. If you say so. The old man nodded before giving the go-ahead for the battle. On the side of the Burchard family. Are you sure he's just a common person? The leader of the Burchard family turned to Sylvia. Yes, he confirmed it to me himself. At first, I thought he was associated with the Dawson family, but when I asked him about it, he told me he had never been to the Western continent at that time, much less come in contact with them. Sylvia replied. What if he was lying? An elder asked. When I met him, he was still at the peak of the origin plane. Do you think someone of that low realm can lie to me and I won't know? I've also done my research. There's no one in the Dawson family with his name, and neither was there in the extended family. Do you think the Dawson family will have such a genius and let him roam this freely without any protection? Sylvia confirmed to them. She had her ways of figuring out if someone in a lower realm was lying, so when she said this, none of the elders tried to argue with her any longer. Do you think there's any chance of him joining us then? The leader asked. Not likely. He only agreed to participate in this competition for a funny reason, revenge. Sylvia said with a wry smile. Although she hated to admit it, she still felt a bit sad that Gray only came because he wanted revenge and not because she wanted him to come. Such a foolish reason. He'll only die then. An elder who seemed to not be on Gray's side from the start in the Burchard family snorted coldly. I know his character, he's not someone who wouldn't do something he's not sure of. Since he came for revenge, he has his ways of getting it. Sylvia said she fully believed in Gray. Well, not when he's fighting against someone at the peak of the Sage Plane though. Back on the platform. Gray was staring at the young man standing in front of him. You should have taken the lifeline you were offered. The young man said coldly. His eyes were red, it was clear that he seemed to have a certain hatred toward Gray. Don't worry, the likes of you can't kill me. Gray replied nonchalantly. Arrogant, I'll make you beg for death. After that, I'll kill you. The young man said with hate. Who? Why do you look familiar? Gray suddenly realized something and looked at the young man with a curious expression. He seemed to fall deep in thoughts, seemingly trying to recall where he saw the young man before and why he felt he was familiar. You killed my sister. The young man said through gritted teeth. Ha! No wonder you looked so familiar. I've forgotten her face so soon. I'm sorry, I didn't think she would not be able to escape from the attack. Gray smacked his thighs in realization. When the young man heard Gray say, he didn't think she would not be able to escape. You dragged her into the explosion, you fiend. The young man exploded with anger. Everyone clearly saw the impact of the explosion pushing the young lady away, but Gray used the space element to drag her back into the explosion, killing her in the process. Only a fool would believe Gray's words. I did that? Well, let's forget about her. She's in the past now. Gray waved offhandedly. This infuriated the young man even more. Don't worry, you'll also be part of the party soon enough. He said in anger. Gray shrugged his shoulders as if he was not bothered by the young man's threat. Seeing this made the young man even more annoyed. The old man called for the start of the battle and the young man charged at Gray. Gray, already expecting a violent attack from the young man, retreated. Even though he was confident if he didn't enter the fusion state, he would undoubtedly lose against such a powerful opponent. The young man was still a peak Sage Plane elementalist. As soon as Gray was retreating, he closed the gap and attacked with the fire element. Gray vanished from where he was standing, dodging the attack. However, another attack was sent out by the young man, a lightning attack this time. Gray blocked but was pushed back by the attack. His hands went numb when the attack broke through his earth wall. Damn it, this guy is tough. Chapter 971. The young man continued his attack on Gray, not wanting to give him the chance he was looking for. He knew Gray would need a small chance to use his special technique that could boost his strength, but he didn't want that. The weaker Gray was, the easier it was to kill him. Gray dodged the attacks as he retreated, making sure he didn't get into the attack range of the young man. Die! 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 The young man screamed repeatedly as he attacked Gray viciously. Gray kept a cool head as he studied the situation. As things stand, he wouldn't be able to use the fusion state as he wanted, so he had to go for the next best thing, inscriptions. Two symbols lit up in the sky and they attacked the young man who was focused on chasing after Gray. The young man sensed the attack at the last moment and dodged to the right. This presented the opportunity Gray had been waiting for. Seeing that he finally had the chance, he hastily used the fusion state. He boosted it to the 8th stage, unlike the previous time when he only stopped on the 7th stage. The sudden boost of Gray's strength shocked everyone. They already thought that the 7th stage was the limit Gray could get to, but now, he actually forced it to the 8th stage. Had he used this when fighting against the young lady the last time, he would have been able to finish her off in a shorter time. The young man looked at Gray with a little shock, but he still didn't think much of it. "So you still have some hidden cards? I'll kill you regardless of whatever you show." He snorted coldly. Gray might have boosted his strength, but nevertheless, he was still only in the 8th stage of the Sage Plane. Compared to a peak Sage Plane Elementalist, he was still a little lacking. Well, this was what everyone thought. "You're not on my level," Gray replied with a smirk. After saying this, he attacked. The young man was already prepared for this and used the lightning element to boost his speed before leaving an afterimage. Gray's eyes widened a bit. This was the first time he was fighting against someone who could actually leave behind an afterimage. Boom! Bang! Bam! They started to exchange attacks. Gray mainly used the fire element, while the young man used the lightning element. A firebird attacked Gray, but it was blown to bits by a lightning bolt that shot out from one of the inscriptions. Gray tried to use the space element to send a quick attack with his fire element, teleporting the attack right in front of the young man, but the young man managed to react quickly, blocking it with hands covered in lightning. The attack forced him back, but he was fine, not affected by it. Gray followed up with an earth pillar that he smashed in the direction of the young man. The young man slashed a large lightning sword to cut the pillar into two before attacking Gray once again with the lightning sword. Gray created an earth wall, but it was sliced apart. He vanished, hoping to dodge the attack. But the young man was already prepared for this, and a lightning arrow shot at Gray, even faster than he could teleport. Gray caught sight of the lightning arrow a little late, and it hit him squarely on his chest, sending him flying. The young man's eyes brightened when he saw this. Hee, I told you, I'll kill you." He snickered hatefully. Just as he moved closer to Gray, he suddenly felt a powerful pressure descend on him and his figure almost dropped to the ground. Boom! A large fire rose from Gray's body, shooting in all directions. The young man tried to retreat, but he was caught by the attack and sent flying. He did a backflip mid-air and landed on his feet. Just as his feet touched the ground, a beam shot at it. It was made up of the fire and the lightning element. The beam exuded a shocking aura. Seeing the beam, the young man knew he shouldn't dare to be negligent. Preparing himself, he unleashed an even scarier attack that collided with the beam. The strength of both attacks colliding was on another scale. Those watching the battle were all on the edge of their seats. This was the most heated battle so far, and to think that it was between a 5th stage Sage Plane Elementalist who used some special technique to boost his strength and a peak Sage Plane Elementalist was even more shocking. Those from the Burchard family looked at each other with stunned eyes. Gray had shocked them once again. Even if he doesn't win the battle in the end, he had already proven to them that compared to most of the geniuses here, he was miles ahead. An 8th stage fighting against a peak Sage Plane Elementalist was something they wouldn't really think of being possible before. Only a few people in the history of the continent might be able to achieve such a feat. Even those from the Nether faction were looking at Gray with different eyes. The young man who attacked Gray felt a chill run down his spine. Yes, he could fight against someone at the peak of the Sage Plane, but the main problem was that he didn't think this was Gray's full strength. If there was a way for Gray to actually use a strength that was superior to this, then it would shock the entire world. A 5th stage Sage Plane Elementalist fighting those over 3 stages ahead of him was already shocking enough. One has to know that the gap between a peak Sage Plane Elementalist was quite large. Only a selected few could cross that gap while still in the 9th stage and fight on equal footing. Gray, even though he boosted his strength, was still in the 8th stage, so he was technically still not on the level where he should be able to fight a peak Sage Plane Elementalist to this stage. Chapter 972. Boom! The attack died down and both Gray and the young man came into view. They were both standing in the same spot as before, staring dead at each other. Now, the young man didn't exude the level of confidence he did at the start of the battle. From their short exchange, he knew there was no way he would be able to kill Gray. He had to defeat Gray first before he should even think of killing him. Gray was also staring at the young man, multiple thoughts running through his head. He knew this was not the full strength of the young man standing before him, but he was also confident that he would be able to defeat him. Also, he didn't want to show his full card. He still had to think of a way to kill the young man who attacked him the last time. If he were to go up against that young man, he wanted to use his full strength to kill him in a single attack. The young man calmed himself, and instead of his previous rush state, he started slowly this time. He threw a fireball at Gray, knowing fully well that it wouldn't do anything to him. Gray didn't bother with the attack as he retreated back. The young man followed up with a shot of lightning bolt that sped through the fireball, which just exploded. Gray saw the attack a little late, but he still managed to dodge to the side, leaving behind an afterimage. After dodging, he unleashed an attack of his own, with earth spikes shooting out of the ground, aiming for the young man. The young man dodged the attack, but he sensed another attack from behind him. It was a fire attack. This attack was released by the inscription that appeared behind him. Although he blocked the attack, he was still pushed forward, heading in Gray's direction. When he noticed this, he hastily forced his body to come to a halt since he knew going too close to Gray would be dangerous. The gravitational force field was something. Even though he knew he could fight against it, it would still be able to slow him down for a second. Just as his body was about to come to a stop, he felt a powerful suction force, and his figure was dragged toward Gray. This time, he had zero control over his body. All he could do was watch himself shoot toward Gray. When his figure got close to Gray's, he exploded with the lightning element, sending off lightning sparks in all directions. A rain of lightning fell from the sky, aiming at where they were. Gray was forced to leave him and move back, cancelling his technique. The moment the young man gained control over his body, he attacked. Gray blocked the attack, but his earth wall was broken to pieces. The young man followed the attack with his fire element. Gray was kept under constant attacks from him. He didn't want to give Gray any opportunities to attack again. He already knew how deadly Gray was. The fight soon started to peak, with the young man seemingly having the upper hand. It couldn't be helped, even though Gray had a variety of attacks and tricks. When it came to raw attack power, he was still slightly off compared to his opponent. The young man was more aggressive, and his attack power was stronger than at the start of the battle. On the side of the Burchard family, worry started to show on the faces of those watching the battle. They were quite hopeful when Gray started to dominate the battle at one point, but since then, it had been the young man who was controlling the battle. Gray has been forced to dance to his tune so far. Do you think he will be able to win? Sylvia turned to the leader of their group. It's hard to say. He's already done so much, but he's still being suppressed. In the end, he's not a true 8th stage Sage Plane Elementalist. The leader shook his head wryly. Given Gray's talent, if he were to truly be in the 8th stage, the leader of this group was confident that Gray would be able to beat his opponent and win comfortably. But since he only used external means to boost his strength to this level, then there was no way he could fully use the strength of a true 8th stage Elementalist. Of course, he wasn't saying that Gray wouldn't be able to beat an 8th stage Elementalist. He only meant that if Gray met someone like Gray himself that was in the 8th stage, he would lose. He tried. No one expected he would do this much, to be honest. An elder complimented Gray's efforts so far. The other elders nodded to his words when they heard it. The youths in the group were all awed by Gray's strength. It was out of their expectations that he was this powerful. There were a few people who looked down on him when they first met. There were even some who didn't really think much of him even after he killed that young lady in the 8th stage. Now, however, the case was different. Gray was fighting against someone who could be said to be on the same level as some of them. He could even be stronger than a few of them, and he was not losing. Even though he was being suppressed, he hadn't lost yet and had even had flashes of brilliance where he suppressed his opponent. Unbeknownst to all of them present, Gray was hiding most of his cards because he wanted to make sure the young man would challenge him so he could insta-kill him. If he were to really use most of his cards, even without increasing his strength to the 9th stage, he would be able to fight the young man in a much better state and not be suppressed by this much. Chapter 973. The young man continued attacking. It had been over 5 minutes now, and without the inscriptions, Gray hadn't been able to attack the young man. The young man had neutralized him. An attack soon came flying in that sent Gray in another direction. Gray's figure slammed into the ground and the aura of an 8th stage elementalist started to fade from his body. Before long, he was back to the 5th stage. Admit. Not yet. Gray interrupted the young man through ragged breath. It was obvious he was already at his limit. The old man didn't interfere any longer. He was trying to help Gray, but Gray seemed to be foolish for some reason. He even went as far as somewhat disrespecting him. "Ha ha, I like your type. Now I can kill you with pleasure." The young man laughed. Gray stood up and looked at the young man. "You really think you can kill me?" The young man laughed before releasing an attack that sent Gray flying again. Gray spat out a mouthful of blood as he slammed into the ground. "To think I was starting to get worried." The young man scoffed when he saw Gray lying on the ground. He walked closer to Gray. To him, Gray was finished. He was a bit cautious, but he also didn't think Gray would be able to hold on much. Everyone could tell that this last attack took a lot out of Gray, who was bleeding from his mouth, nose, and in multiple places on his body. When he was around 5 meters away from Gray, his expression changed drastically. Not just him, but everyone watching the battle noticed something off as well, and their eyes turned to Gray, who was previously lying on the ground. He was no longer there. A trap. This was the only thing that ran through the heads of everyone. The young man tried to move, but he noticed his movements were a bit sluggish. Gray appeared behind him, a smirk on his face. "You really think you could kill me?" Before his voice died down, he had already thrown a punch that connected cleanly on the back of the young man. This punch was enforced with his fire, lightning, and earth element, so the strength it packed was on another level. Being struck so closely by the attack, the young man spat out a mouthful of blood. When everyone looked at Gray, they noticed that he was back to the 8th stage of the Sage Plane, and he looked to be as strong as before, if not stronger. Just as the audience were still thinking of something, Gray moved again. This time, he was faster than he previously was. A fire orb shot at the young man. As he tried to block it, he was sent flying by it. Everyone noticed the visible change in Gray's attack power. It was on another level. Only after inspection did those above the Sage Plane realize what was going on. He has been creating an array. Such a cunning fellow. Even I didn't notice it. The old man muttered to himself. For Gray to hide something like this from the eyes of so many experts showed how cunning he was. Not just that, but his skill in terms of array creation was on another level. Such a young and talented individual. He's the leader of the Burchard family side as he looked at those youngsters from his family. He couldn't even compare them to Gray. Not just them, even most of the elders couldn't be compared to this youth. Gray was only around 20 to 22 years old, yet he was already a master at arrays, had great judgment when it came to battles, and he made the best decisions. From his inscriptions, everyone knew he must be good with arrays, but none of them expected him to do something like this. The young man who attacked Gray on the side of the Nether faction felt the deepest regret he had ever felt. Had he killed Gray at that time, then he wouldn't have had to face such an opponent in the future. I'll have to kill him, no matter what. Now, he felt Gray had shown if not all his cards, he must have used his important ones. They all felt Gray wouldn't be able to keep this state up for long. It was common knowledge that using a technique to boost your strength was the same as causing self-harm, especially one of Gray's level. Most of these techniques only boost an elementalist's strength by a stage or so, but Gray's own gave him a 3-stage boost, which was unheard of. Back on the platform, Gray was still attacking the young man. He wasn't giving him any chance to even recover. He moved close after sending him flying with a punch and kicked him into the air. His figure vanished and appeared above the young man. A large earth mace appeared and he grabbed it by the hilt and slammed it into the body of the young man. When it connected with the body of the young man crashed straight to the platform, and for the first time since the competition started, the platform shook. The impact of the attack exceeded everyone's expectations. Gray didn't stop there. This young man wanted to kill him, and of course, he would return the favor. Large boulders covered with blue flames appeared in the sky and crashed toward the ground. The young man was just getting to his feet when he saw them raining down on him. He was about to move when he felt his body slow down. Not just that, but a figure appeared in front of him, holding onto a large lightning sword that he used to stab him in the chest. After Gray stabbed him, he vanished, letting him face the attacks of the boulders. Despair appeared in the eyes of the young man as he could only watch the boulders slam into his body. He didn't even have the time to admit defeat. From when Gray used his array till now was not more than a minute. In the space of 1 minute, the battle seemed to be decided. Chapter 974. He won. Someone said after a moment of silence. They were all in shock after watching Gray's stunning performance. No one knew what to feel as they saw Gray defeat an opponent at the peak of the Sage Plane while still in the 8th stage. The most shocking thing about this was that not only did Gray win, but he also killed his opponent. It wasn't easy since it took a lot of planning from him, but it was still by no means an easy feat to achieve. An 8th stage Sage Plane Elementalist killing a peak Sage Plane Elementalist was unheard of. If it was by ambush or if the peak Sage Plane Elementalist was injured, then it was understandable, but Gray killed this person in a one-on-one fight, fair and square. The people from both sides stared at the lone figure standing on the platform. It was evident that he was tired and injured, but none of that mattered right now. Gray looked at the corpse of the young man lying on the ground. After a shake of his head, he turned to the old man in charge of the battle, waiting for him to announce the result of the battle. Of course, everyone knew who the winner was, but they still had to wait for the old man's verdict. The old man only spoke after only a minute, giving Gray the go-ahead to leave the platform and return to his seat. When he walked back, everyone from the Burchard family could only look at him. They didn't even have a word to say to him. They were too shaken to even say a word. He had advanced to the next round, the only person from the Burchard family who has done that. There were still 4 people, but all of them were at the peak of the Sage Plane. On the side of the Nether faction, there was a look of disbelief in their eyes. None of them expected Gray to win. At this point, they all regarded him as a threat, and none of them thought of him as just a regular 5th stage elementalist. In fact, they all felt he was on the same level as those at the peak. How strong would he be when he's at the peak? Will he be able to defy the heavens and fight against an elemental venerable while still in the Sage Plane? This thought flashed through the heads of everyone present. A Sage Plane elementalist fighting against an elemental venerable was something they would never have thought of, but seeing Gray showcase his unfathomable talent and strength, they started to feel maybe it was possible if he was the one. The young man who tried to kill Gray was currently staring at the corpse on the platform, which was currently being removed. That was the corpse of a peak Sage Plane elementalist. He was only in the 9th stage. Would he be a match for Gray? I'll use a special technique to boost my strength and kill him the moment the battle starts. He thought to himself. He won't rest until Gray is dead. The Nether faction still had a peak Sage Plane elementalist who hadn't challenged anyone. On the side of the Burchard family, other than the 4 at the peak, there was no one else for them to challenge. The last peak Sage Plane elementalist from the Nether faction stepped forward and challenged the only young lady amongst the peak Sage Plane elementalists from the Burchard family. After a hard battle, he won by a tiny margin. Unlike Gray, he was unable to kill his opponent. Now, the Burchard family had only 3 people left, adding Gray who had already advanced made it 4. The other 3 peak Sage Plane elementalists challenged one of those in the 9th stage from the Nether faction and won. None of them challenged the young man who attacked Gray. According to the way things usually went, after those at the peak were done challenging, it would be the turn of those in the 9th stage. Everyone turned to the old man, waiting for what he planned to do. Everything will go as planned. The old man's voice echoed across the place. Those from the 9th stage could only shake their heads with a wry smile. Who could they challenge? Those at the peak? Or the monstrous genius called Gray? One of them stepped forward. It was none other than the young man who tried to attack Gray. Standing on the platform, He turned to look in the direction of the old man. I can challenge any of them, correct? Yes, since they've all advanced, then yes, you can challenge whoever you see fit. The old man replied. All right. The young man bowed before turning in Gray's direction. Come, we have some unfinished business. Gray stood up and walked in the direction of the platform. His steps were steady, not too fast, not too slow. Everyone from the Burchard family watched his back view as he climbed onto the platform. It hadn't been more than a minute since his last battle, and although he won, no one felt he had rested enough to be 100%. I should have killed you the other time, the young man said when Gray stood opposite him. Regret it now? Gray asked softly. I never regret any decision. The young man snorted coldly. You will regret this one, I can assure you of that. Gray spoke in a soft tone. It was clear that he wasn't putting in as much emotion as the young man. I can see your little performance has gotten to your head. You seem to have forgotten what happened the last time. The young man raised a brow. He didn't attack Gray immediately. While the duo were exchanging words, everyone was watching them. They know each other? Someone from the Nether faction asked. Looks like it, and Lucien held back from killing him. Bill said, not happy with Lucien's choice. The name of the young man who attacked Gray was Lucien. Chapter 975. To think he wasn't lying when he said he came because of revenge. Sylvia muttered to herself. The elders by her side also felt the same way. When Sylvia told them that Gray only came because of revenge, they thought he was lying and only came because of the benefits, but now, it seemed to be another case. From the conversation between the two, they could guess that they have clashed in the past, and Lucien let Gray go. Well, although they didn't know the full story, they felt it was within that range. The old man looked at Gray and Lucien before telling them to start the battle. Neither of the duo made a move. They squared off, staring at each other before Lucien burst out chuckling. How about we follow the same rules as the last time? He asked. With a little tweak. Gray added. Yes, this time, instead of you trying to survive my blow, we'll decide the battle within a single attack. Lucien said. If we dodge? Gray asked. Then we fight. Lucien said with his blood raging. It was evident that he had been holding it in for some time now. After seeing someone he beat up like a dead dog fighting so valiantly, he wanted to see if this was the same person as the last time they encountered each other. Gray smiled and nodded. Fine. I wouldn't mind exchanging a blow or two with you. But personally, I think one attack will be more than enough. Seeing Gray oozing with confidence, Lucien chuckled. I feel the same too. They both prepared themselves for the attack. Lucien used a special technique just like Gray to increase his strength to the peak of the Sage Plane, while Gray on the other hand went to the 8th stage once again. How many times can he use this technique? Someone from the crowd couldn't help but ask. It was okay if he used it once since there would be a drawback after using such techniques, but Gray is using it for the 4th time now. It was unbelievable. It must be a technique from ancient times. An elder commented. When both parties were done charging up their attacks, they moved. Lucien was covered in lightning, looking like a lightning god as he shot toward Gray. Gray, on the other hand, looked like a normal person with a serene appearance. It was as if he was standing beside a still lake and had become one with it. There was no sign of movement from him. Only after Lucien had gotten closer did he finally make a move. His figure flashed and he also shot at his opponent. With the duo almost getting close to each other, they unleashed their attacks. Gray was a little slower, and Lucien attacked first. Those on the side of the Burchard family stood up from their seats when they saw this. They all knew that in a battle between experts, a single second could decide life or death. Gray hesitating before he attacked had already given Lucien the advantage he needed. His lost. Some of the elders were sad by the thought of this. Gray had been a wildcard since the start of the competition, but it seemed like his time was up. While those from the Burchard family were feeling depressed, joy rose on the faces of those from the Nether faction. Gray was the only anomaly. Once he was taken out, then they had nothing to fear. However, the expression of everyone changed. The expected explosion they were waiting for never came. Instead, to the shock of everyone, the attack phased right through the body of Gray, who still continued his movement and closed in on Lucien. Everything happened within a second, so most people hadn't even finished expressing their previous emotions when this happened. With Gray phasing through the attack, he unleashed a fusion orb. It wasn't the original one, but a weaker version since it contained only 3 elements: lightning, fire, and space elements. The orb hit Lucien's body and exploded. This time, the expected explosion came, and its power exceeded their imaginations. Lucien's figure was sent flying before crashing on the ground of the platform. The entire place was silent, not even the sound of breathing could be heard. It was like a graveyard. Time went by and the explosion died down. Gray's figure soon came into view. Blood was dripping from the side of his mouth, but other than that, he was fine. He walked toward the body of Lucien, who was still moving. "Admit defeat." The old man's voice came from the side. "Any ver not to I him. I'd rather die." Lucien struggled to speak as he dragged his body up weakly. "Resilient," Gray remarked. He didn't expect anything less from a genius, though. For him to grow this strong meant that he was not only talented, but he had also gone through countless dangers. "I can never lose to an opponent that I beat like a dead dog only 2 years ago." Lucien spat out a mouthful of blood before steadying himself once again. Gray chuckled when he saw this. He could have easily killed him, but he wanted to make sure that before the young man died, he accepted the fact that they were not on the same level. It's funny how things can change in only 2 years. From almost killing me to barely being able to survive a single attack from me. Gray said with a smile. 2 years, what can happen within 2 years? Lucien asked with a lost look. "Come, I'll show you what it means to be a true genius." Gray's figure vanished and he appeared in the sky. "Only when you can achieve half of what I can, then you can call yourself a genius." Gray's arrogant voice echoed in the sky before everywhere changed. A roaring sea of flames appeared in the sky, and above the sea of flames was what seemed to be a lightning storm. Damn, he's trampling on his pride. Everyone looked at the sky in awe, even the old man was shaken. Gray's talent was something he had never seen before. A 22-year-old Sage Plane Elementalist has actually awoken 2 domains. And he could use them so freely. Chapter 976. Lucien stood motionless as he watched the colorful scene in the sky. He lost all hope at this moment. He was already in the 9th stage of the Sage Plane, but he had not awakened his domain yet. But Gray, who was only in the 5th stage, had awoken not just 1 but 2. Just staring at the 2 told him they were not ordinary, but top tier. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but shiver at the thought of Gray awakening another. Gray has used 4 elements. If he successfully awakens all of them before he becomes an elemental sovereign, then his name would surely shake the entire continent. All the geniuses in the area were staring at the sky in awe. Even some of the elemental sovereigns were still shocked by this. Some of them who had multiple elements had only awakened 1, but Gray, who was still in the Sage Plane, had awoken 2. If they knew that he awakened one of them when he was still in the Overlord Plane, then they would freak out even more. The domains moved down, enveloping Lucien, who had dropped all defenses. He knew that against something like this, there was nothing he could do against it. Even if he used all his strength to create a defensive wall, he would still not be able to block it. Just as the attack was about to eliminate Lucien, he was covered by a protective wall. "He's defenseless, you win," the old man, who had seemed to be on Gray's side, said. Gray extinguished the attack before landing on the ground. He looked at the dazed eyes of Lucien. TCH. He walked back to his seat. Since he was already victorious, there was no need to stand there. He knew that since he had defeated him, there was no need in killing him. Of course, it would be better if he killed him, but since he can't kill him with the interference of the old man, he wouldn't force it. "Thank you, Elder." Lucien bowed to the old man before walking down the platform with a dull look in his eyes. It was evident that this ordeal broke him. Gray got back to his seat and didn't say a word to anyone. He shut his eyes and entered a state of meditation. The next person to step on the platform was from the Nether faction. After the Burchard family eliminated 3 of those in the 9th stage, only 2 of them were left. Lucian had challenged Gray, and he was defeated. Now, it was the turn of the last person in the 9th stage. The young man walked onto the platform. With a broad smile on his face, he pointed at a figure in the crowd of the Burchard family. "You, step out." When everyone looked in the direction he was pointing at, only one figure was there, and this figure had his eyes closed. It was none other than Gray. Gray's last battles had exhausted him. Although he had won these battles, everyone could see that he was slowly getting exhausted. Gray opened his eyes to look at the smug face of the young man. "Elder, what's this? They can't challenge a single person over and over again." The leader of the Burchard family finally stood up. "Actually, they can," the old man replied. This hadn't happened before, but technically, it was not against the rules. The leader of the Burchard family was about to speak when he noticed Gray was walking towards the platform. "This kid." He stopped himself before taking his seat. Since Gray had already stepped forward, then he would let him settle this himself. "How long can you last in your current state?" the young man asked with a smile. Gray didn't reply to his words as he took a deep breath. He looked at the old man, waiting for him to give the go-ahead for the battle. The moment the old man gave the nod, Gray exploded out with terrifying power. This time, even those from the Nether family couldn't sit still any longer. Even with all that Gray has been through, the fact that he could still use this much strength was beyond their expectations. Not just that, but Gray's explosive power was on another level. With every battle, the shock Gray gives them is larger than the last one. The young man, seeing Gray use a stronger attack power than what he used before, shocked him. He tried to block the orb coming his way, but he was sent flying by the impact of the attack. He couldn't even block it since the power was more than his own. Before he could hit the ground, Gray was already standing behind him. Grabbing him with one hand, he slammed him into the ground, which already had both domains active. The young man was covered by the domain. He managed to resist for a little while, but he was soon unable to resist. The old man snapped his finger and Gray's domain was contained. He didn't forcefully extinguish it since it would cause a backlash on Gray. Gray, seeing this, knew it was his cue to stop fighting. He stopped and looked at the young man who barely had his eyes open. "Longer than you, I presume?" He finally answered the young man's question before walking off. In the space of 1 hour, this was his 3rd battle. He first fought against someone at the peak, before fighting against Lucian, and now, he was fighting against another person. He darted a look at the old man as he was walking off, and the old man shook his head at him. "He doesn't want me to kill people anymore?" he thought to himself as he walked back. When he first started to fight, the old man allowed him to freely kill his opponents, but after killing 2, the old man seemingly didn't want him to kill anyone else. "Fine, winning is all that's important anyway. I don't think that moron would want to find trouble with me after beating him so much." Chapter 977. The Nether faction was looking at Gray with a look of shock and hatred. Of 11 people left, Gray had single-handedly eliminated 3 people. Adding the young lady in the 8th stage, he had eliminated 4 people, which was almost 1/4 of all the people from the Nether faction. Those at the peak had only eliminated 2 people each, but Gray had eliminated double their figures. It was staggering when one realizes he is the one with the lowest level. He was still in the 5th stage. Well, no one believes that anyway. Gray was already in his seat, his eyes closed. This time, the leader of the Burchard family approached him. "Kid, are you okay?" he asked. "I'm good." Gray opened his eyes to look at the man standing in front of him. "Take this, it should help with healing your injuries and help you recover your elemental essence." The leader tossed a small orb to him. The orb was only the size of a finger, but Gray could sense the powerful elemental essence stored in it, as well as the healing power it contained. Gray took it without hesitation. He needed this. Using the fusion state so many times in such a short amount of time was a little tiring. It was already starting to take its toll on him, but he was trying his best to hide it from the view of people. Not just that, but he had been injured on some occasions, and even with the fusion state, these injuries added to his exhaustion. He swallowed the orb that looked like a small pill before thanking the leader of the Burchard family and shutting his eyes once again. He needed to make the most of the time he had right now. Currently, the Nether faction had only 5 people, while the Burchard family had 4 people. This was a large contrast when compared to the start of the second round when they had 2 more people. Now, they had only 1 extra person. According to the rules, Gray was the next person to challenge someone. When the old man turned to him, Gray shook his head. "I'll pass." The old man nodded. He turned to the Nether faction's camp, signaling them that it was their turn once again. Bill wasn't the one to step out this time, rather, it was a young lady who was at the peak. When she finished climbing the platform, her eyes trailed on the bodies of those at the peak on the side of the Burchard family before stopping on Gray's figure. Once again, he had been challenged. It was clear that those from the Nether faction already saw him as a threat and wanted to eliminate him as soon as possible. The strength he had shown so far meant that he was no weaker than a peak Sage Plane Elementalist, so they wanted to use the exhaustion strategy to eliminate him. Everyone could tell that he was already exhausted, so fighting against someone at the peak should be out of bounds for him. "Such a shameless group, if you know you're strong enough, why don't you challenge me?" Scott scolded. "What do you mean? I only want a real challenge, and he's the strongest in your group. Do you think I want to lower my standards by fighting you? Dream on." The young lady chuckled. Her words hit those geniuses from the Burchard family heavily, however, they couldn't refute it. Gray does seem to be the strongest person in their group, so technically, she wasn't wrong. "Fight me, let him rest." Scott didn't want to give up. "Do you have 2 domains?" the young lady asked with a mocking tone. "I?" Scott wanted to say something but words couldn't leave his mouth. Yes, he had awakened his domain, but compared to a freakish entity like Gray, he only had 1. "Stay by the side and learn from him, it'll help you." The young lady mocked. Gray was already on the platform at this time. His body language was the same as when he first stepped on the platform, and his expression, the same. "You're something." The young lady tried to start up a conversation with him. Gray looked at her for a second before turning his eyes to the old man. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk to the young lady, not just that, but he also wanted to leave this place as soon as he could. Seeing Gray's arrogant manner, the young lady snorted coldly. The old man gave the nod for the battle to start. The young lady attacked the moment the old man gave the nod for the start of the battle. Gray was already prepared for something like this as he blocked the attack but was pushed back. The young lady attacked once again with the lightning element. Gray used the fusion state once again before dodging the attacks of the young lady. The young lady didn't want to give him the time he wanted since they already knew how dangerous he was. From his first battle with the young man at the peak, they all could tell that he was an experienced fighter. The only thing the young lady felt gave her the advantage right now was that Gray was tired. Gray didn't start attacking immediately, he only focused on evading and blocking attacks. He was biding his time. "The array I placed the last time has been wiped out." That cunning man. Gray was thinking about how to fight against this person. He knew he could win, but with his current state, exploding out as he did against the young man in the 9th stage was not a good idea since it will only exhaust him further. "I'll take her out with a single attack." Gray planned his next move as he waited patiently. He was waiting for an opening, one that he could use to take down his opponent without wasting too much energy. He suddenly recalled something and couldn't help but want to smack his head. Why didn't I think of that sooner? Chapter 978. A clear thought-out plan appeared in Gray's mind as he planned to implement it as soon as possible. He needed to make sure he eliminated the young lady with the shortest effort. Everyone watching the battle could tell that he was being suppressed, but for some reason, no one felt that he had lost. Given the surprises he had given them since the start of the competition, they couldn't rule him out from anything. If anything, some of them, especially those from the Burchard family, felt that he would once again produce a miracle. The battle continued, with the young lady attacking with multiple lightning attacks. Gray evaded and blocked the attacks he could while occasionally countering as well. He had been hit by a few attacks, which had caused him a few injuries. Just when the young lady was starting to get the confidence that she would be able to take him out, something happened that shocked everyone in the area. Gray's eyes glowed with a pale blue light as a light beam shot out from his eyes into the eyes of the young lady. It happened so fast that no one expected it. The young lady froze, seemingly unable to move. Ice crystals started to form around her body as she visibly started to freeze. Gray used the opportunity he had presented himself and attacked. 3 inscriptions appeared in the sky while his domains also appeared. An orb appeared on his fingertip that he sent in the direction of the young lady. Boom! Just as the young lady was about to regain some clarity, she saw the attacks coming her way and tried to block them, but it knocked her flying. Gray's figure appeared beside her, and she felt a powerful repulsion force that sent her in the direction of the explosion. Gray's plan was clear. He wanted to make sure she suffered from the attack. The young lady slammed into the area of the explosion and her scream resonated in the area. The old man sighed with a shake of his head. Even he was starting to fear Gray at the moment. With a wave of his hand, he removed the young lady from harm's way. You win. Gray nodded before walking back to his seat. Just how many trump cards does he have? This was what was going through every single individual's mind. Gray had come up with a trump card in each of his battles to defeat his opponents. What was worse was that he never showed all of them at once. Whenever people thought he had used everything, he would use another one that no one knew of, making life hell for his opponents. Icy flames, is that even possible? The old man looked at Gray. Gray had used his blue flames, which were clearly special flames, but from this mental attack he did just now, everyone saw the ice crystals forming on the body of the young lady. This meant only one thing: Gray had 2 special flames. He was the first person they had heard of having such an ability. This kid, he's going to shake the world very soon. The old man kept giving Gray a long look before looking away. Those from the Burchard family watched Gray return to his seat with shock on their faces. Every single time he had returned from a battle, shock had appeared on the faces of those from the Burchard family. It was almost like they didn't know what else to feel. They couldn't be blamed since every time Gray fought, he shocked them with his abilities. Now, they were all looking at Sylvia, seemingly wondering how she managed to get such a monster to fight for them. On the side of the Nether faction, the faces of everyone, including the youths, were sour. Gray had single-handedly changed the tides of the competition. Even though the competition had not ended, the advantage the Nether faction had over the Burchard family was gone. Now, both sides had 4 members left, and each person stepping out to challenge someone had only one chance. If one of them lost and someone from the Burchard family won, that would put them at the disadvantage. From having a large advantage to being equal and even risking being at the disadvantage. Before coming here, if they were told they would face a situation like this, they wouldn't believe it, especially since the person changing everything was a young man in the 5th stage. Scott recalled when he mocked those from the Burchard family when he sensed Gray's aura at that time. From what has happened, he felt embarrassed at the thought of it. Now he understood why those from the Burchard family didn't bother with him when he mocked them. You're going next, he's exhausted, this is your chance. Eliminate him, use that technique. Scott said to the young man standing close to him. This young man could be regarded as the 2nd strongest individual from the Nether faction in the Sage Plane, only below Scott. However, Scott was even telling him to use a secret technique to increase his strength so he could defeat Gray. The young man nodded his head before walking to the platform. When he stood there, unlike others, he looked at Gray. His intentions were clear, and he wanted to challenge Gray. Gray, who hadn't even gotten up to 3 minutes of rest, saw that he was being challenged once again. That's not fair, this is too much. This time, everyone from the Burchard family stood up. They couldn't afford to allow Gray to lose. They could tell that as long as he rested, then he had a good chance of even challenging Scott. Why would they want their lucky star to risk being eliminated by such devious methods of the Nether faction? The last 3 people who had stepped forward from the Burchard family had challenged Grey. Adding this young man made it 4. If Grey fought for intense battles, they didn't think he would be able to create another miracle after the previous 3. Chapter 979. It's not against the rules, unless he's willing to forfeit this round, which means he would be eliminated. The old man said. Although he hated to admit it, this seemed a little too much, but there was nothing he could do about it. It was something that had been agreed upon from the start. And he was sure even the Burchard family would resort to such means if there was someone of Grey's caliber on the other side that would destroy their chances of winning the competition. Everyone knew how valuable that place was to the Nether faction. Why are you clowns jumping? The person being challenged is walking to the platform. The leader of the Nether faction said coldly. When everyone looked, they saw Grey walking to the platform. Anger rose in the faces of those from the Burchard family. They all knew that there was no way Grey would want to give up his chance of entering the secret realm after spending so much effort. But fighting against this young man was very dangerous, especially given his current state. When Grey stepped on the platform, unlike the previous people, this young man didn't say a word. He turned to look at the old man, waiting for the start of the battle. Grey took in a deep breath and his aura changed instantly. The old man gave the go-ahead for the start of the battle. Grey didn't want to use the top level of the fusion state since he didn't want to expose all his cards, but these people were forcing him. If only there was a way I could get Void to help me. Damn these people, if not for this old man, I would be killing all of them to deter them from challenging me next time. Grey felt aggrieved internally. This was not what he wanted from the start. He thought he would fight a few battles and then win the competition. Now, he had already eliminated 5 people, that was 1/4 of everyone from the Nether faction. He had already gotten more than double the eliminations of each person still here. If he were to defeat this young man as well, that would make it 6. The fact that a single person could achieve such a feat in a competition of 20 individuals each was more than remarkable. Grey's battle record at the moment was already regarded as heaven-defying. Adding more wins to it would just make him a genius like no other. Well, he's already seen as a genius like no other from what he had done so far. The young man was a dual elementalist. He had both the lightning and darkness element. He used the lightning element to unleash a thunderbolt at Grey, who dodged. However, Grey noticed where he stepped on was covered by total darkness. Crap, a domain! The first person who had awakened his domain amongst those at the peak had appeared, and he wasn't holding back one bit. Grey was a dangerous opponent, and he didn't want to take any chances. In the midst of the darkness, Grey's blue flames exploded out, forcing the darkness back. However, the darkness started to consume the flames, and it seemed to start to grow stronger than it previously was. Seriously? Grey felt annoyed. He had always hated the darkness element. Now, being trapped in a darkness domain was infuriating. He had tried to use the space element to escape, but whenever he opened a spatial tunnel, it would corrode it, making it unstable. Damn it! He complained when he noticed the darkness energy was trying to enter his body to cause damage. However, it was soon swallowed up by the miasma in his body. Oh, I totally forgot about this guy. After this, he calmed down and soon prepared for his next attack. He took one step back with his right leg and a sword appeared in his hand. It was none other than that sword he got from the trial land that could use all the elements. He infused it with the space element, he moved the hand back and slashed forward. Dimensional slash. A large part of the darkness was cut open and the young man coughed up a mouthful of blood. After using dimensional slash, Grey followed up with a fire attack that exploded out, disintegrating the rest of the darkness. Grey's figure, who was holding a sword in his hand, appeared in view of everyone once again. Grey's figure flashed and he moved closer to the young man with the sword in his hand. He unleashed another fire attack on the young man. This time, the attack power was more than what it previously was. The young man tried to block the attack with a darkness screen that appeared in front of him. The attack slashed open a hole in the shield as Grey used the lightning attack to pass through the hole he opened. The young man moved to the left to avoid the attack. However, he was met with a fire beam that shot out from one of the inscriptions in the sky. The young man blocked it. Since the attack power wasn't on the same level as Grey's usual attack, it didn't cause him any problems. He continued to move from side to side as he dodged Grey's attack. Seeing what the young man was planning to do, Grey kept the sword. Just like before, the consumption in the long run was too much for him, so he didn't want to waste his essence. The young man had noticed that Grey was using the sword sparingly, so he knew there was definitely something wrong with it. Now that he saw Grey keeping it, he confirmed his guess. He attacked when after Grey kept it, and with his attack power, Grey was once again put on the defensive. With the help of the lightning element, the young man moved closer to Grey, but just as he was about to get close, he sensed something and retreated. "You want to use that thing against me? Hen, do I look like those inexperienced fools?" The young man smirked. Chapter 980. Grey didn't reply to the young man's words. When the young man tried to come close to him, he unleashed the gravitational force trying to catch the young man off guard, but the young man seemed to have been monitoring him for a while, so when he noticed this, he retreated without hesitation. He stood and looked at the young man who was standing opposite him. The darkness domain the young man had made him one of Grey's toughest opponents so far. Other than that man from another realm who almost killed Grey, this young man was the strongest. The young man smiled when he saw Grey's expression before sending out a series of lightning bolt attacks at Grey. Grey dodged the attacks as he countered as well. With a fireball and fire beams, then there were the inscriptions that were also sending out attacks. The young man was quite stronger than Grey, and it was evident from his attack since whenever they collided head-on, Grey would always be pushed back by the impact of the attack. He couldn't fight against it since he was still in the 8th stage, after all. Grey's eyes glowed with a pale blue light, but the moment the attack hit the young man, even before the ice started to form on his body, he exploded out with lightning, covering himself with it. Grey's attack was made futile since it didn't even stop the young man for even a second. The young man soon released an orb into the sky that exploded. It was made from the darkness element, and as soon as it exploded, it released tiny particles of darkness essence across the platform. Seeing this, Grey knew his plan, but he wasn't worried about it. The darkness element had little to no effect on him, so he wasn't too bothered with what effects it would have. He focused his efforts on trying to get more chances in attacking, but the young man's darkness element attack power saw an increase of almost 20%. Grey's earth wall was corroded through, and he was open to attacks. The darkness element was already causing a problem for Grey, with the addition of this darkness essence on the platform, made things worse. Just as the battle was about to get past the 5 minutes mark, the platform lit up. Grey had been preparing an array just like before, and just in the same manner, no one noticed him when he was doing this. The platform lit up and Grey's figure started to move around the platform at an insane speed. The only thing that those below the 9th stage of the Sage Plane could see were multiple afterimages. They didn't know which one was the real one. The young man he was fighting against didn't have this problem, although he has been able to keep track. He was a little slower compared to Grey when it came to speed, and he wasn't able to attack Grey even when he wanted to. Grey started to attack with 3 elements. He focused the space element on moving while he used the others, as well as the earth element to attack the young man. Seeing that Grey was starting to get the upper hand for the first time in the battle, those from the Burchard family cheered while those from the Nether faction had worried looks. If Grey were to defeat this young man as well, that would put the number of people he had defeated to 6, a staggering number. This was not the main issue. The main issue was that the Burchard family will have 4 members, while the Nether faction would have only 3 left. Of course they were the ones challenging now, but these numbers would not make things easy. If for one thing, Grey had substantially shattered their morale, so even when they want to fight, they wouldn't be on the level they were at first. Who the hell is this kid? The leader of the Nether faction was fuming. No one answered his question since none of them knew the answer to it. Grey seemed to appear out of nowhere, and now, he was looking to be the downfall of the Nether faction. They couldn't afford to lose the secret realm. Unfortunately, their only chance of taking out Grey seems to be on the verge of being wiped out. If Grey wins this, they could not risk sending out someone else to fight against him. However, if they didn't send someone else to fight him, then they would give him the time he needed to rest, so even if 1 or 2 gets to the next round, it wouldn't matter. Don't worry, he knows what to do. I've told him to use that technique, Bill said when he saw the leader of the faction losing it. That? It's not a loss if both are taken out. Scott has never been your opponent. The leader calmed down visibly. Back on the platform. The young man had changed from attack to defense. He knew in terms of speed, he was lacking compared to a space elementalist who got a boost from an array. Grey was using as many techniques as he could, but the young man was standing strong. With every attack Grey sent his way, he would either block or evade. He didn't dare to allow Grey to get close to him since he knew how impactful the gravitational force field was. Grey sent out a stream of fire, but it was cut open by a lightning blade. He tried to use an earth hammer to slam the young man into the ground, but he dodged to the left, barely escaping the attack. He used the space element to get close to him so he could use the gravitational force field, but the moment Grey appeared beside him, the young man moved away. After watching Grey fight for some time, he was using the experience to fight against him. Sneaky guy, unfortunately, you're falling into my trap. Grey thought internally, not bothered by the young man's movement. This is the end of this video. Thank you guys for listening. Hope you enjoyed and wish you wonderful rest of the day. The Silent Ruptors out. Hello and welcome guys. Make yourselves comfortable and enjoy. This is Affinity, Chaos. Chapter 981. Grey was secretly preparing another array with each attack he unleashes. As long as the young man continued dodging in this manner, Grey would complete a terrifying attack array that might have the power to one-shot this young man. With every attack he sends out, he would take out a portion of it and infuse it with the array he was creating. Once the array was finished, the attack power might even exceed the Sage Plane realm. This was all on the premise that the young man continues dodging and blocking, which he is currently doing. The young man didn't want Grey to hit him with any attack since it would be dangerous for him. Grey didn't give him any chance as he continued his onslaught of attacks. Since the young man wanted to keep up with this, he didn't mind entertaining him. The young man continued defending as Grey continued attacking. As time went on, the young man soon noticed that something was wrong. Grey didn't seem to be going for the killer blow, rather, he was only just attacking willfully. Whenever the young man tried to relieve the pressure, Grey didn't even mind using his domain. What's he doing? This was the question running through the head of everyone in the place as they saw Grey. It was only after another minute did they understand what was happening. Another array. The old man was the first to notice it. You're correct, and you fell for it. Grey smirked as a large inscription, different from what he had been doing ever since appeared. This time, the young man felt the threat of death. If a single attack from this inscription connected with him, he was done for. The young man's aura suddenly exploded, his strength going almost past the Sage Plane. This wasn't the time to keep any of his strength hidden. Grey, seeing this, knew that things had started to get serious. He didn't hold back and unleashed an attack from the inscription he just made. The speed and power of the attack were shocking. Just as the attack was about to hit the young man, he used the darkness element to counter, trying to use the corroding properties to block the attack. The two attacks collided and caused an explosion. The young man attacked, while Grey also continued his attacks. He didn't use the inscription in every attack since it would be a waste. Every attack now was deadly, and if any of them were to slip up even for a second, then they would lose this battle. The young man used the lightning element to attack, but Grey dodged before using his earth element to send the young man up into the air. The young man took flight, stabilizing himself before attacking Grey, who was below him. Grey vanished and appeared in the sky as well, facing off against the young man as they fought fiercely. Not being on the ground gave away one of Grey's flaws. The array he made on the platform, which was boosting his speed and attack power, didn't have 100% effect in the air. Previously, he had an increase of about 15%, but now he had only around 7 to 8% increase. In such a battle, a drop of strength of this level was very dangerous since it would give his opponent the opportunity he needed. The young man noticed this and started a fierce counter. Gray didn't back down either, he continued attacking. Boulders covered in scorching flames appeared in the sky and each of them shot at the young man. The young man confidently maneuvered through them while also destroying the few he couldn't dodge. Gray unleashed an attack from the inscription, while also using his domain to try to hold the young man in one place. The young man dodged and rushed out of the area. He used his darkness domain to help himself against Gray's domain. Gray called on his lightning domain as well, making sure the power could suppress the darkness domain of the young man. The young man didn't want to be defeated, so for the first time since the battle started, he took the initiative to move closer to Gray. Seeing this, Gray's eyes lit up. Of course, he was not going to let this chance slip by. However, contrary to what the young man expected, the gravitational force field didn't come, and neither did Gray go close to him. Rather, he felt a repulsive force that sent him flying back. Behind him, the inscription had already been loaded up, ready to attack. "Damn it!" he complained internally. He covered himself with his darkness domain while also using an attack, trying to see if he could break apart the inscription. Unfortunately, he was unsuccessful and the attack from the inscription shot out, cleanly striking the body of the young man, which was not only covered by the darkness domain, it was also covered in double armor of the darkness and lightning element. These were the last resort of the young man. If even these were unable to block this attack from Gray, then he was done for. The attack hit him cleanly, knocking him back in the direction he was coming from. Gray was waiting for him, just as the figure shot out of the explosion, heading in Gray's direction. Gray's expression changed drastically. Without even thinking, he turned around and tried to bolt away. The young man's domain had been destroyed, his darkness and lightning armor were shattered and he was bleeding from all 7 orifices. His clothes were a mess, but he was headed toward Gray with a deadly aura revolving around him. Gray felt a threat, hence he didn't think twice before trying to escape. Teleportation might not be able to help him at the moment, so he wanted to use his speed to escape from the young man's grasp. The young man's eyes were red as he rushed after Gray. Chapter 982. Gray rushed across the platform with the young man behind him, frantically trying to get a hold of him. Everyone could see the crazed look in the eyes of the young man. No one could say anything since the battle wasn't over yet, and if anything, he was the one in a bad state, so those from the Burchard family were a little helpless. They could feel their hearts throbbing from anxiety. The young man's plan was as clear as day. Gray moved as fast as lightning, but the young man was right behind him. Given their small space, it was a little harder to maneuver from such a race. Thinking hard, Gray flew down, landing on the platform. This was the place he had the highest advantage. With the help of his arrays, he could move faster and probably might be able to even knock the young man away. The young man attacked with the lightning element, his attack power seemingly seeing an almost 30% increase. Gray dodged the attack, but was met with another fierce attack from his opponent. He couldn't dodge this one, so he blocked it, but it pushed him back. Before he could retain his footing, the young man was already getting close to him. Without even thinking, he used the gravitational force field, while also using the repulsive force from the space element to push the young man away from where he was standing. The young man took on everything, discarding his safety as he tried to shorten the gap between them. Does he want to sacrifice his life? Gray almost freaked out when he saw this. The young man's flesh was starting to peel off from the pressure of both the gravitational force field and the space element attack he used, but the young man refused to budge, edging closer to Gray. An orb appeared in Gray's hand as he sent it at the young man. Since he wanted to take on attacks this much, then he would entertain him. Just as the attack was about to hit the young man, he moved. "Got you." Gray smiled and the inscription lit up, firing an attack to the right side of the young man even before he moved. When he released the first attack, he studied the young man's body language. He predicted the side he would move to when he wanted to dodge the attack, so he used the inscription which had a higher attack power to attack that area. As long as the young man landed there, he would find it almost impossible to dodge this attack. The young man saw Gray's attack coming, but he couldn't stop his body since he had already taken the step. Stopping now would be even more dangerous. Gritting his teeth, he shot a beam of darkness at the attack coming his way. The two attacks collided and an explosion followed suit. Gray and the young man were relatively close to where the explosion took place, so both of them were affected by the attack. The young man was closer to it, so he felt the full brunt of it. Gray was forced back, but with the help of the earth armor he created, he was safe. The young man, on the other hand, was caught up in the explosion. His figure soon vanished from everyone's line of view. Gray squinted his eyes to look at the explosion, and his eyes changed when he saw something coming at him. Damn it! What the hell is wrong with this guy? He was visibly getting upset by the young man. The young man's figure shot out of the place where the explosion took place, bloodied, but he was still rushing after Gray. This time, his speed was faster than before. Gray tried to dodge, but the young man moved too fast, and he never expected he would attack him even after being hit by such an attack. The young man soon got to where Gray was standing, and just as he was about to grab a hold of Gray, something else happened. Gray suddenly exploded out with an explosive punch. The force and speed behind the punch was out of the world. No one expected Gray to use his physical strength to attack, but the result of it stunned everyone. The punch connected cleanly with the chest of the young man, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before slamming into the ground, bouncing off a couple of times. This time, unlike before, he didn't stand up immediately. His figure was already very close to being disfigured from the previous attacks. Now, his chest was caved in, and it was evident that some of his ribs were broken. Give up, you're powerful, but you cannot defeat me. Gray couldn't help but say. The young man was breathing heavily, but he still forced himself to stand up. If you continue, you will die. Gray's eyes turned cold as he looked at the young man. After not getting any response, he added, I have no problems with ending you though. The young man raised his head as he looked at Gray. Do you think you can kill me? The young man paused mid-sentence to spit out the blood in his mouth. Even after being battered, he still didn't want to give up. Gray's breath wasn't that relaxed. It was clear that the battle had been very taxing for him. If the battle continued at the same intensity, he might not be able to hold on. Gritting his teeth, the young man moved out once again. Fuck! Gray cursed internally. Now he knew how it felt to fight against an opponent who refuses to give up. It was irritating. Even after everything the young man had gone through, he still wanted to fight against him. Fine, I'll kill you. I'm done playing. Gray's eyes changed, and he entered a different mode. Everyone noticed the sudden change in Gray's aura, and they couldn't help but shiver at the sight of it. Such bloodlust, is he even a kid? The elders from the Burchard family looked at Gray in shock. For him to have this high level of bloodlust meant that he had killed countless people. Gray was out to kill now, he wouldn't hold back anymore. Boom! With Gray at the center, a powerful energy spread out and Gray's aura, which was on the 8th stage, moved up by a stage, entering the 9th stage. What? The old man stood up from his seat, he was dumbstruck. Gray being able to increase his strength by 3 stages was already shocking enough. Now, he could actually increase by a stage further. What does that mean? An increase of 4 stages. Impossible! Those from the Nether faction all stood up as they saw Gray. Lucian in particular already felt Gray was too strong when they fought, but seeing him still have such a trump card hidden, he couldn't help but shake his head in defeat. Gray held back when fighting against him, and he still almost killed him. This meant that Gray never took him seriously from the start. And he thought their battle was a close one. While everyone was still in a state of shock, Gray's aura didn't stop there, it edged very close to the peak of the Sage Plane before coming to a stop. Everyone noticed that it took a toll on Gray since he looked skinnier compared to how he was before. As expected, it's not free. No wonder he had never used this stage before. His body can't take more than this. This was what everyone thought. However, they didn't know this was Gray's doing, since he didn't want them to think that he was using such a technique without any repercussions. If they knew, they might want to kill him just to get the technique. That was a risk he was not willing to take. The young man attacked, but he was met with a strong defensive wall set up by Gray. Gray stepped out from the wall and attacked with the fire element. Lightning butterflies soon appeared on the platform. Each of them were made from silver lightning. Not just these butterflies, but there were mixes of pale blue butterflies as well. Gray was using his icy flames now. His icy flame domain appeared at this moment as well. The young man unleashed his darkness domain once again as he tried to fight off Gray's attacks. The moment Gray increased his cultivation stage, his power saw another increase and he started to overwhelm the young man. The young man could barely block any of Gray's attacks since they were more than what it previously was. With the addition of the array, Gray's attack power was on the level of those at the peak of the Sage Plane. This kid. No one knew how to rate Gray any longer. He had already gone above all their previous ratings. Chapter 983. Gray walked closer to the young man with a confident smile on his face. He was not flustered by the pressure he was getting from those watching. He knew this was a battle he could have won easily if not for the fact that he was trying to hide his true strength. The young man was being forced back with every attack. He had to also make sure that he wasn't touched by any of the butterflies. There was a time he accidentally got hit by it and the explosion sent him flying. He slammed into more of the butterflies, which caused his injuries to further increase. On the side of the Nether faction, Bill and the leader of the faction had sour faces. From the way things were going, there was no way the young man could use the technique they wanted him to use. If he couldn't use it, then Gray would win. Bill looked at the faction leader worriedly. If Gray won this, they couldn't take the risk of fighting against him, but letting him recover was the worst since he would get all the time he needed to recover most of his strength. This time, the increase definitely affected him. All he needs to do is to hang in there for a little longer. Even if he can't win, let him force that kid to stay in this state for a little longer so the havoc that would be caused by the use of such a technique would be too much for him to bear in his next battle. The leader said with a grin. Even if the young man would lose this round, it was already obvious that he had forced Gray beyond his limit. As long as Gray stayed in such a state for too long, it would definitely affect him. This way, the next person who would step on stage would challenge him immediately and end him. He could even kill him, making the two sides tally on the same numbers. If the young man can't force Gray to even the level where he couldn't fight again, then he would be a disappointment. On the side of the Burchard family. "Do you think he can fight again?" Scott asked. "I don't think so. His condition doesn't look too good. The fact that he can still stand after what his body is going through is already testament of his incredible will and persistence. I'm afraid he would need months to recover from this." An elder replied with the shake of his head. No one argued with him since they all felt he was correct. Everyone could see how dried up Gray had become. As the battle went longer, Gray seemed to be reducing in size as well. If this were to go on for 10 more minutes, Gray might die even before the young man gave up. Back on the platform. Gray was attacking the young man who was frantically trying to escape. He wasn't even trying to defend since he knew it was of no use. If he dared to block, the attack power would push him back. The butterflies on the platform were still there, so was the array as well as the inscription. Gray completely dominated this young man, and he was not trying to hold back. He wanted to unleash a dimensional slash, but thinking about the fact that the young man might dodge it, he halted and used another attack. He used a fire blade, trying to cut the young man apart. The young man dodged the attack, retreating to the left. But he was met with an attack from the inscription which sent him flying even after he set up a defensive wall. His injuries worsened and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the moment, he barely looked like a person. He was badly mutilated, and his skin had been burnt by the flames of Gray. He has not only suffered from burns in this battle, but he had also been attacked by extreme cold, and also shocked by lightning. In short, he had taken a lot of attacks, but he was not one to give up so early. Gray looked at the young man with an irritated look. Give up or die. He raised his hand and a pulling force dragged the young man in his direction. As the young man was getting close to him, he attacked. Since he didn't have control over his body, he wanted to force Gray to leave him, so that he could escape. The attack was strong and deadly. If it hit Gray, even with his improvement, he would still be badly injured by it. Seeing that Gray was not moving, a smirk appeared on the face of the young man. You're too confident. He wanted to speak this out but he couldn't. Gray didn't move an inch as his hand was still outstretched. Just when everyone thought the attack was about to hit him, it passed through him. An afterimage? Surprise appeared on the face of the young man, but he soon noticed something was wrong. If this was an afterimage, he shouldn't be heading in the same direction. Gray's technique should have been broken by now with the change in his location. Crap! Gray's figure soon appeared again. It was like he was stuck between the physical and spiritual worlds. The young man's vision soon went black. This time, Gray's attack came crashing down on him like a tidal wave. Gray's fist also came slamming down on his head. He wanted to take him out. But just as Gray's fist was about to hit the young man, he felt a protective shield guarding the young man. He turned his head to where the old man was sitting once again. The old man shrugged before waving his hand, sending the young man back to the Nether faction so he could receive treatment. If he was left unattended, he might risk suffering heavily from this. Gray walked off the platform as fast as he could. He had already exited the fusion state, and he also made sure to look as downtrodden as he could. He dragged himself back to his seat, and this time, before he even got to his seat, he felt a strange energy entering his body. He naturally wanted to force it out, but then a voice sounded out from the crowd. I'm trying to help, don't worry, I won't pry. Gray didn't say anything as he sat down, took a healing tonic and sat down in a crossed leg position. He started recovering and a speed visible to the human eyes. The reason he did this was simple. If he didn't do it and was slow in recovering, he might be challenged again, and fighting in that state was not good for him. Bill soon stepped on the platform. Since everyone is challenging you, I want to try my hand as well. Everyone understood what the Nether faction was trying to do. I never took you for a coward. Scott's mocking voice came from the side of the Burchard family. Me, a coward? Bill raised a brow. Yes, you're a coward. Everyone from the Nether faction is a coward. What can you do about it? Scott said coldly. I'll handle you later, but for now, I have a target in sight. Besides, I only want to exchange views on cultivation with him. I like geniuses like him. Bill chuckled. He knew Scott's plan, and there was no way he would fall for it. Fight me then, if you have the guts. Scott stood up. Sit down, I'll deal with you later. I challenged him, let him come. Bill wasn't bothered. As long as Gray doesn't step up within the next minute, it would mean he forfeited the battle and that meant that he won. All they wanted was to take out Gray, no matter the method used. Gray opened his eyes and looked at Bill, who was staring at him. You've done enough already, forfeit this battle. The leader of the Burchard family said. Gray turned to look at him, before staring at Sylvia, who also nodded her head. They could all see how much his last battle cost him. If he dared to fight again, then the result for him might not be good. As much as they wanted to win, they didn't want to ruin such a genius. With Gray still sitting down, Bill turned to the old man. Elder, as you can see, he's obviously not stepping up. That means. Bill was still speaking when he heard the footsteps of Gray. Since you dared to challenge me, of course I'll date to accept it. Gray said with a smile. Ha ha, I like you. Bill laughed. Why don't we make this a little more interesting? Gray chuckled. Oh, you have a wish? Bill asked. A death match. How about that? Gray asked with a smile. Oh. Everyone gasped when they heard Gray's statement. Chapter 984. You want a death match with me? Bill was a little taken aback by Gray's demand. He originally thought Gray wanted to bet something valuable. He never thought he would want to throw his life away. Yes, he would not deny it, Gray was as powerful as he was, but not in his current state. After Gray's last battle, it was evident that he was not even 70%, much less 100%. If Gray fought against the young man he fought against previously in his current state, everyone felt he would lose. Yes, are you afraid? Gray nodded as he looked at Bill with a mocking smile. To think you would want to throw your life away. Bill laughed with a shake of his head. Gray, you don't have to do this. Sylvia spoke up. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Gray turned to Sylvia. Sylvia saw his face and nodded before taking a seat. Won't you try to discourage him? Scott asked. I tried, he refused. Sylvia replied. You only tried once. Scott looked at her with an odd look. Once is enough. If he doesn't listen to me once, then he wouldn't listen to me even if I say it 100 times. Sylvia shrugged. You. Scott sighed before shaking his head, he's overestimating himself. Sometimes, overconfidence isn't a good thing. Geniuses like him fall too early. The elders by the side all nodded to his words. It's good to be confident, but one should also know when to give up. On the side of the Nether faction. The faction leader had a smirk on his face. Gray had been a thorn on their side. If they could kill him, then it was worth it. Bill was powerful. To them, he was more powerful than Scott. As long as he took out Gray, Scott would not be a problem. Back on the platform. You know, you should listen to them. Bill said slowly. He wasn't in a hurry. Although he was also confident in his strength, he was no fool. There was no way Gray would want to throw his life away. He must have something that gives him confidence. If I can find it before we start the battle, then I can make things easier. He thought as he tried to run through everything Gray had done since the start of the battle. For each battle, Gray has been known to bring 1 or 2 surprises. This meant that before making such a request, he already had something that gave him the confidence that he could kill Bill. Bill was not the only one thinking about all these. While Bill was still in thought, everyone looked at the 2 quiet figures on the platform. No one expected Gray would bring up such a request, nor did they think Bill would take this long against an opponent who wasn't 100% and was still in a lower stage than himself. Gray chuckled, "Are you afraid?" Bill didn't respond to him but looked around. "Tell me, what gives you so much confidence?" "My strength. What else?" Gray replied with confidence. Your strength? You call that your strength?" Bill laughed out loud. "If you want to use your strength, then don't use any techniques to increase it to the 9th stage of the Sage Plane. That is your true strength." Gray shrugged. "It can't be helped. You're in the peak, and I'm only in the 5th stage. I don't even take my strength to the peak. The 9th stage is more than enough for the likes of you." Bill looked at Gray. He couldn't refute. If Gray really were to somehow get his strength to the peak of the Sage Plane, then even he had little confidence in being able to fight against such a beast. Bill paused and looked at Gray. "Decline your request. I'm not interested in killing you. Defeating you is enough. We're all geniuses. Killing each other wantonly is just stupidity." When everyone heard his answer, the entire place went silent. No one expected such an answer from Bill. His refusal meant only one thing: he was afraid. Even if Gray was not fit, it was obvious that in all the battles he had fought so far, he had almost killed his opponents. If not for the old man, they would all have been killed. If Gray brought this up, then he truly might have a way. When everyone thought more clearly, none of them felt disappointed by Bill. Although those from the Nether faction were a little annoyed since this was a little embarrassing, it was not too bad. When your opponent was this powerful, then it was okay to take a step back. Being a genius means one has to have great judgment of things as well. No one wanted to die. "To think you're afraid of me. An injured opponent." Gray mocked. Bill didn't buy Gray's mocking. Instead, he turned to the old man. "Can we start now?" The old man looked at Bill, smiled before nodding his head. He approved of Bill's choice. Even he felt Gray might really be able to kill his opponent if they were fighting a death battle. Gray's killing intent was already very strong, that showed how brutal he was. His previous battles had also told everyone of his personality. So long as the opportunity presented itself, he didn't mind killing his opponents. If they agreed to a death match, then the old man wouldn't be able to interfere. The truth was, he was more worried about Gray than Bill. Gray was strong, but he wasn't at his best now. He didn't want such a genius to die over such a stupid competition. He was already annoyed by the people who had been killed. If someone of Gray's caliber were to die, it would be too much of a blow to take for humans. Bill moved the moment the old man told them they could start the battle. Gray immediately used the fusion state, getting to the 9th stage from the start. He couldn't dare to be negligent against someone of Bill's level. Bill used the lightning element to attack, but Gray dodged to the left. Before Gray's legs could touch the ground, Bill was already close to him as he attacked again with the lightning element. Gray blocked the attack, but was sent flying by the impact. He flipped midair to stabilize himself before trying to counter. However, Bill had already attacked again. Gray's figure shot to the ground after Bill's attack hit him on the back. The speed of Bill was on another level. He was even faster than the young man he just fought against. "Damn it. I still need to rest," he thought to himself. He stood up after landing on the ground, blood slowly dripping from the side of his lips. He cleaned it before taking flight since Bill was still in the sky. He unleashed a stream of fire, but Bill cut it open with lightning. Gray tried to use the earth element to use a hammer to slam him down, but Bill dodged it before attacking Gray with a lightning arrow. The arrow shot at Gray with insane speed. Gray created a fire screen to block it, but the arrow broke through it easily. But it was finally blocked by an attack from Gray. The impact of both attacks pushed Gray back. When Gray retreated, he saw Bill standing close to him. He used the gravitational force field, but to his surprise, it had little to no effect on Bill. "Ha ha, I've already prepared a precaution for this thing of yours." Bill chuckled as he engaged Gray in a close combat battle. Gray's eyes lit up. Close combat would make things easier for him. Bang! Bam! Their fists collided multiple times at an unimaginable speed. Blows were thrown as they tried to overpower each other. Gray had a powerful physical body, so he was not in any way weaker than his opponent. Bill was using the help of his elements to improve his strength as they fought. As the battle progressed, Bill's strength increased. At first, it was obvious that Gray was stronger. However, now, they were almost on the same level. Gray soon noticed this, as well as his blows weren't pushing Bill back any longer. "What's happening?" he thought in confusion. Boom! Gray's fist exploded with fire. The force was stronger than his previous attacks, sending Bill flying. "Ha ha, I never thought you would also be so proficient in hand-to-hand combat." "Come, again," Bill said excitedly. It was evident he was both stunned and excited at the same time. Gray didn't say anything as he rushed after Bill, who was standing in the same place. He had already stopped using the gravitational force field since it seemed to be ineffective against Bill. Unlike him, Bill didn't have a strong physical body. He, however, had a technique that could help boost his physical strength as he battled on. This was one of the reasons why he enjoyed engaging in physical battles. Not just that, but since most elementalists have weak physiques, he tends to almost always overpower them as they fight. Chapter 985. Gray was not surprised at Bill's reactions. Most geniuses who practice an odd method of fighting tend to be more excited when they see someone like them. In this case, even though Bill seemed to hate him, he couldn't hide the joy on his face after they exchanged blows some time ago. "If you say so, I won't hold back any longer," Gray said before charging at Bill. Just as he was about to arrive in front of Bill, he vanished and appeared on his left side as he threw a punch at him. Bill didn't expect Gray to use a method like this, but he still blocked the attack, but was pushed back. Gray attacked once again, his fist exploding with fire. Bill threw a punch of his own, his hand covered with lightning. Both fists collided and sparks flew everywhere. They soon started to move at lightning speed as they each tried to overpower the other. Gray's attack power was massive from the start, and with the addition of the explosive power of the fire element, he was too powerful for anyone in the Sage Plane. Bill could barely keep up with him, but as time went on, he soon started to grow in strength. This was something Gray noticed when they started to fight. Now, he was noticing it again. Bill threw a punch, but Gray disappeared before appearing behind him. Expecting this, Bill swung his fist sideways, sweeping behind him with his fist. Gray didn't move and the fist phased through him. When the fist was just passing him, he attacked Bill with a punch. A lightning screen appeared where his fist was about to hit on Bill's chest as he used it to block against Gray's attack. Bill returned the favor to Gray as he tried to kick him off the ground. Gray jumped up to dodge the kick before doing a spinning kick mid-air. Bill's hands were always covered in lightning as he raised them above him to block the attack. The force of the attack almost forced him to his knees, but he managed to hold on and pushed Gray off. While Gray was mid-air, a lightning bolt dropped from the sky as it crashed into his body. Gray was hit by the lightning bolt as he was unable to dodge it. However, he was always covered with earth armor, so other than rocking his innards, the attack didn't do much to him. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Bill appeared below him, throwing a fist into the sky that transformed into a large lightning fist that crashed into Gray, sending him into the air once more. Gray stabilized himself in the sky before large boulders appeared in the sky, wrapped in flames and lightning. The boulders came crashing down, but Bill moved through the platform before shooting into the sky, punching a hole through the boulders coming his way. He soon came face to face with Gray as he attacked with his fists. Gray blocked and countered. The sound of the two fists clashing was the only thing reverberating in the entire platform. Everyone watched the duo in the sky as they fought fiercely against each other, punching almost every part of the opponent's bodies. They both fought widely and brutally. But people soon started to notice something odd. Bill was starting to gain the advantage. Since the start of the battle, Gray had always had the advantage when it came to physical strength, but now, it didn't seem to be the case. Bill was starting to grow stronger with time, and his physical strength seemed to be an edge stronger than Gray's. This came as a surprise not only to the crowd from the Burchard family, but to Gray as well. What is he using? He thought to himself. He already knew it was a technique that increased physical strength, but he didn't know how it worked. Bill was getting more excited as they fought. He didn't even try to engage in a conversation with Gray any longer. All he wanted to do was to fight to his heart's content. Gray gave up on the idea of asking him what he was using as he tried to ensure that he didn't lose this battle. Bang! A fire orb exploded as Bill tried to get close to him. This halted his movement, giving Gray time to move close to attack. However, the moment Gray got within 2 meters of Bill, the area was covered with lightning. Small lightning arcs shot through the air, moving like snakes. Bill has made use of his domain. Gray was forced out of the domain as he suffered burns from the lightning. Bill's domain strength exceeded Gray's expectations. He was almost certain that this domain could destroy his own, and he didn't want to try it out. Now he understood why Bill was the #1 person in the Sage Plane from a faction as big as the Nether faction. If Bill couldn't achieve this much, then he would have been disappointed. Gray's body had some injuries already, and blood was dripping from the side of his lips. After going through multiple body-wrecking battles, he still engaged in such an intensifying battle, especially after not having enough time to heal. What was worse was that cracks were forming on his body. Very tiny cracks. Even Gray didn't notice it as he fought with Bill. Bill laughed as he charged at Gray after using his domain to force him back. Gray stretched out his hand as a repulsive force tried to push Bill away. Bill stopped moving and tried to hold out against the repulsive force. He managed to hold out for a while, but he was still forced back, although the distance was almost negligible. Damn! Gray couldn't help but complain. His facial expression changed and he moved his hand closer to his face. What the hell? He freaked out when he noticed the crack on his hand. While Gray was in a state of shock, Bill had already gained himself and rushed over, sending a punch Gray's way. Gray snapped out of the shocked state as he barely dodged the fist coming at his face. Bill's fist brushed through the side of his face, but it wasn't much. Seeing that he missed, Bill tried to use his elbow to continue his attack. Gray noticed this quickly and used his right hand to stop the elbow from hitting his face before kicking at Bill's stomach. Bill blocked the attack with his hand. Both fighters stopped in the same position. Bill was grabbing hold of Gray's right leg with his left hand, while Gray was using his left hand to block Bill's elbow. The duo retreated simultaneously as they stood some meters apart, staring at each other in the eyes. "You're my toughest opponent yet. You should be excited since I'm rating you this high," Bill said respectfully. "I could say the same, but..." Gray paused mid-sentence as he recalled the old monster who tried to kill him back at the Lutra realm, before shaking his head. "I've met a stronger opponent." Bill's expression changed when he heard this. Him acknowledging Gray was already unexpected for most people there, but the fact that Gray said he was not the strongest person he had fought against irritated him. "Anyone stronger than me in the Sage Plane is definitely not in the Sage Plane," Bill said angrily. He would never accept that there was anyone stronger than he was in the Sage Plane. "Well, I'm an exception, don't you think?" Gray asked with a smirk. Bill didn't respond, but he snorted coldly. Everyone could tell that he couldn't reply since that would mean he was not correct with his statement. However, no one could refute Gray. If Gray were to be at the peak of the Sage Plane, he might have defeated Bill already. Gray was studying his body as they spoke and he soon started to notice multiple things. His body was not the only thing that was cracking, even his innards, bones, organs, and even his core seemed to be cracking. "I need to end this." He was losing it. He had gotten a general idea of what was happening. Even with the increase in his strength, he couldn't use the fusion state infinitely. Now, he wasn't strong enough to use the fusion state for this long, so it was starting to have an effect on his body. If he didn't stop soon, he might die before even completing the battle. "I'll defeat you, so you can know you're not a match for me," Bill said with a cold expression. "You don't have to take me too seriously, I'm still in the 5th stage, why don't you wait till I get to the peak before you say that?" Gray said with a smile. Bill snorted coldly once again. He acknowledged Gray's strength, but he felt Gray was too proud. Chapter 986. Bill moved closer to Gray, wanting to attack once again. However, this time, Gray didn't try to engage in hand-to-hand combat with him. Rather, he retreated and used his fire element to unleash an attack. PM. Bill was forced to receive the attack since he never expected Gray to suddenly switch to elemental attacks. Blocking the attack, he was pushed back by the impact of the attack. Gray used his fire and lightning domain simultaneously, while inscriptions lit up in the sky. He was done with playing. Although he enjoyed the hand-to-hand combat, he couldn't keep up with it for too long. When Bill noticed that Gray had switched to using elemental attacks, he felt a little downcast as he switched as well. He would have preferred fighting with their physical strength, but since Gray wanted to switch, then he would as well. In a battle of physical strength, Gray was the strongest person he had fought against. No matter how he improved, Gray's strength seemed almost limitless. For someone like him who got stronger as time went on, he wanted to see how far he could go against someone like Gray. Bill used a lightning blade, trying to cut Gray down with it. Gray created an earth wall, but the lightning blade cut through it. But its power reduced, although not significantly, but it wasn't on the level it was at first. Gray used a fire blade to deflect the attack. Bill rushed forward and used the lightning element once again to attack Gray. Gray unleashed the inscription had he been preparing. He used the attack to block off the attack Bill sent his way. Bill, being the stronger person, got the advantage as his attack burst through the inscription and its attack and shot at Gray. Gray already used the opportunity. The attack slowed down and moved away, dodging it by a hair's breadth. He sent a stream of fire at Bill. The the stream of fire had some spots that seemed to have a difference. Monitoring it closely, the elders noticed those spots had icy flames hidden in them. Bill tried to block the stream of flames coming his way, but the special parts managed to go through and hit him. The icy flames soon started getting to work. Ice started to form across Bill's body. Even with his strength, Gray's ice was too powerful. He used lightning to coat himself as he tried to block the attack from getting to him. The ice started to thaw almost immediately they touched Bill's body, but since it was not immediate, it meant Bill couldn't move for a very short time. This was all Gray needed to create the array he wanted. He created the same inscription he used when fighting against his last opponent, the young man who was also at the peak of the Sage Plane. From when he started his battle with Bill, he already thought of this, but he was only forced to use it early due to his situation. Gray not only prepared this inscription, but also the array he would use to boost his strength, speed, and every other thing when fighting with Bill. Bill wasn't fast enough, so even though the ice was thawing, he didn't have time to prepare for Gray's attack. The attack hit him head-on and sent him flying. Gray used the opportunity to move closer to him as he tried to attack once again. However, the moment Gray was about to attack, something strange happened. Boom! Gray felt a powerful force coming from where Bill was lying. Bill raised his head to look at Gray. Looks like I'll have to use it then. The strong pressure Gray felt sent chills down his spine as he retreated from where Bill was lying. He threw an attack Bill's way, but it was useless. "You can't defeat me," Bill stated confidently as he stood up. Everyone on the side of the Burchard family looked on with great interest. One has to know that Gray was currently their greatest asset in this competition. They couldn't afford to neglect anything regarding him. They all watched the battle going on with extreme focus. Sylvia was even prepared to intervene in case Gray was not Bill's match. A figure soon seemed to tear open a portal and step on the platform. A summoner? Gray was taken aback when he saw the figure. The figure was big, made entirely of lightning. It wasn't hard for him to discern that it was not a human. He never expected Bill would be a summoner. Although Reynolds' summon was superior to this, it didn't change the fact that Gray was in an extremely difficult situation now. Either he upgrades to the peak of the Sage Plane, or he risks losing against Bill. Bill sent the summon after him while he still seemed distracted. Gray quickly snapped out of his thought since he knew switching off at a time like this was deadly. The summon rushed after Gray and attacked with a long spear. Gray managed to move out of the way, but barely. However, the spot Gray appeared on was soon covered by lightning. Bill, sensing Gray would appear there, utilized his domain. The moment Gray appeared, he was hit by the lightning. Since he was not expecting it, it hurt him. Adding to his already cracked skin, his eyes turned red from the pain. He quickly tried to block the lightning from touching him with the space element. Forcing everything close to him to leave the space opened the chance for him. Bill attacked when he saw this. But Gray was prepared. Using the help of his fusion state, he increased his strength once more. He forgot about those watching. The time to show his strength had come. Even if he couldn't use all his elements, he wanted to make sure he used the fusion state to the peak, and make sure he was victorious. The crowd watching were once again stunned. Gray had given them one more thing to be shocked about. Even Bill, who was fighting Gray, was dumbfounded. Chapter 987. Gray's figure dried up once again. This time, his situation seemed worse compared to the first time. Now, he looked to be all bones covered by skin. Bill retreated as he sent the summon after Gray. His biggest chance of winning now was with the summon. He already tested Gray's strength, on the same level, even he was a little lacking compared to the monster known as Gray. Seeing the summon charging at him, Gray didn't shirk away. He did a slashing motion with his hand and the summon was cut in two by an invisible attack. Only after the attack passed through and was heading in Bill's direction did it come to light. It was his spatial slash. Bill scurried away from where he was standing as he could feel a frightening power coming off the attack. While Bill was dodging, the summon which was cut in two merged back and became one. It continued its charge at Gray. Gray paused and sent a fireball at the summon. Boom! The fireball exploded on impact and the summon staggered back. It couldn't keep its footing and fell on its back. Gray set his sights on Bill since he was his target from the start. Bill sent a lightning strike at Gray. But Gray didn't move and the attack phased through him. He continued closing in on Bill, who was a little startled. This was not the first time he was fighting against someone on the same level, but Gray was a freak. It was as if he was fighting against a skeleton, which terrified him. Gray stretched out his dried-up hand and pointed at Bill. A small orb started to form at the tip of his finger. Before long, a light beam shot out from the finger. Bill rushed to dodge the attack. He managed to dodge it at a hair's breadth, but he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. The aura from the attack was something that he had only felt from those above the Sage Plane. One has to know that the difference between a Sage Plane Elementalist and an Elemental Venerable was by no means small, yet Gray seemed to jump that gap with nothing but a single attack. Bill started to thank his stars that he didn't agree to Gray's request of fighting a death match. In a normal battle he was already like this. How far would Gray go to kill him in a death match? He didn't even want to find out about that. Gray didn't stop after that attack. For inscriptions appeared mid-air and attacked Bill from 4 different directions. He was trying to force Bill to take one of the attacks head-on if he wanted to escape from it. However, just as the attack was about to get to where Bill was standing, a large figure appeared in front of him and blocked all 4 attacks simultaneously. Roar! The summon roared loudly as lightning sparks flew mid-air. Gray squinted his eyes as he looked at the summon, which had recovered. As long as Bill could continuously feed it, then this thing was practically immortal. I'll see how long you can last, he thought with a smirk as he attacked once again. This time, he used a fire blade to cut apart the summon. But before the summon even tore in 2 places, it already started to merge as a lightning orb shot at Gray with insane speed. Gray blocked the attack with an earth wall, but he was forced to take a step back. Bill used the opportunity to move forward with the summon in front of him. The summon was the one taking all of Gray's attack while Bill focused on attacking Gray. Gray blocked the attacks coming his way, but he was soon covered in lightning. Gray felt his entire body go numb from the lightning strikes, and also, his clothes were slowly ripping apart. He moved a step forward and his figure vanished. He appeared behind the summon, where Bill was unprotected, and struck. A large lightning bolt shot from the sky and struck where Gray was standing. The force of the lightning was far stronger than anything Bill had used since the start of the battle. "I've been waiting for you to do that," Bill said with a proud smile. "And you think that would stop me?" Gray's voice came from the place where he was supposedly engulfed by lightning. Bill was shocked and took a step back, moving closer to the summon. He looked at the place and noticed a pale blue light glowing within the lightning. Without even thinking twice, he rushed to the side, making sure the summon was in between himself and Gray. Boom! The summon standing behind him exploded. Bill was shaken when he saw this, as he pumped essence into the body of the summon so it would rematerialize. Gray's attack destroyed the summon, and the only way to bring it back was through either summoning it again or making sure before it was completely destroyed he could pump enough essence into it. He couldn't take the risk of the former since it would take some time before the summon would be ready. The latter was the choice that was best. Gray strolled out of the lightning covering him as he walked over to where Bill was standing. He raised his head to look at the summon that was slowly fading off. He stretched out his hand and a repulsive force spread out. Bill was pushed back by the force as he looked at Gray with serious eyes. He couldn't believe this was the same person that struggled against the young man at the peak. "I just need to make sure I outlast him." He soon came up with a new plan. He could already see that he was not a match for Gray, so he wanted to see if he could fight Gray till he couldn't use the technique he was using to increase his strength. "Can I?" Doubt flashed through the eyes of the always confident Bill. Chapter 988. He can go even further? Everyone was shocked by Gray's sudden increase in strength. Of course, they could see the price he was paying, but the fact that he could actually increase his strength above what they already assumed from his previous battles was shocking. Why is he risking his life for people that are not related to him? Those from the Nether faction felt anger and hatred for Grey. At the rate Grey was currently going, he was going to single-handedly defeat them. If even after this battle he doesn't fight any longer, it doesn't matter, he has already taken out all the strong people from their group. Scott and the other two should be able to deal with the remaining two people. From being the clear favorites to being the ones that are very likely to lose. It doesn't matter, his body can't last any longer than 5 minutes, as long as Bill can struggle for that time, then he would win. Those powerhouses in the place could already tell that the energy was too much for Grey's body and it was already wreaking havoc in his body. Some of them could even tell that Grey's core was also being damaged by this excess energy. On the side of the Burchard family. Is this kid stupid? He wants to damage his future for something like this? An elder couldn't help but ask. They all felt that Grey seemed to have taken things overboard. Instead of being happy, some of them were infuriated at the fact that Grey was going to destroy himself because of this. He should give up while he still has the chance. Anything more than this and I'm afraid he'll become crippled. Another elder said. He didn't seem to be happy with Grey's performance so far. For some reason, he didn't like Grey. Seeing Grey's current situation, he felt a bit happy. Sylvia wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. Grey did seem to have taken things way too far. All she felt at the moment was remorse. If she knew he was this crazy, she wouldn't have invited him over for the competition. Well, technically, he didn't come because of her invite, rather, he came because of revenge. Even after getting his revenge, he still didn't want to lose. She clenched her fists as she watched on. Back on the platform. Bill was going from one place to another, not of his own will. Grey had completely suppressed him and he couldn't even counter any longer. He could barely block any of Grey's attacks. He was bleeding from all 7 orifices while his clothes were a wreck. Bam! His figure slammed into the platform. Even before he could regain himself, Grey was already standing close to him, with his foot raised. He tried to step on his chest. Bill threw a punch out that was covered with lightning. His punch collided with Grey's foot, but Grey didn't shake while he felt the bones on his hand wanting to fall apart. Is he still human? Bill freaked out even more. He knew he was fighting a race against time with Grey, but from how things had gone within a minute, he knew it was actually impossible for him to win this. Grey kicked out, but Bill crossed his hands in front of his body to block Grey's kick. The force of the kick sent him sliding on the ground. His body stopped at the edge of the platform. Crack! Lightning crackled in the sky and a large bolt fell from the sky, covering Grey. In the lightning bolt, a large figure formed attacking Grey. Bill had finally managed to force out his summon once again. He used his domain to increase the strength of his lightning attack as well as the strength of his summon. Bang! Bam! Boom! Grey started to fight against the summon with his fists, while Inscription started to attack Bill, who was by the side. The large figure of the summon was sent to the stands by Grey's punch. A hole opened on the head of the summon as it crashed on the ground. With the old man as well as the leaders of both groups present, dealing with the summon was very easy. The leader of the Nether faction contained it and sent it back to the platform as fast as he could. The leader of the Burchard family sent him a glance, but he pretended like he didn't see anything. Grey was about to attack Bill when the summon came back to the platform. It was all healed up and it seemed to have received some boost. Grey tried to punch it, but the summon dodged it and threw a kick at him. The summon's kick went through Grey's body, and Grey attacked it once again. A lightning arrow shot at Grey with breakneck speed from an unpredictable angle. Grey noticed the attack very late, and after just using his space element to allow the summon's attack to phase through, he couldn't use it again on such short notice. He turned around and blocked the attack of Bill, but the summon, which was under Bill's complete control, attacked Grey's back at this moment. A lightning sword formed on its hand and it swung it at Grey's undefended back. The attack was about to hit Grey's back when a brownish glow appeared. The sword attack seemed to slow down considerably, giving Grey the time he needed to block the attack in front of him and behind him. After blocking Bill's attack, he moved forward in a bid to dodge the attack behind him. He knew he couldn't slow down the attack anymore. Bill attacked once again. He could feel the increase in the strength of the summon, so he wanted to take the initiative to attack. After all, to people like him, the best form of defense was attack. And against someone like Gray, if he allowed him to have all the chances he wanted, then he would punish him. Chapter 989. HMPH. Help from those old fellows. I'll still beat you up. Gray snorted coldly. The slight increase in the strength of the summon had changed how things were going. Although he was annoyed by this, he knew he didn't have the time to argue. Should I use another element? My time is very short now. I can feel my cores losing essence like a broken dam. The longer this takes, the more harm I do to myself. He was caught in a dilemma. Showing another element would mean having to publicly use 5 elements. Having 4 elements was already very rare, 5 was over the charts rare, but it wasn't impossible. There were still people alive who had 5 elements. Once in a while, the rumors of a multi-elementalist with 5 elements would spread across the continent. It wasn't impossible for this to happen. After thinking about it for a while, he decided that if he couldn't change the tides within the next few seconds, then he would use another element. If he were fighting against Bill alone, then he would have been able to subtly use other elements without his knowledge, but with those old powerhouses present, even the slightest sign of another element would not go unnoticed. The summoned speed had seen an increase, so had its strength and defense. It rushed at Gray once again, trying to attack. Gray moved through the platform like a phantom. Before anyone could react, he had already created an array. He sent out a dark orb at Bill. When Bill sensed the orb, he shivered in fear. He could tell that this would immediately kill him on impact. The array Gray made this time was solely for his space element. All it would do was to increase his attack power, speed, and everything involving the space element. Without even thinking, Bill called back the summon and it disappeared, immediately materializing in front of him. The summon appeared the moment the orb was about to hit him. The orb hit the summon and it exploded out before suddenly contracting. The body of the summon that broke apart started to come back together, but it started to shrink. Bill shuddered when he saw this happening. Even those watching the battle couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. This was an attack that was terrifying to look at. Before long, the body of the summon disappeared from view. It was as if it was never there. I'll kill you with my next attack if you do not give up. Gray's voice was already croaked from how he looked. This time, he was pretending any longer. The fusion state was truly having shocking effects on his body. He could almost even feel his life essence slowly sipping away from his body and being absorbed by the orb in his body. His entire body was so dried up that if he stood motionless, people would think he was dead. I'm not admitting defeat to a skeleton, Bill stated coldly. I guess you'll die before this skeleton then, Gray remarked, not offended by how Bill addressed him. Good thing Klaus is not here, I'd never see the end of his mockery. Gray thought internally. If Klaus were to see him in this state, he would surely mock him till the end of the world. Gray rushed at Bill. Without the summon, Bill can barely keep up with him. A fire orb exploded, forcing Bill back. Bill tried to counter, but his attack seemed to disappear into nothingness. Gray attacked once again. This time, completely suppressing Bill. A long spear appeared on Bill's hand and it flew into the sky. It seemed to have a mind of its own. A large array appeared at the tip of the spear and a light beam shot at Gray. Gray's body fluttered and he vanished from where he was standing. Before long, he was standing close to Bill. A punch was thrown out by him and Bill's figure was sent into the air. Bill was already bleeding from different places. With this attack, he coughed out a large amount of blood. Gray tried to get closer to him, but Bill shouted out loudly and lightning exploded out from his body. Gray didn't seem fazed by the attack. With a wave of his hand, the attack coming his way was dispensed. Bang! Bill's body crashed on the ground. He tried to stand up, but he was unable to. Gray walked over to him. In the end, you couldn't outlast me. Bill wanted to speak out, but only blood came out from his mouth. Gray raised his head, and a shocking amount of energy gathered there. If this connects with Bill, then he would most definitely die. Just as the attack was about to hit him. I give up. Bill's voice was almost inaudible, but everyone heard it. Gray, who was about to kick out, stopped. You fell for it. Gray tried to smile, but with his current appearance, it didn't look Gray. Bill's eyes widened when he realized the meaning behind Gray's words. He was about to say something when Gray's figure fell backward. Boom! His figure landed on the ground, seemingly lifeless. The entire platform was quiet, no one spoke a word as they looked at the figure on the ground. The figure looked to be dead. He won? Someone from the Burchard family asked with a confused expression. Did he really win? An elder asked with a wry smile. To him, this couldn't really be counted as a victory for Gray. He had literally destroyed himself just to get this. Sylvia was the first to move out as she tried to take Gray's body. However, at the time she was about to get there, she felt a powerful energy push her back. An attack came from the side of the Nether faction. It was done by the leader of the faction. All he had towards Gray at the moment was nothing but hate. Oh no. The old man moved out as he tried to block the attack. Not just the old man, but those from the Burchard family as well. Chapter 900. With all top powerhouses moving at the same time, the scene was a sight to behold. However, they were all a bit too slow. Since that leader of the Nether faction made a move first, it was natural that he would have the advantage over the others. Boom! The attack hit where Gray was lying. And Gray was soon covered by a bright light. Who? Someone exclaimed as they looked at the explosion. The explosion, which was expanding, contracted in the blink of an eye. Those who were rushing there paused as they looked at the sight in shock. While everyone was staring at the scene, a figure stepped out of the void, standing close to Gray. The figure looked at Gray lovingly before turning around to throw a glance at the leader of the Nether faction. Quite bold of you to attack a weak child. The figure looked at the leader of the Nether faction with a nonchalant expression. Those from the Burchard family paused when they saw the face of the figure. Not just those from the Burchard family, but the old man, as well as those from the Nether faction. The figure standing there was someone well reputable across the entire continent. Lucas? The old man was the first to speak out. Elder, it's been a while. The figure referred to as Lucas bowed in the direction of the old man. What are you doing here? The old man asked calmly. Lucas' appearance here should be no coincidence. My son's fighting, I came to see how he was faring. Lucas said softly before turning around to look at Gray's current condition. Presently, Gray was the only one lying there. Before the leader of the Nether faction attacked, he made sure to remove Bill from the picture so he wouldn't be hurt by the attack. He's your son? The old man was shocked beyond words. Not just the old man, but every single person in the place was quiet. They had no words at the moment. Vin, mind telling me why you attacked my defenseless son? Lucas didn't bother with the reaction of those around as he turned to look at the leader of the Nether faction. The leader of the Nether faction paused, he really didn't know what to say. If Gray were dead, then he would have been able to find a simple way to navigate through this. Although, Gray being alive was better than him dying at this moment. The figure before him was someone he knew he stood no chance against. Not just this figure, but the person's wife was almost as fearsome as he was, only more brutal. If she is the mother of Gray, then he could already guess that she would be fuming the moment she gets here. It was all accidental, I thought she wanted to attack my student, so I only attacked in retaliation. Vin, the leader of the Nether faction, explained. Do I look like a fool? I can see the blatant killing intent in your eyes when you attacked. Lucas said calmly. I'll let you go since my son's not harmed. I don't know about Martha though, you'll have to deal with her yourself. He added, not even waiting for Vin's response. The second Vin heard the name Martha, he freaked out. Just like Lucas, Martha was a genius, she could almost be said in the same breath as Lucas. If not for Luca's freakish talent, she might just be the strongest person from the last 100 years. Two people generally regarded as peerless geniuses went on to get married, and even give birth to a child who seems to be even more freakish than the duo combined. If this isn't cheating from nature, they don't know what was. Lucas, I admit to my errors and I'll personally apologize to your son. I don't mind taking the responsibility of healing him. Vin hastily tried to make peace. He might be the leader of the Nether faction, but he knew that offending the Dawson family was not something the other elders from the faction would want. Fighting powerhouses like the Dawson family was not something they could bear to do. I already told you, I'm letting you go. Whatever business you have is with his mother, it's none of my concern. Lucas didn't even bother with him any longer and took Gray back to where those from the Burchard family were seated. The sudden appearance of such a powerhouse stunned everyone present. Those from the Burchard family were still finding it hard to believe. It was common knowledge that Lucas and Martha were married. What people didn't know was if they had a child together. Even if some people might have suspected Gray was from the Dawson family, no one would have thought he was actually the child of these two monsters. Sylvia found it hard to put words together as she looked at the legendary figure who just barged into the competition. Seeing that he was getting all the attention, Lucas waved his hand. Please, continue. He took Gray to the side. With all the powerful people from the Nether faction defeated by Gray, everyone knew the outcome of the competition had been settled. Gray had undoubtedly won this competition for the Burchard family. Of course, they still had to fight since there was no certainty if the Nether faction didn't have a secret weapon kept in store for this competition. The next person to step up was from the Nether faction. They had 2 people left, while the Burchard family had 4. If Gray was excluded due to his current state, then there were only 3 left. But of those 3, Scott, someone who could be said to be on the same level as Bill, was still present. Having an extra person made the morale of those from the Nether faction diminish. Take out those 2. That would leave only Scott. He can't beat the 2 of you. The leader of the Nether faction said to the duo left. As long as they could remove the other 2, they still had a chance of winning this. Chapter 991. The duo nodded to the words of the leader of the faction as one of them stepped on the platform. His eyes trailed to the body of one of those from the Burchard family who was at the peak. He didn't waste any time and challenged the person. Their battle started off very slow before it started to pick up speed. After almost 20 minutes, the young man from the Nether faction won. He fought as safe as he possibly could so as to ensure he doesn't get hurt. He needed to preserve his strength for Scott. The next person soon stepped on stage. Before the person from the Burchard family went up, he heard the voice of the family head. If you can't defeat him, make sure he doesn't have an easy time winning. The family head, as well as the elders from the Burchard family, already knew the plan of the Nether faction: defeat the duo, then try to use the advantage of numbers against Scott. Scott might be powerful, but no one felt he would be able to replicate what Gray had done. This was not them looking down at Scott, but if these 2 from the Nether faction fought with their lives on the line, which they believed they would, then things might not be that easy for Scott, even though he was stronger. The next battle was not as dull as the previous one. Of course, it was not on the level of Gray and Bill's battle. It was still amongst the top battles, excluding Gray's battles. Both fighters fought like their lives depended on it. The youth from the Nether faction had the slight edge, but that didn't mean he would be able to breeze through the battle. The young man from the Burchard family was cunning to the extreme. He traded blow for blow with the youth from the Nether faction. His intentions were obvious: do as much damage as he possibly could. And he truly was getting it done. Although he was injured in that process, the youth from the Nether faction was unscathed. Both fighters were bleeding, and the battle lasted for almost 30 minutes. The young man from the Burchard family seemingly wanted to drag the youth from the Nether faction down with him. Even after losing, he still dragged his body off the platform with a wide smile on his face. His bleeding face didn't make his smile look good, but he didn't care. He strutted off and went to his seat to recover. The youth from the Nether faction clenched his fists tightly. He was incensed. This young man had ruined their plans. With his current state, he couldn't hold out against Scott for long. And everyone present knew that the first person Scott would pick was him. He hurried back to his seat and the faction leader covered him with a white light while giving him something that looked like a pill. Stay for as long as you can before stepping up. You need to heal. The faction leader had not even finished his statement when Scott's voice resounded from the platform. You, come up. Scott had an aggressive look. It was evident that he was annoyed. After watching his comrades die at the start of the competition, then seeing how those from the Nether faction were bullying Grey, he had been itching to give someone a beating for a long time. Now, he finally had the chance. The youth from the Nether faction pretended he wasn't the one Scott was talking to as he continued to heal, greedily absorbing what was inside the pill, as well as the light that still enveloped him. Elder. Scott turned to the old man. The old man knew what those from the Nether faction were trying to do, he could only shake his head. The Burchard family did something like this as well when Grey was being challenged non-stop. With a sigh, he said, if he doesn't come up within the next 30 seconds, he will be eliminated. The youth from the Nether faction stayed till the time was almost up before stepping on stage against Scott. I thought you were strong? He asked with a smirk. He wanted to engage Scott in a conversation so he could get more time. Scott didn't reply to him, he only turned his head to the old man, waiting for him to give the go-ahead for the start of the battle. The old man didn't say anything more and nodded for the battle to begin. Scott attacked the moment it started. The youth from the Nether faction knew that he was not on Scott's level, nor was he in the best condition to even try to fight against him. He hastily retreated as he dodged and blocked Scott's attacks. Scott attacked aggressively, but against someone who was hell-bent on defending and dodging, even if the platform was small, he could barely do much. Especially given the speed advantage his opponent had over him. As the youth dodged, he tried to rile Scott up by abusing him. Scott stayed collected as he didn't rush into anything, attacking in the same manner as the first time. Each attack was deadly and precise. The youth was forced to take an attack head-on after falling for Scott's scheme. The force of the attack forced him back, and before he could regain his balance, Scott was all over him. An attack came from almost all angles, and Scott was not even done. The youth scrambled to block the attacks with all his might, unleashing lightning attacks. This youth was proficient in arrays, but he was not an inscriber like Grey. While he was running, he set up an array on the platform. Just when everything was going Scott's way, the array lit up on the platform. Scott was about to attack when he sensed danger, he hurriedly retreated. The young man from the Nether faction laughed in excitement as he coughed up a mouthful of blood in the process. Scott had done some serious damages to his body, but he could still fight. Chapter 992. Scott looked at the array that was on the ground. It was dangerous, he could tell. This wasn't something that could kill him, but if he was careless, then it would make winning this competition too difficult. Grey was still unconscious, well, he was still all bones. Although he was already slightly recovering, he didn't think Grey could fight again. He has done enough, I'll end this. His efforts must not be in vain. Scott repeated in his head. His driving force at the moment was not just winning the competition, but seeing how far Grey was willing to go made his blood boil. If Grey, someone who was not from their family, could go this hard, then he didn't mind risking his life just to make sure they were victorious. What was worse was that Grey had even removed the toughest obstacles, leaving the weaker ones for him. If he couldn't complete the task in this state, then he was more than useless. Taking big strides, he stopped restraining himself. He would use his full strength now. Boom! The battle heated up immediately. On the side of the Burchard family, Lucas was not even paying attention to Scott or anything that was not Grey. His brows were furrowed as he studied the extent of Grey's injuries. It's healing, that should be a good sign. He felt a headache as he looked at his son. Grey's cracked cores were healing, but for some reason, they were shrinking in size. On another person, it would be a miracle that he was already healing his cracked cores, and shrinking means that he was consolidating them. This would make the person grow stronger. However, Grey wasn't normal, Not just that, but Gray's cores were being filled with a black substance. When he used his spiritual senses to try to investigate it, he felt the thing almost eat away that part of his spiritual senses. He didn't need to take a second look before he knew what it was: poison miasma. How did this thing enter his body? He felt his head banging from these things. He didn't know how to solve this, since miasma was something that was dangerous even to powerhouses like himself. The miasma in Gray's body was even stronger than some of the ones he had encountered. With his strength, unless he stayed in a place filled with miasma for too long, then he wouldn't have any problems with it. But the one in Gray's body almost harmed him with the first contact. He looked around. He could sense the eyes of the old man, the family head of the Burchard family, the leader of the Nether faction, as well as some of the elders. The main reason he showed himself was Gray. If these people had been the one to take him after he fell unconscious, they would have known his secret. This was something that would definitely endanger Gray's life, so he didn't want to take the risk. Not just that, but he missed his son. The figure guarding Gray told them of Gray's plan to attend this competition, so he left immediately, leaving his wife behind. When he got here, Gray had already started to fight. So he watched pretty much all of Gray's battles. He couldn't hide the shock in his eyes when he saw how powerful Gray was. The truth was, he didn't really know the extent of the orb he put in Gray's body. He only knew it would give him all the elements. Well, that was what it said. Seeing Gray only use 4 elements, he was a bit skeptical. It was only after he checked Gray's body did he notice the other 4 cores. This means that Gray was hiding his true strength. He was impressed by Gray's foresight. "Thank you, Martha. He has grown up so much because of you." He smiled softly. Although he hated to admit it, he knew he didn't have much of a say in Gray's upbringing, hence he appreciated Martha for her hard work. Of course, Martha still left Gray alone after he passed 15, but some of her teachings must have already been inbuilt into Gray's mind. He studied Gray some more and noticed Gray's shriveled body was his own doing. Other than the cracks which were healing up, Gray should be fine after some rest. Calming his mind, he looked at the head of the Burchard family and gave him a nod. The head of the Burchard family heaved a sigh of relief before focusing on Scott's battle. He had been so worried about Gray's well-being that he barely glanced at Scott, who was fighting. Now that he knew that Gray was fine, he faced the battle again. The battle was already getting very heated. Scott had taken some hits, but not enough to cause him any serious issues. The youth from the Nether faction wasn't doing any better. He still hadn't recovered from his previous battle, and after being struck multiple times by Scott's attacks, he was bleeding all over. A large chunk of the flesh on his back was missing as a result of taking an attack from Scott. He was hanging on by a thread. He knew he hadn't done any significant damage to Scott, so leaving now would not help the young man who was left. He had to make sure that Scott was at least injured, not any superficial injuries, but a serious one that would affect his combat power. He soon came to a decision and decided to take the risk of getting another hit just to ensure he manages to harm Scott. Gritting his teeth and hoping he doesn't die from the attack, he charged at Scott, neglecting everything else. Scott noticed the menacing look in his eyes, and he soon understood what he wanted to do. "Do you think I'm a fool?" he thought internally with a grin. There was something he had been hiding all this while. Seeing the young man charge at him, he didn't hold back and attacked. Boom! The attack connected with the young man, but the young man forced himself through the pain, and after getting within striking distance, he attacked. Chapter 993. The young man rushed after Scott, and just as he was about to attack, Scott's body was covered with a ray of light. Before the young man could react, Scott was nowhere to be seen. Ooh? Confusion appeared on his face as he looked around, visibly confused as to what just happened. If his guess was right, then Scott just used the light element. But there had not been reports of Scott using his light element before. Those from the Nether faction had shocked expressions, but looking at the faces of those from the Burchard family, they knew this was not something unknown to them. The leader of the Nether faction felt a tinge of annoyance. This young man's effort had gone to waste all because of their lack of information. Those morons can't do anything right. He cursed under his breath. He naturally had people watching the Burchard family, hence giving them most of the information they needed. He never thought that the person had never come across Scott or even heard of him having the light element. Now the young man was going to suffer because of it. Back on the platform. After dodging the young man's attack, Scott appeared behind him and attacked once again. The young man was already bleeding heavily from the previous attack, which he took head-on just to get a chance to attack Scott. Now, he was unable to protect himself once again, and his back was hit by Scott's attack. He crashed to the ground and immediately went unconscious on the platform. Scott didn't attack any further. Since his attack couldn't kill the young man, there was no use attacking again, since it would be against the rules of the competition. After defeating his first opponent, it was time to move on to the next. He didn't really need to rest since he preserved most of his strength during the first battle. The leader of the Burchard family clenched his fists angrily as he looked at the young man left. Seeing how energetic Scott was, he couldn't help but shake his head. He knew this competition was over from the moment Gray defeated Bill. In fact, Gray's appearance threw the competition off its feet, and the predicted winners didn't win because of a single anomaly on the other side. Just as expected, the young man stepped on stage with Scott and undoubtedly lost after almost 10 minutes. The battle wasn't too intense since the young man was trying his best to ensure he didn't get injured too early. With the competition coming to an end, Scott and those from the Burchard family fixed their attention back on Gray, who was still unconscious, although his appearance was not the same as before. He had visibly added flesh and was not all bones and skin anymore. Lucas. The head of the Burchard family spoke up. Lucas, who had his eyes on Gray, raised his head to look at the head of the Burchard family. How's he doing now? Fine, he'll be good in no time. All right. Thanks to him we defeated the Nether faction. Naturally, he has every right in entering the secret realm whenever he wants to. Also, since he's from the Dawson family, you can send 10 youngsters over to train in this secret realm. The head of the Burchard family said. He was truly grateful to Gray, not just him, but the entire Burchard family. I'll think about it. Since the competition is over, I'll be leaving with my son now. I'll send him over once he recovers so he can train there. Lucas stood up with Gray. He couldn't leave him here since they would probably try to check for the abnormalities with Gray. Before anyone else could say a word, Lucas vanished with Gray. Those from the Burchard family exchanged glances before shaking their heads wryly. Lucas was known for not being much of a socialist. He rarely communicated with people, and although very modest, he was a genius, so he wasn't without pride. The days went by in a flash, and before long, 2 weeks had gone by in the blink of an eye. The Western Continent, in the Upoya region. This was the place where the Dawson family was located. In a cave, 3 figures could be seen speaking, while a youth could be seen lying on an ice bed. How could you be so careless and allow him to hurt himself to this extent? The voice of an enraged lady sounded out in the cave. It's not that I allowed him to hurt himself to this extent. If I stopped him, he would have lost the battle. A man tried to explain with an apologetic tone. Is winning more important than my son's health? The lady asked again, this time, clearly more infuriated by the man's response. Martha. The man called out softly. The trio in the cave were none other than Lucas Dawson, Martha, and the man guarding Gray. Gray was the one lying on the ice bed. When Lucas returned to the Western Continent, he stayed for a while and finally decided to call Martha over. When she arrived, she naturally exploded when she saw Gray's situation. Lucas has been trying to calm her down for almost an hour now, but he hasn't really been successful. He'll be fine. I know, I just hate the fact that he's in such a situation when I meet him. Martha replied with a downcast expression. What did you say about necromancers? She suddenly recalled something and turned to Gray's guardian. Yes, he was marked. Not just by a necromancer, but one of those guys increased the range of the mark. Gray's guardian replied. HMPH. Those filthy things, they should pray I don't get my hands on them. Martha snorted coldly. I'll advise he doesn't go to the secret realm of the Burchard family. We all know that place has a portal connecting to the realm of that race. If they sense the mark on him, he will be in danger. Gray's guardian said. Martha and Lucas exchanged glances, before turning to look at Gray. That will be his decision to make. Lucas said. He would never interfere with Gray's decisions. This was the reason he allowed Gray to fight with Bill even when he was harming himself. This doesn't mean he would let him do as he pleases in a situation that might take his life. Chapter 994. One more week went by in a flash. Lucas and Martha frequented where Gray was being kept, while his guardian was always there. Gray's condition was relatively better now compared to before, and there even seemed to be an improvement in his cultivation. Void had been hiding in Gray's storage ring all this while. He naturally would not let them take Gray away without him. Some time went by and Gray finally made some movements. His eyes twitched repeatedly before snapping open. He stared at the same position for some time. After about a minute or so, he turned his head to properly see the place he was located. Seeing the unfamiliar scenery, he tried to get up hastily, but he was shocked when he noticed he couldn't freely move his body. Void? He called out to Void. This was the only one he could count on at times like these. You're awake? Void's voice sounded in his ears after some time. Yeah, and I don't feel so good. Gray replied as he finally managed to get to a seating position. You won't believe what happened. Void was still in the middle of speaking when a figure stepped into the cave where Gray was being kept. It was a middle-aged man with a handsome face that had an uncanny resemblance to Gray. The man stood just over 2 meters tall and had a well-built body. Oh, you're awake, the man said. Gray looked at the man in front of him who was very familiar, yet quite distant to him. It took him some time, neglecting Void's voice in his head, he murmured in a somewhat confused voice, Dad? Gray. Lucas nodded with a smile before sending out his spiritual senses to check on Gray's condition. However, he didn't try to move closer to Gray since he felt guilty for leaving him alone with his wife for so long. Gray was a bit apprehensive when the spiritual sense was about to touch him, but after thinking about it, he let it be. You're alive? Gray blurted out unconsciously. Although he hoped for this, he was also a bit shocked by their reunion. To be honest, he didn't think that when he would eventually meet his father, it would be after waking up from a coma. According to his plan, he would search for his parents and find them somewhere. Your mother didn't tell you I was fine? Lucas asked, stunned by Gray's question. Well. Gray paused. He didn't really know how to communicate with his father who he hadn't seen for over 10 years. If he recalled correctly, his father left when he was around 8 or so, now he was almost 22. If not for the resemblance he had with his father, he wouldn't have even recalled the figure standing in front of him. I know you have a lot of questions, you'll get your answer, Lucas said when he noticed Gray wasn't saying anything. You left me and Mom alone for years. Gray finally spoke after some time. I'm sorry for that, but I was powerless. Lucas apologized. He knew multiple things were running through Gray's head at the moment, so he wasn't in a hurry to speak much. He wanted to hear everything Gray had to say first. Why? Gray asked. This was the only question that had been going through his head for so long. Lucas looked Gray in the eyes. You see, it all started before your birth. Lucas went on to explain the reason for his departure and why he couldn't go back to his wife and son even after so long. He was avoiding one of the major issues that came with coming from a top family, and that was fighting for the position of the family head. Given his talent, he would be the one to get it undoubtedly, but he didn't want it. His parents as well as the elders, though, thought otherwise. Even when one of his brothers wanted the position, they refused him, saying it was only right for Lucas to take up the position. This caused hatred to grow in the mind of his brother, and he decided to leave with his wife and go into hiding. The truth was, he wanted peace. All his life, he had been fighting. Even when he didn't want to fight, he had been forced to fight due to some circumstances. After getting married, he didn't want that life for his family. He wanted a peaceful and happy life. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Gray's birth changed everything. While Lucas explained everything, Gray listened attentively, making sure he digested all the things his father was saying. Lucas just finished explaining when Martha walked into the cave. "Mom," Gray called out, a little more affectionately compared to when he spoke with his father. The truth was, after staying with his mother for a longer time, especially during the period after his first test, he was closer to her than his father. Martha looked at Gray with teary eyes as she walked closer to him and gave him a tight hug, gently caressing his hair. Gray was already slightly taller than her at the moment, but it didn't stop her from giving him the same treatment as she usually did when he was younger. "How are you feeling now?" Martha disregarded Lucas' presence as she studied her son. It had been so long since she saw him and had been worried about his well-being. "Better, I guess," Gray replied after his mother finally let go of him. "Where am I?" he asked soon after. "Close to the Dawson family," Martha replied before casting a glance at Lucas. "Someone is afraid of taking you to the family manor." Gray chuckled slightly when he saw his father's helpless expression. Surprisingly, they hadn't changed much. Other than his father being a little distant, he was still as close to his mother as always. "Martha, you know the situation there more than I do. Taking him there will not do him any good," Lucas explained wearily. Chapter 995. It took a while, but Gray finally started speaking with his father once again. He wasn't really too annoyed with him, especially after he gave him a detailed explanation. When stepping out of the cave, Gray saw a familiar figure standing outside. "It's you," he exclaimed softly. "Hello, young lord." The man standing outside bowed to Gray with a smile. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Arles Orvin." "Guardian?" Gray asked with a raise of his brows. "I guessed you already knew. But yes, I was tasked to make sure you don't die," Arles replied. "To think I had such a powerful guardian with me all this while, and I was chased across the entire Azure continent." Gray shook his head with a wry smile. He had tried to sense the cultivation of Arles, but he couldn't sense it. He was currently in the Sage Plane, almost in the late stages. With his current strength, he could run riot in the Azure continent. As long as he doesn't go to the depths of the magical beast's forest, then he was good. Yet he couldn't sense the cultivation of his guardian, which should put Arles in the elemental venerable plane at the very least. "Why do you think you never came across an opponent above your strength?" Arles asked with a smile. He took care of a lot of Gray's enemies, and even if Gray doesn't know how many people he took care of, he still wanted to make sure Gray knew he did well. "You were chased across the continent?" Martha asked as she stepped out, overhearing the duo's conversation. "Yeah, they were looking for teacher. Since I was his only student, I pretty much became their enemy. Not just that, but the news of me getting the Great Earth Essence liquid from the trial land spread out as well," Gray explained. "Wait, you have a teacher?" Martha was a little shocked. "Remember that senior that came to take me to the lunar faction?" Gray asked. "Good, you have great eyes." Martha nodded. In the Azure continent, Chris was one of the few people she thought highly of. "Actually, he wanted me to become his student because of my cooking skills," Gray said internally. He didn't say this out loud since it would make his parents think otherwise of Chris. From the start, he knew Chris only wanted him for his cooking skill. He wasn't that dumb not to realize it. With nothing to do, Chris taught him most of the things he knew, including inscribing and being a great array master. They spoke a little longer before Gray turned to his parents. "Oh. Void, come out, why are you hiding?" After getting the go-ahead from Gray, Void appeared on his shoulder. "I've been wondering where you went." Arles spoke up when Void appeared. "Your pet?" Martha asked, staring at the cute-looking Void. "Partner, actually. He's quite resourceful," Gray replied. "Hello, Gray's parents." Void spoke out with his small voice. Neither of the duo showed a strange expression. This was not their first time encountering a magical beast that could speak. The only thing that caught their attention was that they knew nothing of Void's breed. From a glance, they could tell he was different. "Where did you get him?" Lucas asked as he tried to grab Void, but before his eyes, Void tried to escape with the space element. He smiled, but didn't retract his hand. Void, who thought he had vanished from Gray's shoulder, was stunned when he felt a large hand grabbing him. He tried to struggle, but it was futile. "Don't resist, he won't harm you." Gray calmed Void down. "An egg?" Gray replied to his father's question. "Oh, odd," Lucas said as he continued staring at Void with his curious eyes. "Such a strange cat. It's like the Void," he muttered. "His name's surprising, Void," Gray said with a chuckle. "I can see why," Lucas replied. He tried to peer into Void's body, but all he could sense was an endless void. No matter where he looked, all he saw was nothingness. He let go of Void, who hurriedly went back to Gray's shoulder. Staring at his parents, Gray had a sense of loss. Originally, this had been one of his tasks, growing strong enough to sweep the entire Aurora continent in search of his parents. Now, he found out that they had been aware of his movements for some time now, and he was a little lost. "What now?" he questioned himself internally. "Gray, are you all right?" Martha noticed Gray had gone silent and seemed to be lost in his thoughts. "I'm fine, I guess." Gray told them his plan to search for them after growing stronger. Finding them now seemed to change some of his plans. "That's not really a problem." "Oh, I forgot to ask, I heard you've had dealings with necromancers." Lucas brought the matter of necromancers up. "Not just them, there are these short guys that they call their ancestors. Those guys seem to want me dead." "Well, one of them was almost successful some time ago," Gray replied. Lucas fell deep in thought. "Is anything wrong?" Gray asked. "The secret realm you want to enter has a portal that leads to that race. So you would be seeing those guys there. Given the mark on you, you're technically a magnet to them," Martha explained. "Eh?" Gray looked at them, confused. Only after some seconds did he recall he was fighting in a competition before passing out. "Oh, that. Did they win?" he asked. "Yes, with you taking out that young man, the rest was pretty much easy," Lucas replied. "Good, had my efforts been wasted, I wouldn't have forgiven them." Gray heaved a sigh. "You should be careful next time. The secret your body holds will bring calamity to you if it spreads. Don't give people the chance to check your body," Lucas warned. "I didn't think it would be this bad," Gray replied with a wry smile. This was the first time he used the fusion state to this level, so he didn't think he would go unconscious for so long. Chapter 996. "I can see you grew stronger," Lucas commented as he studied Gray. From being in the 5th stage of the Sage Plane, Gray had gone to the 6th, getting really close to the 7th stage. If Lucas knew that Gray was only in the 4th stage a few weeks ago, he would be stumped. "Can you tell me what it's like?" Lucas suddenly asked. "Who?" Gray looked at him, a little confused. "The orb in your body, what's it like?" Lucas asked. Martha looked at Lucas, before giving a glance at Arlies. "I should go check on my wife." Arlies knew that was the cue to leave. Without waiting for anything else, he vanished. "There's no need to chase him, he probably knows more about it than we do," Lucas said. Arlies had been with Gray for so long, so he should pretty much have found out about almost everything. This was the reason he didn't bother about him, since there was no need to. "It's still better to be on the safer side," Martha replied. "You're right." Lucas nodded. "Well, there's this senior I saw in my consciousness after it activated." Gray went on to tell them pretty much everything about the orb. His father was the one who placed it in his body in the first place, so hiding it from him was not really useful. Seeing the shocked expression on their faces as he told him about the secrets of the orb, he was a little amazed they knew pretty much nothing about it. Originally, even though his mother told him his father found it in an underground cave, he still didn't think they would have pretty much no knowledge of it. Aren't they a little too careless? He asked Void, feeling a bit sad. There was a probability that the orb would have a dangerous side effect on him, and his father placed it on his body without even knowing. In their defense, you were already dying. It wasn't like there was anything else they could do. Void replied. Yeah, you have a point. Gray nodded to Void's words. Void was in the storage ring, so he heard everything Lucas said when speaking with Gray. There's a space inside the orb? Lucas asked again when Gray told him how he could enter the place to check his elemental grades. Yeah, it's pretty big actually. I've explored it a few times, but only saw a vast expanse of land with nothing else. Other than mountains and trees, there is also water inside. It's quite incredible. But I've not seen a living thing inside though. Gray explained. During one of the days he was free, he decided to explore the place. Apparently, the higher his cultivation grew, the more lifelike the place seemed to be. When he first explored it, there were only mountains and trees, but now, he saw water during his last trip. Definitely a god-plane elementalist. Lucas muttered. Not any ordinary god-plane elementalist. It takes great power to create such a place. It's almost equivalent to those secret realms. Martha added. Yes. Did you say it looked more lifelike the stronger you get? Lucas asked. Gray nodded. Lucas fell deep in thought. After a while he asked again, what did this senior you saw say to you? Gray didn't remember word for word what he said, but he pretty much got the crux of what he said and told that to his parents. Just that? Lucas asked to be sure. Yes. Gray nodded. All right. Keep this a secret. I heard you have some incredible friends. I'd like to meet them someday. Martha said with a smile. All right, Mom, they are around the same location. I can invite them over if you want. Gray suggested. Honestly, he wanted to celebrate finding his parents with his friends. Well, technically, he didn't find his parents since they came to him, but it was the same thing. They were finally reunited. I'll have to go now. You still have to decide if you want to go into that secret realm. Lucas said after some time. I'm definitely going. Gray said. He fought that hard because he wanted to make it into that secret realm. He had already exerted his revenge on the person he wanted to fight. For the rest of the battle, it was purely his desire to win and also go into the secret realm. You already know the dangers there. If you still want to go, then I won't stop you. Lucas nodded, not arguing with his son's decision. It might be difficult for Gray to move there, but with his strength, and also his head, he should be fine. Gray is a scheming individual, even though he hadn't been with him, from how he tricked Bill into admitting defeat even when he couldn't fight any longer showed it. If those guys thought they would be able to easily get him, then they were in for a surprise. Arlies will take you back to the Burchard family. They should be waiting for your arrival. Lucas said as he turned around, preparing to walk away. Okay. Gray nodded, not too surprised his father didn't suggest they headed to the Dawson family. I'll introduce you to the family when you return. Try to get to the elemental venerable plane before you return. Lucas vanished after saying this. Don't mind your father, he's just paranoid. Martha gently caressed his cheek before following in her husband's footsteps, leaving Gray alone to his thoughts. I can't believe my parents are actually this powerful. Gray muttered to himself. This was out of his expectations. He knew they were elementalists from their time in Red City, but it was still a shock to him that they were this strong. His father is literally someone that was respected across the entire Aurora continent, someone tagged as a generational talent. It's better than them being weaker than you if you ask me. Void commented. Gray and Void continued speaking before Arlies arrived. Let's go. Chapter 997. Arlies took Gray back to the Middle Continent, heading to the Burchard family. Compared to when Gray was traveling on his own, their speed was much faster. The cultivation level of the person taking him was much higher than his own. While they were going, they encountered 3 necromancers, all in the early stages of the elemental venerable plane, but Arles easily took care of them. Some days later, Gray and Arles arrived in the Burchard family manor. When the guard outside saw Gray, they welcomed him inside and hurriedly went over to inform the family head of the Burchard family. "You're back. I didn't think you would recover so early," the family head said as he approached Gray. "I'm stronger than I look." Gray chuckled. "I can see that," the family head said. "I guess you're here to enter the secret realm, correct?" he asked. Gray nodded. This was his plan from the start. He wanted to enter the secret realm, especially since it's said to be one of the best in the Aurora continent. "You came just in time. The first batch of people are about to head in. You can go with them. Some of those who went with you to the competition are heading in now," the family head said. "Oh." Gray didn't say much. He followed them over to where the group was gathered. Sylvia was with the group. When she saw Gray walking over with the family head, she couldn't help but smile. She was genuinely happy that Gray recovered so early and would even follow the first batch of people inside the secret realm. "You shouldn't have pushed yourself so hard," she said when Gray walked up to them. "At least it was worth it, right?" Gray asked with a grin. "I can't say it wasn't, it is. And everyone is grateful for your sacrifice." Sylvia thanked Gray for his hard work. The fact that Gray made things too easy for them could not be denied, so she had to thank him. Scott walked over to Gray. "Thank you. But how come you're okay already?" Even though he was happy Gray had recovered, it was quite shocking that Gray recovered from such an injury within the space of 3 weeks or so. Getting help from the Dawson family was taken into account, but Gray recovered way too fast. Gray smiled, but didn't respond to that question. Well, he couldn't really tell them that his cores were cracked, and then they not only recovered but they seemed way better than they were. "You only noticed that?" Sylvia rolled her eyes. "Who?" Scott looked at her with a confused expression. "He's already in the 6th stage of the Sage Plane. When he came here, he was in the 4th stage, and that was a week before the competition," Sylvia replied. When everyone heard this, they looked at Gray, stunned, then unbelief washed over their faces. In the space of just around a month or 2, Gray moved from the 4th stage to the 6th stage, and he was injured for around 3 weeks or so. That meant he broke through when he was unconscious. "What the hell?" Scott couldn't help but exclaim. Gray was already so strong in the 5th stage, they couldn't help but imagine how strong he would be now. Gray smiled but didn't say anything to them. "We should get going," he suggested when he noticed none of them were making any effort in leaving. "Oh, right," Sylvia said. "I already told them about the place, but since you're just coming, I guess I'll have to tell you about it. The place is a realm that has portals leading to 3 different races." Sylvia went on to tell Gray about the place as they headed out. The secret realm is very special due to the fact that it was separated into 3 different stages or planes. There is a place for those in the Overlord plane, Sage plane, and Elemental Venerables. Once an Elementalist breaks through to a higher plane, he would have to leave the lower realm, else their core would be corrupted if they stay there for too long. There are times when people from a higher plane head to a lower realm to kill someone from another race. In fact, it's quite common in this secret realm. If an unparalleled genius appears in a lower realm from another race, those from other races try to kill them. Given the enmity between humans and the Dark Gnomes, it was quite natural that they would want to eliminate those geniuses that might stand a chance to go against them once again. The name of the race that brought necromancy to humans and also invaded the human realm thousands of years ago was the Dark Gnomes. The only way for someone in a higher realm to go to a lower realm is through a weak point in the seal differentiating the lower and higher realms. These weak points are very hard to find, and after finding them, breaking them was also not easy to achieve. Gray listened attentively to Sylvia's explanation. After getting a clear understanding of the place, he knew he had to tread carefully. Given his mark, he would be targeted by the dark gnomes. What was worse was that hiding from them was not going to be easy. I need to remove this darn mark, he complained internally. He already had a method to remove it, but since it involved killing people, he couldn't wantonly kill people for his benefit. Oh, I forgot to tell you. You'll be in danger the moment you enter, with the mark. Sylvia recalled this and said to Gray. Yeah, I already have a plan in mind. Gray replied. Good. They soon got to the place where the portal to the secret realm was located. All right, we will part ways here for now. When you all step inside, remember to watch out for each other. Take care. The head of the Burchard family didn't say much. After some pleasantries with those keeping guard at the portal, the youths were allowed entry. Chapter 998. Gray stepped into the portal with the others, a flash covered them, and before long, they vanished from everyone's view. I hope they all make it back alive, the head of the Burchard family commented. Even though it has been a long time, there was a universal rule in the realm that allowed only a given number of people from each race inside the place. Presently, only 20 people in the Sage Plane could go inside. This was the number those from the Burchard family could allow inside. Other factions and families would still send their geniuses inside, so the number would increase over time. Some people tend to stay there until they break through to the next major realm. There are people in the early stages of the Sage Plane that the Burchard family sent inside. Some of them will come out before breaking through, while others will leave even before they break through. The unfortunate ones will meet their demise in this land of opportunity. I don't think it will be good if any of them stick with Gray, Sylvia suddenly said with a dark expression. Why? The head of the Burchard family asked. The elders close to him also had confused expressions. He's marked by a necromancer. So, generally, he's a magnet to trouble there, Sylvia explained. The expressions of the elders as well as the head of the Burchard family changed. When they thought of the time since Sylvia arrived, they couldn't help but be shocked. If Gray traveled alone for such a long time, then he would naturally be in trouble with the necromancers. Although they are few, they are well divided in the continent, so it would be hard for Gray to travel peacefully in the continent. After thinking for a while, they recalled who Gray was. Being the son of someone regarded as a once-in-a-hundred-years genius, he would naturally be protected. Sylvia couldn't help but wonder how lucky she was when she forcefully followed Gray and forced him into competitions. At first, she was just having fun whilst also accessing Gray's talent and strength. Only after the first few battles did she stop taking it as a means of entertainment and tried to help him. But thinking at the possibility that Lucas was following Gray and he decided to attack her, then she couldn't help but shiver. Even her father dared not to claim that he was stronger than Lucas, much less her, who wasn't even a match for her father. Going down there is suicidal. Why didn't you stop him? An elder couldn't help but ask. He already knows the danger, but since he wants to go, who am I to stop him? Sylvia replied with a shrug. It was Gray's choice, it had nothing to do with her. Even after knowing the dangers of entering the secret realm, he still decided to go. There was nothing she could do. The elders exchanged glances with each other. Staying with the group would be better for him. In the secret realm, the group just appeared in a forest area. I'll be leaving on my own. It will be best if we don't travel together, Gray said after taking in the new scenery. Who? Scott was a little confused. I don't like traveling in groups, Gray responded in a direct manner. He wasn't obligated to travel with them in the first place, and since he has that mark, he felt he would have a greater chance at survival if he was on his own. If he traveled in a group and they were ambushed, he would not be able to escape until he was certain those with him were safe. He didn't want that type of responsibility in this place. His aim here was simple: breakthrough to the elemental venerable plane. Some of those traveling with the group looked at Gray with annoyed expressions, especially those who didn't watch him in the competition. They felt he was being too arrogant. Since you want that, then I hope you stay safe, Scott replied. He would also travel on his own eventually, so he wasn't really against Gray's decision. Besides, it's natural for people like Gray to adventure alone. The only reason he was still with the group was that this was their first time entering this place in a while, so they needed time to get to know the place. Taking a peek at the black cat on Gray's shoulder, he couldn't help but wonder what its use was. Gray nodded to the group before walking off. "So, what's the plan?" Void asked as the duo ventured off alone. "Well, first thing first, I need to get this mark off me. I'm certain they are already aware of my presence here, so trouble would be coming soon," Gray replied. His only problem now was how to remove the mark. The method he devised had to do with using human life force as its core, but since there are few people here, it meant he couldn't kill the humans here. Void agreed to Gray's words. Somewhere in the secret realm. At the time Gray and the others appeared, a group of youths could be seen walking. They were all short, with black skins. "Did anyone sense that?" one of them asked. "You sensed it as well?" another asked in shock. "Yes." The others nodded. "It must be a human," another said. Of the three races entering this place, humans were the only ones the people of the Dark Gnome race would take the effort of marking. Compared to necromancers who have to sacrifice their lives, although it looked easier for Dark Gnomes, it wasn't entirely the case. Whoever it is must be a threat, since the mark is this potent. Another one of them said. "Fine, since this person dared to come here, they are willing to die. Whoever kills this person gets a reward." With that, they separated, but they were all headed in the same direction, the place where they sensed the mark coming from. Chapter 999. Boom! Damn it! How did they find me so fast? Gray complained as he tried to escape from the pursuit of the person chasing after him. It hadn't been more than 24 hours since he entered the secret realm, but he had already encountered the first person from the Dark Gnome race. It was a young lady at the peak of the Sage Plain. She was surprisingly very strong. Since he was just recovering from excessively using the fusion state, he didn't want to carelessly use it. "You're marked, remember?" Void mocked. It was obvious he was enjoying Gray's plight. At the moment, if the duo decided to go all out without Gray using the fusion state, they stood a small chance of winning. Void had already gotten to the late stages of being a rank 6 magical beast, and his strength was by no means any weaker than an 8th or even a 9th stage Sage Plane human elementalists. With Gray helping out, they stood a good chance of fighting against this young lady. Unfortunately, they could tell that since this young lady found them so fast, others would not be far behind. "I hate this." Gray couldn't help but complain. What was worse at the moment was that no matter how he ran, the young lady would still be able to track him down. His only hope right now was getting into another dimension. He could only do that if there was a small space in this place. "That's it." Gray's eyes lit up. He recalled that when Sylvia was talking about this place, she spoke of some hidden spaces that had special treasures in them. Some of these places are like buildings. Once an elementalist enters the place, they would be cut off from the rest of the world and there would be almost no way to contact them. He told Void of his plan. Luckily for him, during the past 24 hours, he had been scouting the place, trying to get a general idea of the place, so he had naturally encountered a few buildings. His only prayer now was that one of them was like such buildings that could cut him off from the world. Without wasting any more time, he bolted straight for the closest building. It was around 6,000 to 10,000 kilometers away from where he was currently located. As he ran through the forest, he encountered some beasts, but he didn't even bat an eye for them, going past them in a flash. As he was running, something caught the side of his eyes. "Is that? Damn it!" He didn't even get the time to think before sensing an attack coming from behind him. He hurriedly dodged it and used the Great Void technique to escape into the void, appearing 1,000 kilometers away. This had been the reason he hadn't been entangled with the young lady from the gnome race by now. Whenever she gets too close, he would use it and escape a far distance away. "Stop running, you shrimp." The young lady from the gnome race gnawed her teeth angrily. She had been chasing Gray for almost 30 minutes now. Some people would have given up since they knew they couldn't outrun her, but Gray was different. He was running, and he was doing it in a somewhat carefree manner. Unknown to her, Gray was already very used to running away. While he was in the trial land, he did it often. Even after coming out, he still continued running for his life, so he could be said to be a pro when it came to running away from people. While the young lady angrily chased after Gray, others from the gnome race were also headed in his direction. Thousands of kilometers away, Scott was still with those who followed him into the secret realm. Strange, I thought we would encounter the gnome race right after we entered, but even after an entire day, we haven't seen a glimpse of them. Do you think they are here? Scott looked around curiously. The main reason the group stayed together without each heading out for a fortuitous encounter of their own was because of the danger of being ganged up on by those from the gnome race. But apparently, not a single person from the gnome race had been spotted, which was quite surprising. Maybe they are busy searching for treasures, someone commented. Forgetting their rivalry, one of the main reasons this place was created was so that youths from each race would get the chance to encounter a great opportunity to boost their strength. Even after so many years, this secret realm still held treasures that could not be seen in the Aurora continent or the world of the gnome race. Probably, we'll travel together for a while longer. If we still don't encounter any of them, then we can go different ways, Scott said. The others agreed to his words and continued venturing further into the secret realm. While those from the Burchard family were still searching for the people of the gnome race, another figure had joined the pursuit. A young man and the previous young lady were chasing after Gray now. Luckily, the new person was only in the 8th stage of the Sage Plane, but the figure felt he had a good chance against Gray, who was only in the 6th stage. The number of your fans will continuously increase. It's been a while since I saw you in such a state. Void gloated when he saw that someone else had joined in on the chase. I get the fact that I'm marked, but does having this mark mean that they would only try to kill me? I mean, what if I was marked by mistake? Do they even think about this possibility? Gray asked, a little annoyed. Why don't you stop and ask them? Void said with a grin. No need, a building is already in sight. In front of the duo, a large building could be seen. Chapter 1000. The building in front of them had an archaic look. Well, all of them felt this way as well. When he got close to the building, it felt like he was standing in front of something as old as time. For a moment, he didn't take a step, a little shocked by what was in front of him. This was the first time he was getting close to one of these buildings. The building looked exceptionally strong, even with its ancient look. Gray soon snapped out of his reverie and rushed into the building. It better have a small dimension I can hide in, or else I'll be in a whole lot of trouble. Gray knew entering this building would give his pursuers a chance to get closer to him, but it presented a chance for him to escape from their pursuit, so he couldn't afford to miss the chance. After all, the life of elementalists was a risk in itself. The large double doors closed shut after he went in, giving him a small sense of hope that this place might have what he wanted. He continued moving forward. The inside of the building was extremely large. Compared to how it looked from the outside, it was easily twice the size of the building outside. Even though he was in a hurry, he wouldn't be so careless that he would rush through this place. There might be dangers in the building. He left the large hall and stepped into the passageway. Seeing the doors leading to rooms, he was very cautious. He was not the least bit tempted to open any of the doors since it might bring more trouble for him. Just as he was walking, he heard the door slam shut behind him. Guess this place isn't it? He thought to himself. Void, check which of them came in. Void vanished from Gray's shoulder and appeared in the large hall. He saw a young man. It's the guy in the 8th stage, Void reported. How long do you think it would take before we take him out? Gray asked. 2 minutes tops, Void replied confidently. He could defeat the young man on his own. Adding Gray to the mix would make things faster. All right, the sooner the better. Gray soon started to prepare a raise. He wanted to ambush the young man. With Void hiding behind the young man, there was no way he could escape from their pincer attack. The young man soon chased after Gray, but he was just as careful as Gray since he knew how dangerous such buildings were. He followed the mark and soon got to where Gray was standing, waiting for him. "Where's your comrade?" Gray asked curiously. He was very calm, staring at the young man as if he was staring into his soul. "I'm more than enough to kill you. Before she comes, your corpse will be on the ground," the young man said confidently. Gray chuckled before shaking his head. "Well, here I am." He spread his arms, waiting for the young man to attack. The young man took a step forward, then paused. The thought of Gray setting up an ambush crossed his mind, but then again, he looked at Gray and felt they were not on the same level. He was in the 8th stage, while Gray was only in the 6th stage. Although he was confident, he didn't dare to underestimate Gray. He cautiously advanced while preparing to defend with full force. He was covered by a black mist as he advanced. "So cautious." Gray chuckled before snapping his finger. The walls, floor, as well as ceiling lit up with array lines. The young man allowed the mist surrounding him to spread out, and with a powerful roar, the mist started to thicken, going into a somewhat liquid state. Gray took a step forward and the passageway was covered by a large stream of fire. He used his fire domain. Since he wanted to make sure he was on the safer side, he used the icy flames. Ice started to form in the mist covering the young man. However, before it could get through, the mist not only blocked it but also started to devour it. "Void?" Gray called out to Void while doing a slashing motion with his hand. Void appeared behind the young man and also attacked. He used spatial distortions to break through the defensive mist set up by the young man. The mist started to show signs of breaking apart. A worried expression appeared on the face of the young man when he noticed this. Just as he was about to reinforce the part where Void's attack came from, Gray's dimensional slash attack hit the mist from the other side. A large hole opened up in the mist, giving Gray the opportunity he was waiting for. Stretching his hand forward, a lightning bolt shot through the hole. When the lightning entered the mist, it quickly spread apart, forming Gray's lightning domain. The young man screamed when the lightning started to rampage all over his body. An item appeared on his hand and he crushed it. "Stop him!" Gray and Void moved out simultaneously, and just as they were about to attack, the young man vanished. "Damn it, I didn't get the chance to mark him." Gray complained as he felt a bit annoyed that the young man escaped. The reason he was feeling annoyed was that after exchanging blows with the young man, he already knew some of his techniques, so he would be able to inform the others from the gnome race about Gray and his strength. "We should get going too, I think I heard the door slamming shut," Void said when Gray was still ruining his wasted chance. Gray nodded and followed after Void, heading in another direction. There were other doors to leave this place, so they wanted to take it. As the duo was leaving, the young lady at the peak of the Sage Plane had just entered the building. She soon sensed where Gray was located and chased after them. This is the end of this video. Thank you guys for listening. Hope you enjoyed and wish you wonderful rest of the day. The Silent Ruptor's out.